Volume 2, Chapter 77, End, Death Dancing in the Masquerade, 5. If he hadn't gotten rid of Prototype X, if Ha Sitbiel was able to link the minds of all demons to one place, Wei Yan's current situation would have been immediately conveyed to Noah and Usil. But since that wasn't the case, Wei Yan laid his hand on his waist, looking for the communication artifact. However, there was nothing on his waist. Looking for this? The regressor lifted a long stone plate. Hatred and despair appeared on Wei Yan's face. That was the only device that allowed one to communicate with others outside the current room, and Wei Yan now understood the place he was in. With the scimitar in his hand, Jitae walked towards Wei Yan. He was breathing heavily and uncomfortably. The intense shock had destroyed all his organs, and the demon barely managed to raise his trembling head to glare at Jitae. The one remaining eye, however, was out of focus. Why the fuck are you doing this? His voice squeezed out the remaining life he had. What did I do to Yao, you piece of shit? After approaching him, Jitae stabbed the scimitar into the ground. Why do you think I'm doing this? I did something to you, huh? The last name Yu, if I remember correctly. The girl I kidnapped when developing a new drug was a Yu. Is it her, because of that? Wrong. Wei Yan faced Jitae with a powerless gaze. I have no grudge against you. What? Are you crazy then? Perhaps there was a time in the distant past where he had a grudge, but there was not a single emotion against Wei Yan at this point that could be considered a resentment. There were times when he had been annoyed because of Wei Yan in the 7th iteration, but ultimately Wei Yan had never been a direct source of harm. There was no reason for him to feel emotions like grudge or vengeance. Should I be honest? There's something I wish for, and you're a hindrance. That's why I'll be killing you. Fucking trash. Are you still human? Jitae gave a faint smile. For the first time in a very long time, he felt a trivial doubt. If there's a human somewhere that could ruin your plans, and if that future will come for sure, what will you do? I'll pull their intestines out and strangle them. But aren't you human? What does human even mean? They are a disturbance, but words don't go thorough, and they remain stubborn even with swords pointed against them. You guys are all generally like that. Disgusting. Pathetic and talk non-stop about a boring topic. Annoying enough to see them 1 or 2 days, but I had to watch on for a fairly long time because of circumstances. So what else can I do? Looking back, he had killed a lot of innocent people for various reasons. For being a hindrance, because they were annoying, accidentally, etc. If actions defined a person, he wouldn't be a human. Jitae did not deny that. What should I have done? The man locked up in the walls of time did not put regulations on himself. He just had to live some way or another. Cough. After understanding what the regressor meant as a demon, Wei Yan felt blank. He looked into Jitae's eyes before laughing, cuck, while bleeding from his mouth. Because of his short breath, his laugh also left with short pauses. Soon, his laughter as well as his breath came to a stop, as Wei Yan comprehended the situation. Jitae. The communication artifact in Jitae's hand, the direction of the Azure Dragon Study Group's encampment at a distance, the room-type dungeon with dimensional walls isolating the room, as well as something that was distancing itself on the other side of the wall. All fucked up, cough, before long. Wei Yan opened his mouth with a calm voice as he made a resolve. This is the heart. Since he understood that his grand schema had failed, the bones quite tough, so you should stab properly. Wei Yan discarded himself without a second thought. How old are you, young miss? I'm 20 years old. 20? Before the dungeon gates closed, Lee HWA was talking to Bomb while flying through the empty sky of a room. How pretty. I have never seen a child as beautiful as you in my fairly long life. Thank you. Even your voice is like a glass marble. You must be loved a lot. Bomb returned a smile. Due to the planned battle formation, Lee HWA had to go stop Usil Khalifa. Usil had departed before them, and she must be heading to the boss room through another room with a puppet. Therefore, they needed to go faster if they wanted to stop Usil from going any further. With an unfamiliar dimension and the coordinates not being clear in her head, even a green dragon was not able to teleport from the inside of a dungeon to another area of the dungeon. And while they were comfortably flying thanks to the telekinetic ability, Bomb suddenly turned blank. After coming to herself, she stared at the old lady. There was something strange. What she read through Providence was different from the old lady's current self. Bomb therefore decided to ask her, "Granny, NNN? If this sounds rude, you don't have to reply." "Okay, I will. What is it? What happened between you and Usil Khalifa?" Lee HWA stared at Bomb with a smile. Beneath her eyes were the deep wrinkles of her life. "Back in the days, I was like you. Young miss, I was very pretty as a child." "Really? It's a joke. I wasn't as pretty as you. If I was, I would have become a celebrity instead of a superhuman." "Hee hee. But even then, I was quite loved. The men of my village would come near my house to sneak a look at me. Ah, I don't know why in the past, but I didn't want to show myself to them. Maybe I thought my face would wear down if I showed them too much. I was acting snobby. And there was this boy who was really persistent. He was short and ugly. Every time he would stay at a nearby park alone, and if I left for the convenience store, he would greet me from a distance without even having the courage to step up." "Was he younger than you?" "He was. That's why I wasn't that content, because I was into confident older men." "Egu. Ah, am I saying too much?" "No, it's fun." Others would be surprised if they saw this, because Lee HWA rarely ever talked about herself. Thus, even the members of the Grand Natural Society that were close with her barely knew about Lee HWA's past. Hull. It's against the rules if you're kind on top of that. But Lee HWA was feeling a strange sense of comfort from this unknown girl. And one day, he plucked up his courage and walked up and handed me a small envelope, you see. He put a letter and a picture of himself inside. Searching through her pocket, Lee HWA took out a small notebook. It was a leathery notebook that had been blanched here and there. Inside, there was the faded photo of a man taken with a Polaroid. No one used a Polaroid back then. Well, he was a strange child. His face wasn't that great, nor was his family. He was short, and he wasn't even a Taiwanese like myself. And back then, the interpreting artifact was expensive, so he was a slow speaker too. I had never thought that I would end up marrying him. Oh wow. Yes, we somehow ended up dating, and also somehow ended up bearing a child. I regret it a lot. I should have met a better man, you know. Hull. She laughed from her own joke. Or I should have lived by myself. Who would have known that he would die while I had a child inside? It was Usil Khalifa's troops. Back then, I had just awakened, and Usil Khalifa wasn't a strong demon either. But it was still very scary. We were going to hide in the wardrobe, but my husband couldn't come in because of my swollen stomach, so he put me inside the wardrobe and locked it from outside. With a reminiscing light, Lee HWA gazed off into the distance. But that indecent bitch lit the apartment on fire afterwards. It was very hot, and I thought that was my deathbed. Hull. The old lady laughed. My body is very stained and dirty, right? Since everyone around was interested, I just told them it was from the East Asian Great War. In fact, it's different. It's a burn I got when I was a lot younger. Technology has gotten better, and it's possible to get rid of it, but I decided to leave it because I didn't want to erase that memory. Every time I look into a mirror, I think to myself and wait for the time to come. During the Great War, and even after the war after retiring, I looked everywhere but couldn't find her. But now, the day has finally come. Bomb held onto the old lady's hand with a sorrowful gaze. The old woman's eyes were staring past the interdimensional wall, off at a far distance. Today must be the day I finally kill that bitch. The 67th room was the shortest pathway to the boss room from the 39th room where Noah was. It was a room of vast wasteland, filled with dry dirt and stone. BM had arrived there first and was waiting for Noah to come. BM, the alcohol addict, was craving alcohol. In the hideout, he had given empty promises of how he would quit alcohol to his comrades. But now that he was actually sober for around 15 hours, his fingers started trembling. He nonetheless had to hold it in. "Yeah, it's me. Noah's here." It was because his enemy was right in front of him. His voice traveled across the wireless artifact and was conveyed to Minamoto, who was heading to the boss room, Lee HWA and Bomb, who would be going after Usil Khalifa, as well as you, Jitae. "What are you doing? Standing there doing nothing?" He had appeared like an average youth until now, but it seemed that Noah had discarded his mask. The clean and fancy tuxedo did not suit the dungeon, but the middle-aged gentleman full of elegance stood in front of BM. "You must be busy. Go on." BM continued his words. I don't think you'll simply make a road for me, though. Well, that's how it went. I wasn't planning on going after and fighting you, but now that it's come to this, I can't take a step back. Are you that BM? Yeah, I have long heard about your name. What an honor. They say. There's Oscar Brzenk under the heavens, and you under Oscar Brzenk. BM whispered to himself about how he didn't really want to hear that name. Did you have a good night's sleep? That was when Noah suddenly talked about something off the topic. Sleep. Humans tend to sleep and dream. What did you dream of? BM's head was tilted to a side, raising his hand. He pushed his sunglasses up before scratching his ears. What stupidity is this about? The thought of an existence is projected to their unconsciousness, and it is displayed in the form of a dream during their sleep. So what? What would your dream taste like? As someone under the heavens, I'm very curious. Is he crazy or what? Unlike the words bluntly leaving his mouth, BM was tense. During the Great War, everything related to Noah had usually occurred during the night. Dream, it was something that happened during their sleep. Jitae had said that this man could become a god, but he did not mention any details. There must have been a reason he didn't. Besides, the fact that he could become a god meant that he was not a god yet. If it was just a normal demon, there was no need for any complex thoughts. Stop with your nonsense and let's fight. Extrication, BM's body started transforming. Just like a demon pulling out their hidden true self, BM also began pulling out 13 chimeras embedded inside his body. Wings of a wyvern, a pair of bony wings appeared behind him. Ahilia's curse, his 2 arms became the arms of the demon baron, Ahilia. Heavenly flute, and 5 horns appeared on his forehead. Apart from that, a large tail extended out from BM's waist, and his skin was covered in an armor-like leather. Once he started operating all 13 chimeras, BM's body started exuding a tremendous amount of mana that could shake the entire large dimension by itself. Interesting, it doesn't look like a chimera of this place. Since Noah was also from another world, there were things he could see. Well, I'll hear the other details later. As you said, I'm a bit short on time. An ash-colored aura started pouring out from Noah's body. It then began painting the world with its color, and soon covered the entire room in achromatic colors. Then, Noah extended his hand forward. A fissure was created in the alternate dimension as a sword dropped down and landed in his hand. Within that world which had lost its color, his sword was the only thing retaining its previous color. Dream Eater. It was a level 4 artifact, a weapon that would be considered a national-level strategic weapon. Today will become your nightmare. Noah was about to move, but suddenly, after feeling something, Noah widened his eyes. Color returned to the world of achromatic colors, and the sword vanished into a smoke. What are you doing? Wearing a devilish scowl. Noah did not respond to BM's words and placed his hand near his ears before sending a message to someone else. Wei Yan. Find Wei Yan? Right now, Noah's sonorous voice resonated across the wasteland. The demons that were waiting at a nearby dungeon urgently rushed in towards the 39th room. Reaching the long sewage-shaped dungeon, they headed to where the tents were and found the cadets of the Azure Dragon Study Group collapsed unconscious on the ground. These cadets had their minds encroached by Wei Yan's demonic aura for a very long time, and yet they were all unconscious. Shit! Letting out profanities. The demons searched for Wei Yan. He should still be nearby, as they could sense his demonic aura. Where is he, and who was it that did it? Wei Yan had to survive, though, because this entire grand schema had been for Wei Yan. Thus, when they finally found Wei Yan, they were all frozen stiff. Fuck! The transparent interdimensional walls covering all sides of the 39th room. High up on one of those walls, in the middle of the invisible wall, as if he was floating in midair, there was a scimitar stabbing Wei Yan's heart, straight into the wall of the dimension. Staring at the black blood that flowed down the wall into thin air, the demons lost their words. Wei Yan was dead. Chapter 78, End, Death Dancing in the Masquerade 6, Professor Wei Yan has died. The demons received a great shock and stopped their feet. Before long, their eyes started being tainted in the color of blood. In an instant, Noah kicked off the dimension and flew off. It was a different direction from before. Instead of going through with his initial plan and going to help Usil Khalifa, he headed in a different direction. in order to head straight to the boss room. Since BM had already heard about Wei Yan's death from Jitae, he threw his body almost immediately after Noah. With a flutter of the wyvern's bony wings, BM's body vanished and was in front of Noah when he reappeared. Bomb! BM crashed into Noah at the speed of sound. Due to the unexpected crash, Noah was bounced off and flew around 100 meters behind while BM placed himself at where Noah was facing. Let's be careful. A thought that he was a lot weaker than expected popped up in his head, so BM reminded himself to be careful. Whatever the case, there was no need to defeat him because his mission was to halt Noah. From a distance, Noah spoke with a low voice. "Step aside right now, or I'll skin you alive." His calm and antique atmosphere was long gone. "Why don't you try?" And BM's provocation made Noah's eyes turn a level redder. Impudent, once again. Dream Eater appeared from thin air and landed in Noah's hand. The two of them were 100 meters or so apart, which made a person appear like a bean. Noah rushed through that distance with one step. He slashed fiercely down with a sword covered in murky demonic aura. It was stopped by the demon baron's large and black arms, as a large claw mark reaching dozens of meters in length were drawn behind BM from the aftermath. Quang! A cloud of dust rose up and covered their sight. When BM was about to raise his senses to the extreme, Noah jumped through the dust. Self-protection of a Baron A bluish-black demonic aura appeared above BM's arms and formed a shield. Quang, 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 quang. After 10 or so clashes, BM formed a frown behind his sunglasses. Indeed, he's strong. The shock was enough to cause the arms of Ahilia, who was famous even in the demon world for the toughness of his body, to go numb, despite Noah not even using a special skill or the authority of his stigma. He's constantly trying to get closer. Is he the type that relies on his physical power for close combat? Each strike of his was a strong blow. In the middle of the hectic battle, BM pondered. He's merely covering his body with demonic aura and hasn't revealed any skill or authority. It should be a fairly urgent situation. So what did this mean? And he's far from what that man was saying about how he could become a god. If that referred to his extrication, then it seems that he can't use much of other abilities in his normal state. There was that type of demon. They looked weak normally, but once they started explosively using their hidden strength, their fighting prowess would increase exponentially. These demons tended to be weak usually, so their opponents would put their guards down during their extrication. In any case, let's buy some more time. In order to prolong this battle of attrition, I need to create some distance. What are you rolling your eyes for, you disgusting cluster of monsters? That was when Noah's sword had an explosive amount of demonic aura shoot out. Despite not using any real skill, the demonic aura itself was overwhelming. The pillar of demonic aura, which soared 20 meters into the sky, shredded the particles of mana and the air of the dungeon as it fell toward BM. Heavenly Fantasia, AA. In that instant, the jaws and teeth of a large monster appeared right behind BM's wings and swallowed BM's upper body in whole. It was the head of the great monster of Arendot, Kaliavan, which had 5 horns on its head. After swallowing a heap of mana, the horns on his forehead swayed and shook. BM followed where his instincts led him and opened his mouth. His cheeks were torn apart, as his chin dropped hideously wide open. Mana started being suppressed to its maximum and formed a small marble. Soon, it created a shock wave that quaked the entire room and shot off as a destructive beam shuddering the dimension. The beam was bright enough to make the world appear darker for a split second. Noah quickly adjusted the trajectory of his sword and parried the threatening beam of light. Along with a fierce shock, the beam bounced off and left traces behind on the ground, as it covered the rocky hills of the wasteland. Quack-quack-quang, the rocks and sands of the place where the beam had passed by immediately evaporated and created a long crater reaching dozens of meters. From the overwhelming thud, the interdimensional walls of the room also fluctuated like ocean waves. During the parrying process, Noah's hand and arm had skins ripped off as his dark blood erupted out. His frown became deeper in intensity. For now, I can take a breather, but it wasn't something to be happy out. BM reflected on the abilities Noah had revealed when he was about to fight against him for the first time, when the enormous 67th room had turned into achromatic colors. That was probably related to his extrication. And usually, the demons who gained a tremendous power boost from extrication had to accumulate enough strength in order to be able to release it in full. In other words, they required a lot of energy for extrication. He's saving his energy after noticing that person's existence, so he's too reluctant to use his power on the likes of me. Huh? BM felt his pride being scratched, but there was nothing he could do since that was the reality of it. There was a faint curiosity, but the anxiety against the unknown power was slightly greater than that. Tensing his body, BM opened his mouth. His role was to buy time, and he could do anything for the objective. You said you were curious about the taste of my dream? When Noah remained silent, BM also hesitated slightly, as the breeze carried the dust of the wasteland from one side to the other. It won't be that tasty, because, BM whispered slowly, because I am tormented every night from boring nightmares. But what do nightmares taste like? Does it taste good for you demons? Ah, but you know what? You'll get fat if you eat too much sweet stuff. You're quite old yourself, so you need to control your diet. Well, with your age, how dare you try to buy time, you impudent, lowly mortal. BM's lips were slanted up. He noticed it, lol. Dude, why did you make it so obvious? This guy is pretty bad at acting kekek. BM listened to the chimeras inside his body giggling out loud. These guys were generally quiet, but occasionally chatted like this. Seems that I can't just ignore you. Wearing a frown, Noah raised the sword. Demonic aura incomparable to before erupted out, and the world started instantaneously being colored in ash. He's angry, lol. That bastard's gone angry. Shut up, you guys. We might all end up dead right now. And this guy's scared, lol, kekekekekekekek. Oh ho, little friend. Are you scared? Lol, damn this noisy bunch. As their mutters irritated him, BM closed his ears. Then, he closed his eyes with a deep breath. His tiny eyelid covered the world in darkness, and thus the ash-colored world was no longer seen either. Eyes of Abraxas, S, the blue bird that had pushed the alternate world, Arendot, into ruin. At the same time, it was the eyes of the strongest chimera BM had. Flash behind the sunglasses, his eyes revealed themselves. The moment they heard a report of how the fissure entrance had been closed, the cadets and the guards paused the raid. They wouldn't move until they had a complete understanding of the situation. But a few of the cadets, guards and non-combatants suddenly left their ranks and started running somewhere. Where are you going hidden? Miss Boya, what are you doing? Oi oi, hey, catch him! With their eyes painted in red, the demons followed someone's order and ran forward. They amounted to around a few dozens, and after gathering together, they dashed across the path created by Usul Khalifa like fleas. Their destination was the boss room. The 141st room, its name was Public Garden. A beautiful and tidy grassland was laid out along with low hills as far as one's eyes could see. Room-type dungeons usually had settings for each room, and the 141st room was probably a garden Melisha would have made in her fortress. It's about time. From a distance, something approached them. Lee HWA opened her eyes, as her wrinkled gaze revealed her killing intent. The vigor being emitted from the old woman's body turned violent, to the point she appeared like a different person. Raising her body, Lee HWA spoke to Bomb, "You cannot come out from this place." Despite her politeness, it sounded like a command. "Sorry, but I'm old but not old enough to control my emotions, it seems. I can't be sure that I won't be hurting this wonderful lady. So, could you please listen to me?" Without even waiting for her response, the old woman walked forward. From a distance, they could see an existence flying while causing mana fluctuations in the surroundings. It was as fast as a missile. In response, Lee Hwa's body also floated up in midair. It was a power that allocated direction to mana and forced a change in the nearby space. At the same time, it was a spell that was known to have a diverse range, going from the F rank to the A rank depending on the user. Telekinesis, S, ever since the start of New Era for the past decades, the world of magic being researched by countless scholars still hadn't seen an official statement of an S-rank telekinesis, but here it was in display. The grass were all bisected, and a circular hole was being formed in the garden due to the telekinetic ability. Lee HWA threw her body and crashed into the flying object. Bababababam, though they crashed head-on, tens of explosive sounds continued in the air. Bomb unconsciously raised her arm and covered her face, as a vomit-inducing shockwave repeated one after another. "Who the fuck are you?" A shout left Usil Khalifa's mouth in disbelief. But Lee HWA did not give a response. Husband, house, assets, memories, youth, the devilish demon that had taken everything she had owned, still had the same face even after decades had passed. Therefore, the old lady was feeling strangely sentimental. It was because it was way too similar to the dreams she had. Lee HWA often dreamed. At the start, she had only dreamed of the day her husband died and her body caught on fire, but later, she only saw herself meeting Usil in the future. Of course, it was but a dream and Lee HWA had no way of controlling it herself. But sometimes when her mind was in a mess, the dream would become a reality and reveal itself in the form of an illusion. She didn't hate that, because she was at least able to talk to Usil. In that illusionary dream, the old woman asked Usil time after time, "Why did you do that to me and my husband?" Then, Usil would open her mouth and give her different reasons every time. "Because you're a human, because you were annoying, because you were irritating, because I had to live, because of nothing special, because I was bored, had to do it to show my ability, because I wished for your despair. Is a reason required for a demon to kill a human? I don't remember who that was. Should I send you to where your husband is? What would change even if you know it?" Those were Usil Khalifa's replies, which Lee HWA had drawn in her imaginations. With hundreds of hallucinations and hundreds of encounters, she received all sorts of replies, but not a single one of them appealed enough for Lee HWA to understand. Therefore, she stopped asking Usil at some point. The old woman realized that whatever left the mouth of the devil would not be the one she was waiting for. "Am I not asking who you are, you old hag?" So when Usil Khalifa screamed while staggering from the shock, Lee HWA remained silent. Kugagagung, she only burned her source of life and bloomed it in the form of telekinesis. The air of the 141st room became heavier by dozens of times. Telekinesis, 103rd form, buzz from an uncontrollable compulsion of the ability. The old lady's eyes sparked. MT, Thai pulverizing form, soon, tens of thousands of amputations, attacked from all directions and covered Usil Khalifa like a storm. The armored drones protecting Usil turned into fragments. Before eventually being ground to dust, Usil had to quickly avoid them. Where did this crazy dotard come from? But vigor alone was not enough. Usil's chest began opening up alongside the skin beneath, inside her body. There were no bones, organs, or the heart. The black marble inside started furiously emitting an insane amount of demonic aura. The demonic aura shredded her alternate dimension storage open. Then, a long crevice appeared in the dimension as a human-type gigantic machine with only its upper body revealed itself. It had a thick pair of arms and a wide shoulder made of the S-ranked superalloy, mithril. Armored giant, it was one of the 3 great armors in the possession of Usil Khalifa, the demon engineer and puppeteer. Facing the MT, Thai pulverizing form, the armored giant swung its large fist. Kakakakakang, the storm of blades started pushing the unbreakable metal. At the same time, dozens of puppets crawled through the dimensional gap as the old woman's white hair was completely enveloped with the telekinetic power and floated up in midair. The full-scale battle between the two thus began. Meanwhile, Bomb had her eyes wide open as she watched the battle unfold from behind the hills. Although she was young, she was still a dragon. They were the race that had created magic, which had not existed in the world tens of thousands of years ago. Lee Hwa's telekinesis was astounding even from Bomb's perspective. It felt like the countless molecules of mana scattered across the room were either directly or indirectly under the complete influence of Lee Hwa. It was an astonishing delicateness and magnitude. Bomb saw a certain providence happening in front of her eyes. In a short future, Lee Hwa would be engulfed in a large explosion. If Lee Hwa had died within that providence, there was nothing she could do. As the protector of cause and effect, a dragon should not touch on it. However, Lee Hwa's death hadn't been revealed. It was just that she had been subjected to a dangerous explosion that could take her life. There was a massive difference between certain death and a possibility of death. "I need to do something myself." Her olive-colored eyes became a level deeper. The control, expansion, contraction, direction allocation, converging and diverging, all sorts of complicated formulae appeared here and there and vanished. Bomb slightly twitched her lips, and her white fingers fidgeted as if she was calculating something. And soon, she started understanding the complex arrays and formations. Chapter 79. End. Death Dancing in the Masquerade, 7 with Coarse Steps. The puppets strided forth. The beautiful garden was overturned. The problem was with their endless numbers. It was unclear how many there were, but armored golems and puppets flooded out from the alternate dimension without an end. They amounted to at least over 100, and machines in shapes of scorpions, spiders, bats and bees attacked from all around. All sorts of poisons were scattered, as fire was breathed out. Dozens of bats screamed simultaneously, and their ultrasonic waves threatened to rip one's eardrums. When Lee HWA lost slight delicacy in her telekinetic control for a split second, blood exploded out from her ears. A strong army wouldn't even be enough. How dare a fucking dotard and a young chick try to get on my level? Ussel broke out into a maddened laugh. Die. And don't bother me. A comparatively deep silvery metal appeared out of thin air. It stretched out like a ballista. Ussel placed a horrendous-looking arrow that resembled a fresh leg of an insect in the string, and shot it. SHRRRRRK, it was dodgeable and blockable. The problem, once again, was the sheer number of threats. Due to having to deal with the armors and puppets running in from all directions, she was unable to properly deal with it. The old woman raised her hand slightly late, as the arrow scraped past her shoulder. A stuffy demonic aura followed suit. Her cheek and ear were grazed as blood oozed through her skin. Lee HWA fell on the ground and rolled a few times before she could regain her balance and float back up in midair. Despite that, she did not blink a single time. Meanwhile, Bomb, who had been watching the situation unfold from a distance, frowned with her delicate face. Lee HWA's telekinetic manipulation. She could understand it. She understood it. But when Bomb actually tried to copy it, she was met with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. It wasn't strange for Bomb to be feeling this way. Originally, telekinesis was a rare ability, and there was 1 in 10,000 who could use D-rank telekinesis from the beginning. Even amongst those people, Lee HWA was a special case. The ability she was enlightened with from the start was telekinesis B. It truly was an astronomical chance, and was a talent that couldn't be compared with anyone else during her time. Thus, the media, including TTA, referred to the 30-year-old Lee HWA as the superhuman that was blessed by the world. Lee HWA then went over to America, which was the most active in terms of research into telekinesis, and received full-on support from America Cipher Academy, the only place that educated A-ranked telekinesis. She crazily lived through battlefields and was able to put a step into a world which humanity was yet to see. The worldwide rank she was given was 5th. Even imitating it would take 100 years at least, so let's think step by step. Bomb bit her lips. It was 100 years even for a dragon. That was the level Lee HWA's manipulation had reached. There were things in the world that couldn't be resolved with just eagerness and vigor. Having a delicate control over mana molecules in such a manner was realistically impossible for the current Bomb. Let's think. What was worse was that it was a bad matchup. Ussel Khalifa's armored golems were all created from Mithrium, which completely shut off external mana. She must have been holed up in a workshop, creating them during the 20 years after the Great War. Therefore, directly messing with and breaking the core of the armors was impossible, and the benefit of a delicate telekinetic control was halved. Think. Ussel Khalifa's armored giant's wrists and elbows opened up. There were fans inside the wrists which crazily turned and gathered the air to one place and compressed it. The compressed air was processed through the elbow's combustor and was exchanged to energy. It then traveled past a turbine and left the elbow through a nozzle with an unprecedented force. Ussel shouted something out loud as the unidentifiable power propelled the fist forward at Lee HWA. Think. A fist shaking the entire room flew forward, along with a loud thud. The old lady's body was flung away. She had barely succeeded in protecting her body with telekinesis, but she would be unable to avoid the physical impact once she landed on the ground. The ground was overturned, as grass fluttered, and the moment she saw that grass, Bomb's eyes turned into circles. There was no need to bother controlling mana molecules. If it's like that, she urgently stood up. The core of a green dragon started thumping fast and loud. Bomb held her hands together as if in a prayer, closed her eyes and heaved out a deep breath. What then left her mouth was the dragon's language that forced creations. Dragon's voice S. This was the public garden, the only place inside the dungeon where the power of nature was present. The green dragon ordered nature. Bloom, stalks of grass were melting away from poison, and the trees were on flames. The fragments of nature were scattering away in the wide, wounded garden. Somewhere within that garden, between tiny stalks of grass, plop a small, blue flower raised its head. Frivoa, it was a flower of Ascalipha that scattered an enormous amount of pollen. During cross-pollination times, it would fill the sky of a nearby hill in a deep bluish color. Although Bomb couldn't manipulate molecules of mana, she was confident in controlling the fluttering pollen. Disperse! In response to the next words of the dragon, the flowers shook their heads and blue powders as light as the air scattered across the sky. Each and every pollen was covered by the mana of a green dragon. In an instant, the garden sky was covered in blue. Feeling the strange atmosphere, Usil turned around with a frown. "You audacious bitch!" Her gaze and aura were heavily packed with killing intent, and Bomb flashed her eyes wide open in surprise. Although she lived while facing Providence, and had stood against Hasegawa once, Bomb was still afraid of such intense hostility. However, she knew that during her hesitation, Lee HWA would have her arms ripped off, and her bones broken. She must not hesitate. Rage on the slight gesture of her hand initiated a flood of pollen and molecules of mana that were surrounded by it. It was far from perfect, but it mimicked Lee Hwa's telekinesis and began storming across the 141st room. The pollen-containing mana within were like sharp powders of iron, and because of the addition of another set of attacks, the puppets had to waste energy by deploying shields. Even with just that, Bomb had fulfilled her role. Buzz, the flow of the battle that had to be given up due to the sheer number, came back to Lee HWA, as the old lady widened her eyes into circles. Buzz, buzz. Yet again, her telekinetic powers caused a rough friction near her eyes, as she gathered her power to one place. Induce B, synthesize B, compress A. An unbelievable amount of mana was crumpled down to one place, and the ball of telekinetic energy that gathered as the result revolved rapidly and sucked the dimension into it. Induce B, compress A, induce B, compress A, induce B, compress A, induce B, compress A. After repeating that process several times, a mini black hole was created as it gathered almost all the mana present inside the 141st room. This damned, crazy dotard, Usil Khalifa, who realized it half a second late due to dealing with Bomb, screamed out, "Buzz!" Dropped due to the vast amount of mana that she couldn't control alone, a small vein in her eyes popped. As blood and tears mixed and fell together, the old woman released the heavily suppressed telekinetic energy. Telekinesis S, 108th form of annihilation, the world started flowing slowly, as a small ball of telekinesis flew forward, ignoring everything it grazed past. The ball, which was invisible yet clearly identifiable due to the fluctuation in the nearby space, touched Usil Khalifa. Her physical body was ground to dust as a whole and began being absorbed by the small ball. The shock was so intense that her head popped out from her body and landed on the ground. The incomprehensible ball of telekinesis swallowed everything in a 10-meter diameter. All the armors and totems she placed that were trying to protect Usil Khalifa followed her into the ball. Then it vanished silently as if nothing had happened. Only then did the old lady fall to the ground. The place became oddly silent. When Usil Khalifa disappeared, the dolls that had been synchronized with her demonic aura started creaking when they moved. Creak, crack, they appeared broken and twitched, similar to the nerves twitching after the death of an animal. Fortunately, their movements seemed to be without any purpose. Egugu. Collecting her breath, Lee HWA sat down. Then she used her sleeves to wipe the blood flowing down her cheek, before turning to Bomb with a wrinkled smile. "I told you not to intervene, and yet," however, Bomb was still wearing a grave expression. The explosion she had seen via Providence had yet to occur. It was impossible. Providence was unchangeable. It must not be changed by any action, and wasn't something that could be changed easily because there existed a structured flow in providence. Thus, the explosion had to occur. Bomb's eyes became wide open, thinking back. There was something which was missing in their previous fight. Did Khalifa extricate? No. The moment she thought that, Bomb pulled all her mana up and moved. Even with an explosion, she herself wouldn't die, because she had followed Jitae's orders and had already set guard memorizing A. When she was subjected to an explosion, Bomb would leave the dungeon whether she wanted to or not, with teleport S, which would be automatically casted. However, the weakened Lee HWA would definitely die. Bomb had pushed herself by utilizing Dragon's voice and felt aching pain from the dragon heart. Yet, she moved in order to save Lee HWA. Almost at the same time, Usil's head that had popped out from her body started flying towards Lee HWA, and the dancing puppets began dashing forward. The old lady, who had been feeling lethargic from exhaustion, widened her eyes as the flying Usil Khalifa's head formed a strange smile with crescent eyes and a mouth. "Boo, you old dotard." In the first place, she wasn't the real Usil Khalifa. It was one of the 3 armored golems created by Usil Khalifa. Usil Khalifa Notu, a puppet she had made with herself as the model. The head started expanding out, like a closed pot with boiling water, and Bomb hugged the old woman's small back. Soon, the 141st room was filled with an immense explosion, similar to that of a nuclear missile. Buzz, buzz, it's me. In 67. Noah's gone, strong as fuck, damn it. But I still bought a fair bit of time. So I played my part. You do whatever you guys want to do now. I'm gonna rest a bit. Beep, it was ridiculous. Noah believed in his own senses after living an almost eternal life. There had been nothing near Wei Yan that could have been of threat to him. No matter how strong and great that X was, Noah had been certain that he would never be able to dodge his senses. Thus, when a warning sign had reached him from Usil Khalifa, Noah had moved in order to help Usil Khalifa, and Wei Yan was dead. All this had been carried out with the premise of Wei Yan rising to a seat and receiving the power of a catastrophe. The moment the young demon died, all the plans had turned into mere bubbles. Demons did not mourn for others' death. They lived solely for themselves and their organization, and when their comrades die, they would be mad from the organization's loss in strength, instead of being emotional at an individual level. Therefore, Noah calmly pondered what was to come next. Black Coffer, a power that sealed the time and space, straight after death. It was one of the abilities Wei Yan's stigma contained. He had the stigma of a demon that had reached the disaster rank, and no matter how strong X was, Wei Yan should be able to buy some time. The issue was that the dungeon's entrance had been closed. Apparently, that X had been greatly prepared for this, because destroying a dimensional fissure required a tremendous amount of energy, reaching that of Melish's tears. In other words, as long as he could head to the boss room and take Melish's tears, Noah would be able to take all the demons here and escape. He had that ability with him, and thus, Noah called all the demons to this place. After reaching the 179th room, the masquerade, Noah massacred all the monsters that bothered him, and stood in front of the large door without hesitation. He was feeling rushed. Noah pushed open the large gates reaching the skies. It was the long-awaited 180th room, the boss room, the room of the esteemed noble lady. A large room, as high as the heavens, was unraveled before his eyes. He could see all sorts of high-class ornaments, hazy artworks and sculptures, as well as a large bed and a dressing table. Looking at it made one feel like they were at the country of giants. Every single thing was enormous, and even the slipper on the ground was longer than Noah's height. So, where's the boss? Where is Melisha? Noah expanded his senses. Creak. Kung, that was when the door he opened came to a close by itself. Feeling a presence, Noah looked up at the ceiling. In the sky, there were several chandeliers the size of football fields, and the one in the middle had a corpse hanging on it. It was that of a large human with a gray skin. It was the boss. Melisha. Noah's eyes started being painted in a bloodish light. Melisha's large arms were hanging down powerlessly, and on top of the slightly bent fingers, a man was sitting down with his hand carrying a gem the size of a human head. That was Melisha's tears. He could feel it with his senses. That guy arrived here before himself, killed the boss and waited for him. It was hard for him to understand logically, and thus, Noah felt sincere admiration before rage. Even I am having nightmares. Chapter 80, End, Death Dancing in the Masquerade, 8, The boss room was an astonishingly large place. The ceiling felt like a sky and the distant sculpture appeared like the pyramid in a desert. Everything was of a dumbfounding scale. The surroundings were oddly quiet, which added to the strangeness of the size. Dream Eater Noah raised his sword and pointed it at you, Jitae. Had we met before? Really is strange. It's my first time seeing you, but you appear to be familiar with me. Isn't that the case? You apparently know how my senses travel through the ground, and thus climbed up to a high place in order to avoid my gaze. And the reason for dodging my senses was to seal the door easily. Jitae remained silent as Noah's eyebrows twitched. While he was inside the headquarters of Undetectables, there was the story of X being told everywhere. He is dangerous. We have to give up on gaining control over Lair. How about we revert our organization back to small local groups? No, we can catch him as long as a catastrophe rank moves personally. Just like that, there were contrasting opinions even inside Undetectables. In a 5-5 ratio, that was how fine of a line X was walking on. How come you know so much about me? Your face says you would have been sucking on your mother's breasts during the Great War. If X had appeared slightly more threatening, they would have disintegrated their groups in order to avoid being targeted by him. However, X was menacing without crossing the bottom line. He's strong and secretive, but have we received enough damage to warrant us giving up on the grand schema that we had been planning dozens of years for? Were there any organizations that had been wiped out? No, that wasn't the case. Thus, Noah had two theories regarding X starting off. It was certain that he was fairly strong. 1, he's an extremely lucky bastard. If that wasn't the case, then, 2, he is an incredible bastard that has a tremendous understanding of cause and effect. In the past, Noah had thought that X was the former because what the demon organizations showed on the outside was different from their true form. There was no way that a human that fully understood their behavioral patterns could exist, and it was impossible for there to be a traitor amongst the top executives who had been fully demonized. That's why Noah thought he was a lucky guy, but after reaching this point, a bitter smile unconsciously appeared on his face. You see, I have just come up with a hypothesis. About that ability of yours. Noah had encountered countless superhumans and had come across even more monsters. He had lived roughly 750 years in the other world, and another 50 years ever since he fell on Earth. The number of blessings, authorities, skills, magic, stigmas, and curses he had seen reached tens of thousands. Among those were also astonishing ones that allowed one to twist the dimension at will or live on without an end. However, there were still some abilities which undoubtedly didn't and shouldn't exist in his opinion. Even I am aware that it makes zero sense, but Noah gave out a hollow laugh, as if it was ridiculous. Right, it was ridiculous. There was no way it could exist. His life was the history itself, and he had never seen the likes of it throughout his history. However, all the incomprehensible things made sense if that was true. Can you see the future? It was none other than the ability to see the upcoming future. Preparing a device that could destroy the dungeon's fissure and privately moving a big shot like BM, those should have required more than a day or two of preparation. How did you know this would occur? How did you prepare for it, and how? How can you be this strong? Until then, Jitae had not said a single word, and Noah gave a scornful smile. How arrogant are those eyes of yours? How dare you look down on the world in front of me? Jitae did not reply back. All the conversations that were to be had were already shared in the previous iterations. After reaching the 7th iteration, a communication through language became meaningless to him. Therefore, he was thinking back on something while Noah was blabbering by himself. It was the memory of a past not so distant, a very painful one, which had required him to discard countless things. Only now did all those memories of the past vividly float back up to the surface. His hazy gaze became sharp and clear. Slowly, he raised his body, placed his hand on his neck, and twisted it. He then slowly carried his thumb to his mouth. Before crunching on it and ripping the skin, blood could be seen flowing out. Ha! Noah realized something from his movements and sneered. At the same time, the air of the enormous room started becoming heavier. Did you notice it, or perhaps you were already aware of it, but it seems your future sight is only half useful? How unfortunate. I am not an existence that can be overcome by having a sloppy prediction. With a tone as arrogant as an absolute being, Noah raised his sword in a straight line with his body. Demonic aura dispersed out from the ground and started creating a tornado with Noah in the center. Ignite, artifacts that exceeded a certain standard needed to be sealed, in order to hide its destructive power in its unused state. The seal on Dream Eater began being lifted. Kugagagung, the dimension of the boss room, which was vastly greater and stabler than other rooms, the ground. The walls and the ceiling started shaking from the influence of the ignition. Before long, the middle portion of the greatsword was torn apart and the metals elongated themselves. They soon became eyes, and the red eyes quickly glanced through the surroundings. Synchronization, the third lord of the abyss. Ny Arla's authority began flooding out of Noah's body, and the enormous room had already turned into achromatic colors before anyone could have realized it. You will die here. It was different from when he was fighting BM. Somehow, it felt like the place had originally been of black and white, with the filter called color rightfully taken away. The only existence that retained its color within that place was Noah and his sword. This is the world only for me, permitted by my lord. In response to his words, the eyes on Dream Eater began being tainted in crimson. Then, the world turned upside down. This is the 156th room. We can feel a demonic aura. Got it. Everyone, gather at the 156th room? Yes. After turning off the radio, Minamoto grumbled. They're finally coming, these disgusting demon trash. When the original plan changed, Minamoto had received a new command from Jitae. What? You want me to stop the oncoming demons? Are you telling me to just stand on the sidelines or what? It was a place where big shots like Usil Khalifa, Noah and Wei Yan would be showing themselves. Minamoto, who originally had intense hatred against demons, wasn't content with Jitae's orders. I would rather just send 2 or 3 of my soldiers to that place, but Jitae shook his head. They won't be able to handle it. Huh, are you looking down on our special forces right now? If you want to kill all your subordinates, then do what you want. Ridiculous. Do you know how strict of a test the superhumans under the royal family go through? Damn it. Feeling a strange sense of anxiety from Jitae's gaze, Minamoto stopped her words. It felt like she was back to being a child, caught red-handed while lying to an adult. Left with no other choice, Minamoto had to stand in the 156th room. They're coming. The agents of the special forces unsheathed their swords in nervousness. Before long, demons started rushing forth from the dimensional gap with red, upturned eyes. They began running at Minamoto's group as if they had gone insane, and after 5 minutes, Minamoto understood what Jitae had meant. How are they? The half-senseless demons were strong to a point that couldn't be logically understood. Stay on guard all of you. Minamoto shouted from the bottom of her lungs. Noah lived in a dream. He swallowed the dreams of superhumans and changed it to nutrition. With that, he built up power and extended his life. That was the reason he was the only human that had lived for 800 years. Sometimes, he made superhumans be swallowed in their own dreams. They, who would then be controlled by their unconsciousness, would move in reality according to Noah's consciousness. Due to that, there had been superhumans who had suffered from mental illnesses like group hallucinations in Africa during the Great War, and a group of local rankers in the Cameroon area had all been controlled by him as they destroyed their own country. The world had been completely colored in ash, and the 180th room, the room of the esteemed noble lady, had already disappeared without leaving a trace behind. Jitae was floating in the air, while Noah was floating at a place slightly higher than him and gazed down at Jitae. Noah had been extricated from the very start. This was Noah's dream, and Noah was like a god in this place. Ironically, since Noah lived in a dream, one had to kill Noah inside his dream in order to kill the real Noah. Now that's the correct eye level. In a world with an unclear shade of gray, Noah's words were like thunders striking Jitae's ears. It won't be a comfortable dream. Straight after that, the world changed. The sky was slightly dark while the setting sun was coloring the clouds in red. Jitae was standing inside a forest. Kicking off the ground, Jitae rose up. His target was Noah floating in midair. the moment he thought of ripping Noah into pieces. Thin strings of killing intent stacked on top of another and revealed itself. Shapeless sword SS, Quaduk U Jitae pierced Noah's head. However, Noah, who should have had a hole in his head, was still as far as he had originally been. The Noah he had stabbed had already vanished into nothingness. Did you not foresee my immortality? Noah held his hands together. Then, tens of thousands of winged beasts showed up from behind the mountains and covered the sky. They quickly shortened the distance and flew towards U Jitae, having chisel-like beaks and sword-like claws. Raptors, U Jitae quickly distanced himself while slicing the birds with his killing intent. Shapeless sword SS changed into a long shape and killed dozens with one slash. Some of them lost legs while others lost their heads as they fell in groups. Shocking, how shocking! After finding a gap, U Jitae jumped the dimension and slashed his sword at Noah's head. He had understood the principle and direction that Noah had jumped in at the start, so this time, his shapeless sword SS spread it across like a thorny bush and covered several hundred meters around them. It was a rapid attack which even Noah would find it hard to follow. But after changing his location, Noah clenched his teeth and hurriedly placed his palms together. You dare? Slap. This time, the sky and the ground turned upside down. He was still standing still, but the top and the bottom of the dimension had been turned. Suddenly, U Jitae was looking at the world in an upside-down manner. That wasn't the end, his sense of directions changed. Left became right and front became back. It'll be confusing. Up and down, front and back, left and right, far and close. Everything is changed in this world. Of course, he had experienced it once and was well aware. U Jitae thought of pushing his shapeless sword to the back, and it then came forward until he retrieved it. He stood still for a bit and closed his eyes. It felt shit. This thing called omnipotence. It was his third time experiencing it, but it was still hard to get used to. Before being a transcendent, he was a human, and was an existence that had to incorporate himself into the general framework of the world. When the world's framework changed like this, it was very difficult for a human to adapt. Besides, this was Noah's existing world and everything was therefore true. He couldn't use eyes of equilibrium, SS, here either. That wasn't the end. Noah's words contained some falsehood. It wasn't merely up and down, front and back, left and right, far and close that had changed. The moment he placed his palms together, the standard of I and the world had also changed. I became the world, and the world became me. This downright interfered with his senses and the sixth sense which comprehended the flow of the world. The only thing U Jitae could feel right now was himself. Comparatively speaking, he felt like he had turned blind. How obnoxious, the world murmured. He would require some time to adapt. However, there was no reason for Noah to wait until he could adapt to it. When the demon gestured with his hands, tens of thousands of birds flew in at U Jitae from all directions. Of course, it was possible to handle it. The only things upturned were his senses analyzing the world. Changing the form of the shapeless sword into a ball, U Jitae thought of walking forward. He thus walked backwards and the ball of thorns protected U Jitae from the raptors. The monster birds that crashed into it all crumbled into pieces and fell. He thought to himself, even omnipotence had its limit. It was like a machine that required a petrol called imagination. It required time for the world inside the dream to change. However, Noah's next imagination was faster than U Jitae's adaptation. This will be the end. A voice resonated U Jitae's body from within. It was Noah's voice that had been thrown at the world. Soon, the sky under his feet began roaring. Kugagagung, something appeared from the sky as it shoved everything away. It appeared like several apartment buildings had been stuck together and had a blunt circular end. It was like a thorn that had increased several thousand times in size. Divine spear of Perrin, red sparks of lightning flashed around the large thorn as if to protect it. It then began distancing itself from the world. In other words, it was flying forward with U Jitae as the target. Goo, the air itself was being pushed away. That was an object of another world. It was a totem protecting the temple of the lightning spirit king. Naturally, there was no way it could exist in a place like this, if not for Noah's imagination in his dream. U Jitae stared at the divine spear of Perrin roaring on. Slowly, he was getting used to his senses, and it seemed that he had to start moving seriously now. In the sixth iteration, Jitae had realized that his strength had reached a level that could not be controlled as a human. A slight mistake in control caused his killing intent to stretch forward on its own accord. Buildings were destroyed, mountains disappeared, and thousands died on the spot. Thus, towards the end of the sixth iteration, after realizing that his judgment had been wrong, Jitae decided to seal a portion of his strength in order to live normally. He achieved it by shoving an artifact into his body, while feeling the enormous thorn gradually distancing itself from him. Jitae closed his eyes. Ignite, the world began fiercely beating its heart. Chapter 81, End, Death Dancing in the Masquerade, 9, after conquering the demon world in the sixth iteration. By the time he laid his hands on strength that had exceeded the boundaries of a human, Jitae felt awkward every time he looked at other humans. The way they walked, and the way they breathed were awkward. From life to death, the system of life itself felt terrible. Everything in existence was unaware of the proper way to walk and couldn't breathe efficiently. Like a lame puppet imitating the movements of a human, every organism living in the world was crude. The world had changed in one day. It took some time until he realized that it was himself that had changed. The world was still the same, and the humans weren't lame. Jitae was the one that had changed. Kagagugugu, a black chain lock devoid of light snapped, a level 5 artifact. Binds of hell oppressing his heart loosened. Kagagugugugugugu, he found a pair of red eyes enlarged from shock. Noah was baffled. What Jitae had suppressed inside him was his killing intent, the desire to destroy and kill something. The world that had been restructured with Noah's imagination began trembling despite Jitae merely unlocking the previous suppression. The earths were overturned and the sky collapsed. Divine Spear of Perrin, which had been flying at Jitae, started crumbling into large fragments. While the entire world was crumbling, Jitae merely stood still and gazed at the sky. Slowly, his senses returned to himself. Front and back, left and right, up and down, far and close, he began comprehending these concepts in their original ways. The direction of sixth sense changed from the world back to himself. When that happened, the world's framework, which had been tempered by Noah, was no longer able to affect Jitae in any way. His senses had become a level clearer as Jitae dashed forward. He lowered his body before kicking up while the ground sunk down behind him. After kicking off the ground, Jitae propelled himself towards the divine spear of Perrin. The large thorn had half crumbled already, and its hideous interior was in full display. Red sparks of lightning aimed for his body and violently splattered from nearby. It was a restraining lightning that would hinder him from dodging the spear. Jitae wasn't thinking of dodging in the first place. From the front, he flew forward at the divine spear of Perrin. It was like a meteorite strike. The large thorn crumbled and fell as tens of thousands of fragments the size of a car. Power the world had never seen. Standing in front of the contorting world, Noah raised his voice that echoed across the world. "This is impossible." The world was falling apart. His imagination was faltering. What appeared here and there were gray dimensional gaps that couldn't be filled with Noah's imagination. How can this possibly happen? How dare a mere mortal? Leaving those words behind, Noah's body disappeared. After understanding that his world was being disintegrated, Noah once again upturned the world inside his dream. When Jitae reopened his eyes, a strange world was waiting for him. If Earth was a world created on top of a ball, this was a world composed inside a ball. When he looked closer, he could see the opposite side of the continent on the other side of the sky. In the middle, there was a light source which substituted the sun. However, the environment was nothing like Earth. Red lava flowed through the crevices on the ground, and an extremely hot air filled the surroundings. All the mountains were active volcanoes, while volcanic ash fell like snow. It appeared like an alternate world where outer space didn't exist. "Kill that man!" In response to Noah's words, an enormous monster revealed itself from the sun. With a body constantly on flame and lava flowing down, it had 5 heads of different species, namely that of a human, a horse, a goat, a lion, and an eagle. The monster appeared like a spirit but also resembled a chimera. There were no issues here. Jitae flew up and started destroying the monster. Noah had now become one with the world of dreams. In order to kill him, Jitae therefore had to wait until his imagination ran out. Once he inspected it closer, It was obvious that the background was far from perfect. Like a photo taken from a low-resolution camera, the background was disjointed at places, and the shadows were odd. In contrast to that, the monster in front was clear and distinct all around. Thus, Jitae decided to crush it. There was no reason for him to struggle like back in the 5th iteration. His current self was different from back then. "Do you think I will go down like this?" Once again, the world crumbled down. Within the world that showed blank spaces of gray here and there, Noah continued pouring out his imagination. How could a mere mortal do this? There was a tower crashing down from the sky. The tower barely remained standing while being supported by an ancient beast. This was the world of Karkua, a great ancient monster. Jitae killed Karkua and collapsed the tower. What mindless being has granted you with a power like this? An endless ocean of poison stretched out. A large snake lived in the depths, and this monster with the name Bisarki was a monster that absorbed the power of anything it devoured. At the start, it was small, but later devoured all of its enemies inside the ocean, and eventually the poison flowing inside its body had filled the ocean. Jitae crushed Bisarki's head and killed it. How can such providence exist in my timeline? It was a world with a night sky filled with white shooting stars. Shrrrrrrr. Quang. Yellow meteorites bloomed from the sky before collapsing and destroying everything on the ground. This was the world where Noah was born and nurtured in. At the same time, it was a world that had been met with an apocalypse. Therefore, an apocalypse which was more detailed and exquisite than others was unraveled before Jitae's eyes. Since there was no opponent to crush, he quietly watched the apocalypse unfold. It was similar to a scenery which he had seen several times already. He didn't feel much from it. The apocalypse didn't end with just one day. It only took a few moments for the meteorites to crush the world. But soon the ground was unable to tolerate the shock and exploded open as lava flowed out. Mana churned like a hail and covered the entire world while he had to wait and see the apocalypse through the perspective of the planet, not as a human. Several weeks passed, followed by a few months. Jitae did not die. He had not been damaged a single time, and the nameless alternate world met its apocalypse while leaving Jitae behind. Back then, Noah seemed to have been swallowed into a dimensional fissure before the world completely collapsed. Thus, when the world reached a point that he couldn't remember, the world began scattering in ash. Kua! Noah finally showed himself as he frantically screamed out. He had practically lost all his imagination. Jitae was certain because he saw things even greater than what he had seen in the previous rounds of regression. Finished? Jitae wandered through the gray dimension and approached him. There was no longer a young human full of dignity. He had blanched hair with significant hair loss and a face full of wrinkles. Noah, who had gotten old in a short period of time, kneeled down and looked up at Jitae. Why not just give up halfway in after realizing your loss? The first time Jitae came across him was in the 4th iteration. Back then, he avoided him because he wasn't be able to win. You all are pathetic. Next was in the 5th iteration. He fought him inside his dream for several years, and after his imagination ran out, Jitae expelled him outside a fissure while destroying a portion of the Eurasia continent. That had once again taken several hundred days. Each and every one of you always gives me trouble. In the 6th iteration, Jitae had ruled the earth with fear from the very start. The demons curled their tails in, hid in a corner, and bided their time. Due to that, when the Second Great War occurred after 20 years or so, Jitae had been fatigued several times more than before. They would hide every time he saw one, and after hiding they hatched more eggs and waited for an opportunity. Therefore, killing required the correct time and place. Now was an example. Just die now. Jitae raised his shapeless sword SS. Kuk. Kuuk. That was when the old Noah suddenly started trembling his body. He was curious about the reason he was suddenly doing this, but there was no need to wait for him. Jitae drove his sword forward. But suddenly, a white hand came out from behind Noah's back and held onto Jitae's shapeless sword. In the blink of an eye, a white girl covered in pure white was standing behind Noah. There had been no signs, traces, nor a presence. Soon, the gray world began changing yet again. However, this time it wasn't a detailed material world that showed up. As if he was thrown out in the middle of outer space. No light or object existed near him, and the beginning and end of the dimension was unknown. There, the shining white girl opened her mouth. "Hello." Dear twisted existence. It was his first time seeing it face to face because the abyss of that place wasn't accessible from Earth's dimension. However, Jitae realized it. Sometimes they would appear in the shape of an evil dragon, or a large flying object covering the entire world. Occasionally, they would appear like the little girl in front, the Lord of all lords, the producer of the deepest abyss. Third Lord of the Abyss, Nyarla, that divine existence showed itself in front of Jitae. Jitae put more strength into the hand, holding onto the shapeless sword. But the blade did not move a single inch from the girl's hand. It was strange. The Third Lord had never shown itself in other iterations, even when Noah was beaten to a pulp. Do you know me? It was a clear and transparent voice, along with her rather sacred and dignified atmosphere. Jitae scattered the killing intent that had gathered in his fingertips. That's strange. I did hear that you had interest in your contractor. That interest was nothing but weird. In response to Jitae's words, the girl gave a wide smile. Yeah, I decided to show myself here because this child didn't die. The palace of the Third Lord was located at a very distant place, even inside the depths of the abyss. That place wasn't connected to Earth. Like how Jitae couldn't go to Ascalipha. It would require a fair bit of price for someone even at the level of a Lord of the Abyss to directly send their intent like this. Is that your business, keeping Noah alive? The girl shook her head. Light fragments scattered like powder. If it was just that, I wouldn't have come. I came in order to see you. Dear warped and twisted existence. What business do you have with me? We gaze upon a lot of dimensions. There are lots and lots of dimensions, and many creations live the life of mortals. But in the very depths under the ground, you have started gathering the eyes of everyone. It wasn't surprising considering that he had just recently crushed the palace of Lakshata, the seventh Lord of the Abyss. The Abyss would have been in a panic, although it wouldn't be like people in the human world chattering while watching TV. It was certain that many lords were interested in Jitae. Don't kill this child, please. Jitae's frown twitched. You cannot stay in that world. A small movement of your body will ruin the world. The dimension. In a distant future, your existence will definitely have a bad influence. But I know that you're not an existence that can be regulated. Thus, I decided to watch on through this child. I will wait for the time to move until you leave this world since that is our only joy. Jitae did not respond. If you do so, I will give you a present. It was then, the authority. Vintage Clock X has discovered familiar traces from the dimension. Vintage Clock began sending him a message. A dimension with an unknown name? Was it a reflection of Noah's dream? Jitae raised his eyes and gazed at the black world, which was different from before. Looking closer, he realized that this place contained two black dimensions stuck with one another. Like the meeting point of the ocean and the atmosphere, he could see black things endlessly fluctuating and moving each other in the distance. Since he couldn't see the end, he had thought of this place as a conceptual dimension, but that was wrong. When he followed the surface areas of the two darknesses and turned his gaze, he discovered that the swaying continued even to a distance difficult to fathom. This was a dimension that truly existed. The authority, Vintage Clock X, defines the dimension. The name of it is Horizon of Providence. Jitae's eyes shot wide open. Horizon of Providence, this place. How is it? As if confident, the girl placed her hands on her waist and pushed her chest forward. It was a gesture that imitated a human's movement. The Horizon of Providence. If this place was modeled after the actual dimension, Jitae didn't have to collect hostility. It would be possible to lead the seventh iteration in a safer and stabler manner. The present is still a secret, but it's something that will definitely help you. Indeed, it was tempting. The fact that Nyarla bothered to draw this dimension inside the world of Dream implied that her gift would be related to the Horizon of Providence. Besides, you can't even kill Noah because there's a reason this poor child must live. It's just his mind that will gradually collapse from your violence. However, the girl's words failed to wring his heart. No, and the atmosphere changed. Killing intent formed at the end of Jitae's gaze. Shapeless sword SS, fourth form at the start. The authority was extremely peaceful. Killing intent moved easily, and just like when the Lord came out from Noah's body, there were no preceding signs or a presence. The resulting shape of the revealed killing intent was the same as shapeless sword. But the quality of killing intent gathered within was different. The Lord stared at Jitae. Not a single change had occurred from him. His expression was still indifferent and his body remained still. Despite that, his gaze suddenly turned heavy as it began suppressing its illusionary body. Sound disappeared from the black dimension as if someone had forcibly cut it off. Then, the beating heart of the dying Noah became louder, and Jitae's heartbeat and breath, which was slightly louder than that, started resonating the world with an ominous vibration. The smile had disappeared from the girl's face. Wearing a frown, she looked at Jitae. "You, what are you doing?" Laughably. Even a transcendent existence like this was unaware of the things that had happened to Jitae after the 5th iteration came to an end. Currently, Jitae was able to kill Noah, and he did not need assistance from someone with a vile intention. This was his authority that had cut the head of the Archduke of the demon world. God-slaying form. The sword drew a horizontal line through the world. The girl's head dropped. Chapter 82. End. Death Dancing in the Masquerade. 10. The illusionary body of Nyrla, the third lord of the abyss. Her head fell and rolled around the ashen dimension. Jitae dispersed his killing intent because it was talking nonsense, because it dared to try to negotiate, and because it pretended to know something which should only be known by him. It was true that he had felt such emotions. However, he was always the type to prioritize calculations. The basis of the abyss and its very depths were too far and low for it to be connected with Earth. It was near impossible for the lord of that place to directly influence Earth with its own power. Therefore, it wouldn't get bothersome. That was when the rolling head automatically stopped at a certain point and raised its face up. Impudent. The head with scattering fragments of white light spoke to him, even now. It was acting like a girl, and the gentle smile on its face was gross. Every time he saw one, they were like that. The demons weren't all pathetic and clingy for no reason. "You twisted existence, I have definitely shown you goodwill." Slowly, the voice of the illusion turned unisexual. "But now with you ignoring my goodwill like this, I want to see a very interesting scene of you suffering a bit more. Now, I've lost interest in whether that child's mind is destroyed or not, but throwing away my power, which I managed to raise up with difficulty, would be a shame." With a voice that now resembled that of a monster, Nyrla smiled with a gentle appearance. "So I am going to lock you up in this place, and the world of dream will be imprisoned inside my child in its entirety. You will be locked here, and you'll realize that you will never be able to leave this place ever again." In this place, forever slam, Jitae crushed the head of the illusionary body with his foot and made it explode. White fragments of light scattered like feathers and covered the sky. The mouth remained intact until the very end, left by itself on the ground. The remaining jaw threw out words in pauses. "You will be locked here forever." That was like a signal flare. The girl's jaw and the body all turned into white light and began covering the world. Following suit, the world of darkness, which was divided by 2 boundaries, was slowly erased away. The authority, Vintage Clock X, is disappointed. The authority, Vintage Clock X, wishes to get even the slightest clue about the horizon of Providence. You shut up. Vintage Clock X, QQ soon. Noah's world of dream began changing. Jitae was now inside a large cave that resembled a large plaza. In the center of the plaza was a scaffold which was dozens of meters above the ground, and Noah was kneeling down with his head on the ground in the gallows. Under the gallows, countless humans were standing in circles watching Jitae. It was noisy. They were jeering. "You can't kill him. He's the god. He doesn't die. Do you even know the time he spent living? Come down, you filthy creature. You devil." The regressor glanced across the cave with an indifferent gaze. The cave was tall yet completely sealed away, and there were existences inside the unconsciousness that were crazily obsessed with Noah's life. In addition, there was the old Noah facing him with a smile as if confident that he wouldn't die, despite kneeling down in the gallows. This was inside Noah's unconsciousness. It seemed that Nyrla had locked him up in this place in order to prove itself right before leaving. Funnily enough, the faces of the jeering humans around the gallows all had the same face as Noah. They were the 997 unconsciousness that had been swallowed by Noah. The intense desire to live of those humans had now become Noah himself. "You can't kill him ever. You can't. You accursed being, come down immediately. Come down, "Come down, come down, come down, come down, come down," before long. The Noahs inside Noah went mad and began shouting, "Come down!" Their insanity came in like a storm and pressured Jitae. Their screams, jeers, and yells shook the Regressor's ears. Among the shouting ones were those that were inflicting pain on themselves. They bit on their own flesh and bellowed with their bleeding mouth. There were even those that slashed their own heads. With their heads half cut off from their bodies, they twitched on the ground and yelled. If the one standing on the spot was anyone other than Jitae, or if this was Jitae's fourth iteration or before, he would have been overwhelmed by their vigor. Noah's desire to live was this hideous. However, Jitae grasped the killing intent in his hand without another word. He was not disturbed and in fact didn't feel anything from it. "You are an unkillable existence?" What a joke. What life had he gone through? Just for this moment, there is no value in things that aren't rare. At a certain point, life was no longer a rare thing for Jitae, and he was able to die whenever necessary to go back in time. But since it was always more efficient to live than to die, the Regressor decided to live on. However, the fifth round's Jitae felt the need for death for the first time in his life. His strength had reached the limit of a human, and there were things that couldn't be killed with half-assed killing intent. I am eternal, immortal Noah, whose attachment to life was monstrously clingy, had made a fool of Jitae who had been geared with killing intent. Omniscient and omnipotent. Inside the dreams, his body restored itself every time it was destroyed. That was the case even though his imagination had been depleted after the long battle. When he beheaded him, the decapitated head floated back up and attached itself again. If he exploded it, the fragments of flesh gathered together and formed its original shape. Who dares to say that they can possibly kill me? If he burned him, the scald soon disappeared, and only his flesh froze in a world of ice. He didn't die even when his breath stopped. The Regressor thought that Noah's body was like his own that went against the flow of time. "As long as your desperation does not reach me, you will never be able to kill me here. This is my world." But at a certain point, when his imagination was restored and Jitae was once again swallowed into his imagination, Jitae realized that it wasn't the likes of a regression. That was the foundation of all strength. Desire, Noah's desire to live, had exceeded a point that could be had as a mortal. Even during death, he couldn't die nor did he wish for death. Such an existence gazed up at him. "In this place, I am the god." In front was a living and breathing flesh of life. His desire to live was stronger than Jitae's desire to kill, and because of that Jitae was unable to kill Noah in his dream. To him, life had lost its rarity. He thought to himself that he might not be able to end the loop of regression after 20 and even after 100 iterations. If it was going to be a repeating life, Noah would hold his feet back every single time. Jitae needed a tool that could kill him. Thus, the Regressor pondered. When the ones being killed by his hands wished to live, Noah swallowed their desire to live and strengthened his own survivability. Jitae didn't have a convenient authority like Noah. However, after scanning through and learning about every authority of his, he realized that he had a similar tool with him. It was none other than Vintage Clock X. "You have failed in saving the Earth." The authority, Vintage Clock X, rewinds the world's time. After the end of the fifth iteration, when the world rewound itself back in time, when the Regressor opened his eyes in a rainy city of Korea, he decided to go and be killed by someone. The desires to live that had been swallowed by Noah was roughly 997. Since it was unclear how much it would change in the various iterations, he had to absorb a lot more desires to kill than that. Therefore, he had to make someone want to kill him, and he had to die to that person. The method itself wasn't difficult. He went up to someone and took their precious ones. Going to a filial child, he killed his parents and said to the son that night while showing the bodies of his parents, "I killed your parents." It wasn't a good feeling. The faint emotions as a human that had remained until that point were felt screaming that he didn't want to do this. "I killed your son," but he still had to do it. "I killed your husband." And that was his life. "Kill me if you dare." He was then murdered by the enraged people. The existence, Jitae, has entered the abnormal status, death. The authority, Vintage Clock X, collects the wish of the killer. "Kim Cholgon, you have failed in saving the Earth." The authority, Vintage Clock X, rewinds the world's time, he was repeatedly killed. The existence, Jitae, has entered the abnormal status, death. The authority, vintage clock X, collects the wish of the killer. O Minji, you have failed in saving the earth. The authority, vintage clock X, rewinds the world's time, and was killed time after time. In order to die, all the authorities and blessings protecting his body had to be lifted. Thus, the pain of death that came with the process was solely for Jitae to shoulder. Die, you murderer! His physical body being ripped was painful. Why? Why did you do that? What did our family ever do to you? You will burn in hell forever. I will curse you till I die. And the hatreds of others were slightly more painful. Back then, that was the case. Every time someone killed him, their emotions and desire to kill were absorbed. A dark poison-like substance dropped and merged itself into his blood. 1 drop, 2 drops, 10 drops. The sticky and disgusting poison began encroaching his blood vessels and the heart. 10 deaths, 50 regressions. And when the world restarted for the 100th time, a change occurred inside Jitae. With your desire to kill that has exceeded the limit, the world's providence gifts you with an authority. Obtained authority, shapeless sword A, killing intent began showing itself in a shape. However, he was still lacking in numbers. Noah had swallowed 997 desires to live, so the regressor had to gather a lot more desire to kill. It was truly a crazy act. After 200 regressions, the grade of the authority changed. Evolved authority, shapeless sword A, he had been killed 200 times. Gradually, he no longer felt the pain of death. Once he got used to it, death felt a lot easier and he was no longer afraid of pain. Evolved authority, shapeless sword S, then he was killed another 300 times. At that point, he no longer felt afraid or apologetic of others' hatred against him. He completely got rid of hypocrisy from himself. He had no choice but to do this in order to kill Noah. It was wrong. He was a selfish existence that took crazy measures like this for his own necessity. He was but a sinner. Evolved authority, shapeless sword S, for the final time. He was killed 500 more times. During that, he sometimes forgot what was happening and what was going on with himself. He had started doing this shit in order to become something, but forgot what he was trying to be, and had already turned into something he himself didn't know of before realizing it. Evolved authority, shapeless sword SS, and with 1,100 deaths, Jitae's insane deeds came to an end. Those were times that had only been for death without any other action, since he did not assign any meaning to the iterations that had solely been for death. You have failed in saving the earth. The authority, vintage clock X, rewinds the world's time. He thought to himself that this was the start of the 6th iteration. Although he didn't end up encountering him in the 6th iteration because Noah had hidden himself, he was able to meet Noah in the 7th iteration. There were clamoring humans, their voices of hatred and jeers left in unison, while Noah reflected his confidence in his desire to live with a sneer. Killing intent gathered in the regressor's hand in the form of a tornado and formed a shape. Shapeless sword SS. The regressor's killing intent resulting from his 1,100 deaths from those filled with hatred that had solely been for this moment, slashed Noah's body in half and killed him. The last thing he saw was the look of disbelief hanging on Noah's face. In an instant, the jeering outcries stopped. He kicked Noah's corpse with his foot and dropped it off the scaffold. Then, he slowly gazed at the desires to live that had been screaming their guts out. Noah's dream had come to an end. Gradually, the ashen world began dispersing like a fog. He gazed at the desires to live. Once the main body's desire ended, the existences that had been swallowed by the demon's dream floundered their arms around and started carrying out meaningless gestures. They shook their heads, flailed their arms, and walked endlessly in a direction. Close to 1,000 existences danced. Slowly, the scenery before his eyes scattered and vanished. Chapter 83. After the lights are out, as your command. My lord, open the door. My loyalty to my lord. The destroyed fissure of the masquerade was reopened. Melisha Masquerade, the Lair's end-of-the-year event came to an end. The raid team was in a state of shock. For an unknown reason, the fissure had been destroyed and a different fissure reappeared instead. Everyone was aware of how different logics applied in fissures and dungeons, but it came as a different shock altogether when it directly correlated with their lives. In doubt, Lair organized an exploration team after the event. "Sir, there's a report that they found something at B24 of the 39th room. They found..." "Huh. They're saying there was a corpse hanging in the sky? Don't worry." "Ah, it's Professor Wei Yan of the Azure Dragon Study Group? Whatever, mate, just clean it up and leave." "Sir, what do you mean?" "That's what the higher-ups are saying." The captain was clearly aware of the fact that their team was just for show, for the outsiders to see. Although he was filled with unease and doubt, they didn't create a fuss out of it. Since the boss was dead, the dungeon will be closed in a few days along with the truth. After receiving the report from Minamoto, Lair described the raid differently. The moment a problem occurred with the fissure, the raid team immediately halted the raid and followed the emergency regulations. There were close to no casualties from cadets, guards, and Lair staff members. Instead of focusing on the unidentifiable disaster, Lair spread news of the excellent steps taken in an emergency situation. In this era, natural disasters were common. With the way the news reports had been written, people showed less interest in the emergency situation itself. The AT team that has misused the artifact during the prior investigation is responsible for claiming it to be due to an improper dungeon exploration beforehand. Lair fired several innocent staff members. That fissure as big as a building suddenly started crumbling down. And though the raid team had done nothing but stay still, they were still treated as victorious heroes. Whoa, that was really close then. Thank goodness. The entire world paying attention to Lair was merely grateful for the young superhumans of their countries coming out safe and unscathed. What had happened inside wasn't revealed. Just like that, the lights of the masquerade went out. Meanwhile, inside the airship Guardian, Shadow of an Archduke SS, which had discarded its female mask, sat down on the deck and gazed down at the world. The wind felt cold. It had been a while since he had ordered an espresso, but he was only able to drink it now because of several sudden commands from Jitae. Sip. Due to the passing of time, the coffee tasted cold. Wei Yan was dead, the Undetectable's plan had been ruined, Usul Khalifa, the disaster rank, had lost half of her power, and the catastrophe rank Noah had died. If this was changed to numbers, it was like the total power level of the Undetectables being reduced by 20%. Driving this much impact into the demons that were internationally spread across was impossible if not for this event. The necessary task had finally come to an end at a decent timing. Militia Masquerade would perhaps be the turning point of the 7th iteration. How would the Undetectables, who has parasitic roots inside Lair, react to this? How would the demons move past this point? The clone who shared portions of Jitae's memories drew a rough image in his head. Demons knew how to bide their time. In other words, they were insanely good at waiting, and because of that, there wouldn't be anything troublesome happening anytime soon. For that to happen, there were lots of things he had to do. After pouring the coffee down its throat, the clone rose up from the seat. There was a person he had to meet. Among the heavily wounded people was a middle-aged man wearing a pair of sunglasses. He was inside a private room being healed by army surgeons and healers. Because he was hiding his face with a fake skin, the surgeons nagged him to stop drinking alcohol. Naturally, BM did not listen. He had no choice but to drink. 3 of his 13 chimeras had died, and the other chimeras weren't in a good state either. Almost died helplessly. Although he hadn't heard the specific details yet, it appeared that Jitae had killed Noah. BM felt disturbed for several reasons. The destroyed chimeras had been made from Arendot. Since one of the few good memories of that place had disappeared, he wasn't in a good mood. It was also a great impact to his fighting strength. The international rank of 2 was only possible because he had the fitting power level to support it. I knew a day like this would come eventually, but even though he knew it wouldn't be his position forever, he nonetheless felt bitter as the number 2, representing him, was his only source of pride. The thoughts regarding Jitae also muddled his head. The man who had brought him alcohol from Arendot was stronger than anyone else despite previously never showing himself once. He spoke of absurd ideas, but those became realities, and he personally ended the task. All decisions had been made by an individual, and he also moved as an individual. The fact that an individual's influence, instead of a social system, could shake the world, was a very dangerous situation. BM imagined a dangerous future. What if Jitae was determined to point his sword at humanity? Of course, BM didn't think that would happen. What he saw from the side revealed that he was friendly to humanity. However, it was a question that would obviously be asked if someone else found out. The fate of humanity hanging on an individual's hands, other individuals will have differing opinions. The crowd will have a negative look on it, while the world would view it pessimistically. They would try to use his strength in some way or another, or would beg for assuredness or resist. Thinking about it made BM feel tired already. Damn it! Jitae's existence had to be hidden away from the world. In that case, what was his task as the only individual who currently had ties with him? It was when BM was absorbed in thinking about something he had never even imagined of. Knock, knock. A knock sounded from the door before Jitae opened it and walked into the private room. Ah, welcome. Your body's fine? Well, it's tough. What about you? No injuries? Jitae nodded slightly and took a small weapon out from his inner pocket to hand over to BM. This! BM widened his eyes. It was a mana gun flashing in blue. The sheer amount of mana embedded inside was enough to add to the weight. This was a gun-type artifact considered to be the highest grade even from level 3 artifacts, and was the gift Wei Yan had received from the undetectables. Peace Invoker, with a dumbfounded expression, BM fidgeted with the gun. Why are you giving this to me? It was because there had been a command from Jitae to make sure there was no loss to the ranker's fighting capability. You have to protect it, your rank. After chatting with BM, the clone moved once again. This time, it had to meet Minamoto. A scent tickled her nose. It was relaxing and comfortable to her heart, and something warm and soft was being immersed into her body. The old lady felt that way for the first time in a long time. When she slowly opened her eyes, she found a beautiful young girl in front. Her grass-colored eyes flickered from sunlight, and because she looked like an angel she saw in her childhood dreams, the old woman blankly stared at the girl's face. Then, she suddenly came to her senses. I'm fine. Lee HWA abruptly raised her body. Bomb, who had been healing her, widened her eyes. Lee Hwa's body was pretty much in a mess since the overstrained manipulation of mana had internally injured her as a side effect. You should stay down. Like I said, I'm okay, I know my body the best. Several bones had been fractured here and there were several internal wounds. It should be painful for her to breathe, and yet the old lady naturally stood up and began walking off. They were near the Lake of Life, where Jitae and the dragons had traveled to and came across Myung-Yongha in the past. What a beautiful lake! With steady steps, Lee HWA approached the lake and kneeled in front of it. Her shrunk body made her already small body appear even tinier. That bastard wasn't Usil Khalifa, right? Yes, I think it was her puppet. I see. Ah. I thought I was gone when something exploded. Thank you, seriously. It's great that you're safe. Back then, Bomb had been able to cast teleportation slightly before the explosion. If she hadn't realized something was strange with Usil Khalifa, she wouldn't have made it in time. Did I fight well? Yes. I was so angry that I can't remember it well. Lee HWA and Bomb chatted for a bit about the things that had happened at the masquerade. It was mainly Bomb telling her what she saw. The old woman quietly listened to her words as Bomb carefully reopened her mouth. If it was me, I think I would get angry. HNN? I mean if I realized it was fake after all that waiting. Slowly, the old lady shook her head and laughed. I'm used to waiting. Soon, a presence was felt nearby the Lake of Life. Ah, Ajasi, Jitae came to pick Bomb up. Thanks for your work, Lee HWA. You too, young man, thank you. Bomb followed Jitae, before turning her head slightly and looking back. The old lady was still facing the lake with a blank gaze, and she remained still for a very long time. In the residential area, on the way back, it had been 2 days since they left home, but for Jitae, who had been wandering in Noah's dream, it had been several months. Cadets were wearing thick clothes from the cold weather while the sky felt closer than before. Bomb was walking right next to him. In the distance, he could see the dormitory buildings. That was when Jitae stopped his feet and turned towards Bomb. He then looked inside her. Her dragon heart was completely empty, and there were traces of her forcibly squeezing mana out. Lee HWA was alive, and the clone had discovered how the 141st public garden had been ruined from a large explosion. It was obvious what Bomb had done at that place. She must have squeezed her mana out in order to save Lee HWA. Ajasi. Yeah, I don't like you openly staring like that. Huh. Only then did Jitae realize that his gaze had been towards her chest. When he raised his head back up, he found Bomb wearing a smile. She knew what Jitae was looking at, and yet was making a joke. However, Jitae did not respond regarding that because instead, there was something he had to mention. Bomb, yes, why did you push yourself? Me, you did, from what I see. I just tried my best. I told you to run if need be. HNN, despite clearly knowing her mistake. She talked back without an end, finding that somewhat cheeky. Jitae pinched her cheeks. Out, don't do dangerous things. It wa'n't dangerous. It was, although you weren't injured. No, it wa'n't. If you don't listen to me like that, I can't bring you along. It doesn't matter whether you're helpful or not. NNN. It hers. She appeared to be in pain but did not avoid his hands. Her eyes turned watery instead. There probably was a reason for her actions. Maybe it was due to her personality, which wanted to save people. I've said it countless times. You can't die, nor get hurt. If you get hurt even slightly, I'll get really angry. You know what I'm talking about, so be a bit safer from now on. You understand? With teary eyes, Bomb resentfully stared at Jitae before slowly giving a nod. Only after receiving a reply did he let go of his hands as Bomb rubbed her reddened cheeks. Let's go. No, not yet. But this time, it was Bomb that blocked Jitae from the front. Wearing a tenacious look, she looked up at Jitae, but she didn't appear intimidating because of her red cheeks. Did you kill demons as cleanly as possible? Obviously, he thought about it. Before killing the demons, he had suppressed his desire a few times. At least Wei Yan's body was intact, therefore he had tried his hardest. Yeah, you didn't kill enemies that didn't have to be killed? Yeah, did you let the innocent people survive? He couldn't. Yeah, you're lying. I forgot. Then, Bomb suddenly took a step closer and pinched his cheeks. Judging from the tendons bulging out from her thin wrists, she seemed to be pinching as hard as she could. But it did not hurt at all. It doesn't hurt? Yeah, why am I the only one suffering? What a kid. When he moved his feet forward, Bomb followed suit. It was time to go back home. Unit 301. The house's door was pushed open. A familiar shoe rack, a familiar scent of lavender, and a familiar scenery of the house welcomed him. Huh, Ajasi. In surprise, Yoram, Keel, and Jaiel walked towards Jitae and Bomb. What's going on? Why did you go out without saying anything? Where did you go? With just Bomb and me? What is it? My intuition is good. Keel pressured Jitae with a fierce glare. I told you I had something to do. You did, but I thought you were coming back after a few hours. Bomb and me as well. Why did you go without saying anything? Did I? Sorry. Bomb hugged Keel, but the enraged baby chickens still wriggled around and pointed at Jitae. What did you do? Just the two of you outside. What do you do? What do you do? Oh. On top of the baby chicken's head, the real baby chicken also flapped its wings forward and pointed at Jitae. Are you aware of how long my guardian deity had been waiting for? It chirped. Yoram floated a crooked smile. Look at you guys. A male and female sleeping outside. That's not what happened. Yoram, it must have been pretty fun. Why are your cheeks red? Are you into that? No. How do you know what I'm talking about? What are you into? Who knows? When Bomb was forced into a corner, Yoram gave a sneer. Count me in as well next time. What are you saying? Meanwhile, Jitae felt a gaze from Jaiel, who was pushed back by Yoram and Keel. She was looking at Jitae with concern. When Jitae walked forward, she naturally extended her arms forward like a habit. In his arms, Jaiel carefully pulled the shirt down from his chest while throwing glances at him real-time. Why? The necklace was still hanging on Jitae's chest. Would she know? When he was inside Noah's dream, facing another world meeting its apocalypse for several months, Jitae often stared at his necklace when he thought of home. Her expression eased slightly after checking the necklace, but she still did not appear fully relieved. Gazing up at Jitae, she asked with her unique quiet voice, did something happen? He wondered why, but it felt like he had finally returned to the place he belonged to. Something. No, nothing happened. Finally, her expression became more relaxed. Jitae faintly smiled. What about you? Chapter 84. The ace up the sleeve is 1. The semester came to an end. Lair's education department had their hands full with the aftermeasures of the end-of-the-year event. They came into contact with the governments of various countries and received endless words of gratitude from the International Hunter Association. while also carrying out a joint funeral for the small number of cadets and guards that died during the event. Then, they relied on the promotion team to spread news of their actions. Although the destruction of the fissure into the masquerade was brought from a disaster that no one could have expected, Lair's actions were deliberate demonstrations saying, "We are this responsible." Due to that, the school holiday began without even having any ceremonies. The event was serious to the point that team leader Yang of the PR team made a fuss about how the next year's entrance ceremony might even be held in a simpler format. "Is there anywhere you guys want to go?" "No, dragons." The territorial animals had already recognized Unit 301 as their home. The school holiday was a 2-month weekend for them. That day, Jitae took Bomb and headed down to the underground labyrinth. Even though it was her first time setting foot on the shallows of the abyss, Bomb didn't appear too surprised. As always, she had the expression that hid her inner thoughts as she walked side by side right next to him. When the light of paradise touches them, the baby dragons would feel uncomfortable. Because of that, Jitae used a lot of money to buy a necklace at an underground auction in North Europe the day before. Unsightly truth, this necklace, which was in the shape of a claw, was a level 2 artifact. It was composed of a special type of metal, and the wearer would be relatively freed from the influence of the light of paradise. "Put this on." "Yes." They walked into the inner room of the underground labyrinth. The wide and tall cylindrical room, as well as the large apartment-sized crystal fragment of paradise, welcomed them. However, there was a change that had happened while Jitae was away. There were several large blocks of container storages placed in a line. "Kiuut, kiuhahat," bizarre sounds came out from the containers. It resembled a scream but also sounded like a shout. "What are they doing?" When he opened the door, blazing heat shot out, and Jitae and Bomb quietly looked inside through the gap. Men and women of large builds were exercising. "Hat!" A barbell that appeared to weigh around 1 ton was raised while arching like a bow, while some did squats and deadlifts. Their entire bodies oozed out with heat as they carried out insane weight training sessions. Bomb looked slightly surprised. "Are those people exercising?" "Looks like it." After carefully shutting the door back, Jitae glanced across the inner room and searched for something. He then approached a container block that was especially noisy and slightly pushed the door open. There, he found a dozen or so of large male and females standing in a circle as they cheered for someone. "Push, push, press harder." "Damn it, don't give up, you can do it, come on." Good, push yourself. It doesn't matter if you get injured, so press it away. Pull out all the stops." They made a fuss while swinging barbells and kettlebells like a tribe of ogres dancing in front of their food. And the prey hidden from sight due to their backs was, "Miss Ha, let's go." "Let's go." It was none other than Ha Seatbeal. She was holding onto a barbell bigger than her own body and groaned. Her frowning face was flushed in deep red, and her 2 cheeks were bloating out like balloons. "A little bit more? Press," the bulky people shouted with tight fists. "Kuong anong kaak," letting out an eerie shriek. Ha Seatbeal finally managed to press a barbell weighing 500 kg. "Yuara, damn, kiuut. She did it, she really did it, wahahat." When the hulks jumped around in delight, the container began shaking. There was also someone who couldn't withstand the joy as they banged their head into the wall and shook the container that way. Putting down the barbell, Ha Seatbeal's arms drooped low. She was wet with sweat, and she turned her hazy gaze towards Jitae and Bomb. She waved her hand, which made the hulks turn their gaze behind. Our doctor's here." "What? Ow, it really is the doctor." Wearing bright countenances, they ran in with thuds. Since each and every one of them was large, they appeared like a herd of oxen. Bomb had an indifferent expression on her face, but slowly placed herself behind Jitae when they came closer. "Holy shit, Doctor!" Quang, Jitae shut the door, and when he held onto the knob and resisted against them, the metal door of the container building trembled and shook as the door dented in the shape of their faces. Wahahahat! Their laughter could be heard through the door. It was a mess. Was the name of the gym Happy Fitness? It was a fitting name. In any case, he had brought Bomb here in case she could help Ha Seatbeal if she was doing nothing but dig holes in the ground. But Ha Seatbeal unexpectedly appeared to be doing fairly well. Perhaps there was something now that she could sincerely expect in her life. Jitae separately summoned Bel Baryon, the squad leader of the 30-man Special Force team, 33 in total, currently 32 active, and one outlier, all clear. The female soldier with a particularly large build from the Philippines reported, and the outlier, the nurse, BM, had been drinking alcohol from last night to midday and fell asleep. When he opened the door of the workshop, there were countless bottles of vodka rolling around on the ground with no space to set foot in. BM was leaning powerlessly onto the chair. What's wrong with him? It seems that he was heartbroken from a failed experiment. It was perhaps an experiment related to mixing Peace Invoker into his body in the form of a chimera. Got it. Anything you need? Nothing, except for how everyone is wishing to go back home. Life here is quite satisfactory. That was good to hear. By the way, Ajasi, yeah, he is here as well, right? In fact, that was what Jitae had been looking for. The protector wasn't inside the containers. If this is regarding the magic living armor, Armada, let me lead the way. When they followed behind Belberion, they found the protector hanging laundry at another smaller room inside the inner room. Clink, clank. It carefully raised a large brazier and an even bigger brazier and pondered for a bit, before hanging them in the order of size. Armada alone is in charge of washing dishes, laundry, and cleaning for the soldiers of the troop. A washing machine was rattling in the corner. Surprisingly, this place had electricity, water, and internet thanks to BM bringing all of them in. Clink, pang, clank. The protector meticulously dusted the laundry. Grrrrrrng quagagagak. Meanwhile, it hummed with a voice resembling the screeching noise of metals. Armada's anxiety symptoms have reduced a lot recently, and he either does housework or plays with the agents. According to the nurse, he is the fastest at recovering. There seems to be a difference with humans. Jitae nodded his head. A living armor would also have a magic circuit drawn inside their body, inducing composure. It was natural for it to be the first one to recover. He might be able to bring the protector back soon before others. Recently, Jael began slowly shifting her gaze away from Jitae. In the past, she anxiously looked for him whenever he wasn't present. Now, however, she didn't wait for him in front of the entrance when he left, nor did she try to always stay next to him when together. It was just that while playing in the living room, she would occasionally turn her head to glance at Jitae. The bright smile on her face was a plus. These days, she seemed to have learned how to hum from Bomb. She often hummed when she was in a good mood. It was a very soft voice that she carefully hummed with, and it suited Jael very well. Chirp chirp. Right now, she was humming while chasing after the baby chicken. Keel was outside on an errand. The baby chicken scanned the house once a day like a patrolling guard, and that caught Jael's attention. Jael toddled her away after it, passing through the corridor. The baby chicken entered the kitchen, while Jael followed suit and circled around the kitchen. After the kitchen was Keel's room. The baby chicken checked the number of dolls and plushies after entering the room, and Jael likewise stared at the dolls. Yang, and when the robotic vacuum cleaner became moving itself, the baby chicken began hurriedly running below the table. Jael also urgently followed it but didn't take into account the height of the table and ended up bumping her forehead into it before falling down on her back. It was quite a strong hit. He glanced at the child to see if she was startled or not. But soon, Jael stood back up and rubbed her forehead before once again chasing after the baby chicken with a wide smile. The baby chicken marched forward on top of the robotic vacuum cleaner, but ultimately was captured by Jael and was stroked. Chirp chirp, do not touch my nape. Chirp chirp, the nape is the pride of us males. However, the baby chicken was standing up, and the best place for Jael to pat was its nape. From the endless stroking, the baby chicken's eyes began slowly coming to a close. When the chicken fell asleep, Jael carefully placed it down on the sofa. She then looked at Jitae and placed her finger on her lips, going SHH. Then, she sneaked a glance at him before extending her arms forward and asking for a hug. After he lifted her up, the blue-haired child soon fell asleep. Her gentle breaths came from up close. Whenever Keel was outside, the baby chicken occasionally disappeared. It was apparently going outside somewhere, but always returned with a few injuries, probably from fighting the cat spirit beasts at the entertainment district. Gradually, its wounds reduced as time passed, but the issue was that Bomb was always the one that had to heal it. You got hurt again? Chirp, chirp. Why do you think you get hurt every time? Chirp. If you always get hurt like that, do you think Keel would like it? Chirp. I know you always go outside when Keel's not home. How long do you think I'll keep it a secret for? Chirp, chirp, chirp. And so the baby chicken was scolded by Bomb that night. She had an expressionless face as well as her same old voice. Bomb didn't show any signs of anger, and yet the baby chicken was extremely nervous as it rubbed its forehead on her clothes. Don't get hurt. We'll get angry. Bomb carefully healed the small furry ball. Meanwhile, Jitae stayed still and watched over the children. Since it was now the holidays after he had taken care of Wei Yan, there was really not much for him to do. He just read some books related to education after buying them at a bookshop. Educational psychology? Are you going to teach someone? Bomb walked to the sofa and sat down next to him. Thought I might need it soon. However, he didn't get any words back from Bomb. Jitae turned towards her and found her blankly staring into nothing. Was she looking into Providence? After staying in that state for a long time, Bomb suddenly turned to Jitae with an astonished gaze. He thought she was going to pull another prank, but that wasn't it. Bomb abruptly raised her watch and checked something. What's up? 1 second, please. A blue website was opened on the screen, and she typed something into the search bar. Her movements were quite rushed, which also made Jitae focus on her hands. Not here. Bomb soon opened a yellowish site and began inserting a strange combination of letters. But it was wrong this time as well. After pondering for a while, Bomb went into a red website and once again laid down strange letters into the search bar. Asp, what is that? In any case, he was familiar with this site. It was one of the top 3 video platforms worldwide called U2V. He was wondering what it must be for Bomb to be like this and was quietly staring into the display. This time, a video with the same title as the search bar appeared at the very top. Asp. Uploaded a week ago, the thumbnail of the video was an average image with a window and a wall. But unlike the thumbnail, it appeared to be quite a popular video and had a high number of views as well as several comments. Bomb looked at Jitae with a slightly surprised expression. Why, what is that? You can't get angry. Why would I get angry? Please promise me you won't. I won't. Jitae nonchalantly responded, and soon Bomb played the video. When the video came to a silent end, Jitae and Bomb also went silent. How do you think this happened? I don't know either. What did you see through Providence? Something I can't tell you. Something bad? No, it's not bad, but it's nothing bad. After hearing that, Jitae was relieved that it wasn't the worst possible case scenario. Nevertheless, something that shouldn't have happened had occurred. But since it had already occurred, the priority was to have a clear understanding of the situation. Play it again. Yes. What they first saw was Unit 301, the door to Jitae's room, the living room, TV, the wall, floor, and the ceiling were laid bare. Keel's voice rolled like marble throughout the video, while Jitae and the baby chicken flashed their faces once. Jitae's back also appeared for a second or so, before the video ended. Keel's face also briefly appeared in it. Right, that was the problem. Keel's face was too close and too clear. How many views did this have? It shouldn't be a problem if there's not that many. Bomb carefully showed the screen. Asp, uploaded a week ago, number 14 on trending views, 292,135 likes, 8,000/dislikes, 141 comments, 999,290,000. And it was a trending video at that, at the very least. It didn't have a crazy amount of views making it a problem. Jitae opened his mouth while placing his hand on his temple. Let's have a look at the comments. Chapter 85, the ace up the sleeve is to, sort by oldest first, Japanese letter at the start. It was a comment like this. It had been 2 days after the upload date. There weren't any elements inside the video that attracted the eyes of others. The first 15 seconds was nothing but the baby chicken running somewhere with the legs of a child Jitae toddling after it. Upewexk adds FNL, the 2 comments after that were the same as well. Those were just random comments written by babies that somehow ended up in the video. Why did he watch this? That was why Johnson, an American businessman who had been checking the watch history of his 5-year-old son, was about to stop the video with little regard. But after around 20 seconds, the blue-haired child finally appeared in full. Johnson's hands stopped from trying to turn the video off because the girl was around the same age as his own son. Jitae, it's here. In response to someone's voice, the blue-haired child turned to himself, the camera, and gave a bright smile. My gosh, Johnson felt like his heart had been hammered by something. That child was as beautiful as his son, the cutest child in the world. Next one is going to be a daughter. While he was having such thoughts, his wife walked up and flickered her eyes. "Oh, who's that kid?" Not sure, it's just a video our Joshua watched." "Really? She's really cute." "Right?" The blue-haired child followed the baby chicken from behind. That was when the voice of the cameraman reverberated. "I so cute." Anyways, Jael would be surprised if she saw this after growing up. It was just a simple mutter. However, that beautiful and clear voice resembling an angel echoed delightfully. His wife, whose attention had been taken away by the blue-haired child, tilted her head. "HNN? Why? Her voice is a bit familiar." "Really?" Whatever the case, Johnson turned the video off. The child and the baby chicken were cute, and there was a pretty voice, but it had nothing to do with himself. He was just glad to confirm that his son hadn't watched a strange video. However, his wife Lexi once again checked the video. She had a lot of interest in the superhuman industry and was an active fan of an English superhuman. "I definitely heard it somewhere." After checking the video till the end, she clapped her hands. Oh, it was a face she knew. She was that cadet who had suddenly been in charge of the declaration of Lair's entrance ceremony, without any fame nor fanbase. Her face had appeared several times in news reports and websites, and Lexi had been disappointed by her short media exposure. According to her memory, her name was Cadet Yukiel. "Is the lady in the video Miss Yukiel?" Lexi added a comment to the video, thinking back. There was a friend in her fan cave that had been extremely fascinated by Cadet Yukiel. "Lexi, hey, did you watch it?" Receiving a message from his friend. Max opened a video. It was a normal household and an average baby chicken, but the voice he was hearing was a familiar one. It was bright, high, clear, innocent, and cute. What is this? These days, video platforms all offered interpreting and translating services. When the voice left after being neatly interpreted to English, Max watched the 4-minute video till the end in a fluster. And towards the very end, a familiar face entered the screen. "Seriously? Yukiel, it's Yukiel." She was there for a split second, but there was no way he could mistake it. After all, Max was a full-on superhuman otaku who had watched the previous declaration ceremony 150 times. "Damn it! Why did you waste such a pretty face and only show up now?" Max closed his eyes and reminisced on the past, when Keel rejected appearing in interviews and TV shows out of the blue. How disappointed and regretful had the fans of the superhuman industry, including himself, been? A few of them had even cursed Keel's guardian. It was for a short period of time, but it was a great trending topic. They could have earned money, and it was a chance to become famous. So why? But now that he got this, it felt like the disappointments of the time were melting away. Max began sharing the video to his fan caves and various communities. "Wakiela ni QQ, is it really Yukiel? Whoa, super pretty. Her voice is so sweet, QQ boss. Give me a bowl of honey. The baby's also so pretty. Now I want to marry and have a child. Where have you been? Why are you uploading only now? Explain, please." Explain what? Maybe she just didn't want to do it. But this doesn't look like it was taken properly, though. There was a thing called potent index in the algorithms of video platforms. The total number of current views in ratio with the number of comments, the number of likes and dislikes compared to the views, the number of times the video had been shared, and the session time. After taking all these elements into account, they would give scores for their potential. Outstanding videos were followed by a large number of views, with high number of likes and comments, which in turn would cause it to be exposed more. Such videos had the right to be supported. Let's sleep now. Do you want to see someone's house before you do? A minute ago, I can't understand algorithms these days. Now, why is that blue-head child so lovely? The home page of the platform users had recommended. What is with these recommendations, lol. 150,000 views with a title like that. For real, I work in the field, but this is my 5th time watching the video today, TT. The babies and the chicken are all so cute, and it would be amazing if you could upload more, please. There were things that could be compromised on, and things that couldn't. No, Keel, standing in front of a crowd, was something that could never be compromised on from his perspective. Was the response bad? From around 9,000 comments, 50 or so were either sarcastic or malicious. A few of them even directly displayed their animosity and anger. The reason for their animosity didn't lie with Keel. Why is something like this in my recommended list? I don't wanna fucking watch it, FFS. What the fuck, Elmao? Getting views with jack shit. At least learn how to edit. Random cats and dogs doing U2V. However, their target was still Keel. Nothing would change even if he cursed and criticized them. The important part was that it was inevitable for there to be such people and that it would never disappear. But 50 malicious comments isn't that much though. Jitae was aware. However, he didn't want to cultivate a seed of anxiety. No matter how small it was in a field that could never be fixed after going wrong. Things had to be shut off beforehand. In any case, no, don't even mention taking videos, please. Okay, I got it. It's just that it's a shame. Team leader Yang of the PR team gave an awkward smile. I think the most important thing now is to take the video down. And then, for now, 190,000 views isn't that much. It's 210,000 now. Yes, even then it's the same. A video having 210,000 isn't that big of an issue. Tens of thousands of videos are made worldwide that exceed 200,000 views in a day. Like how I only just got to know when The Guardian mentioned it, despite being in the promotion team. But if the number of views reaches several million, or you have several videos with a similar number of views, that would become a trending topic. So make sure there aren't any other uploads. As long as you delete the uploaded video and delete the channel, it should be good. After finishing the call with team leader Yang, Jitae turned to Bomb. Bomb had already discovered that this was Jaeal's mistake. She told Jaeal to never make that mistake again. The problem here was that Keel was not aware of the situation. There was nothing for them to do if Keel found out by hearing it from someone else, but she had to be left as is if she was clueless about it. But the account was linked to Keel's device. In order to delete the video without alarming her, they had to take her watch. Although Keel was naive, she wasn't a fool. She would be suspicious if someone suddenly asked for it. After reading Jitae's gaze, Bomb nodded her head and turned towards Jaeal. She had already talked about it with her. Jaeal, operation start. Nod nod. In response, Jaeal toddled her way forward and headed into Keel's room. NN, my watch, why? Photo, you want me to take it for you? I'm good at it, hee. Here you go. You have to be careful, okay? He could hear their voices from the other side of the door, and soon, Jaeal ran out in short strides while carrying Keel's watch. Thank you. Jaeal, smile. After receiving the watch from Jaeal, Jitae entered the video platform website and deleted the video. He then got rid of the account altogether. Creating a new account wasn't difficult, so there should be no problems there. However, this was nothing but a sloppy first aid. As a Korean ranker, a worldwide ranker, or as a member of the Grand Natural Society, Jitae had been exposed to media throughout until the middle portions of the fourth iteration. He had a faint idea about how cumbersome media platforms were. Something that could be trended even slightly would always raise its head back up like a zombie. There might be ones antagonizing Keel, and because of that, he needed a hand that was slightly more certain. The method itself was there. Media was a monster that always tried to live off of large trending issues like a parasite. Using that, he could create insurance. That night, Jitae left the house by himself and looked for Minamoto of the International Hunter Association. She, who had short hair like a guy, was leaning onto the sofa of the office sharpening her sword and gazed up at him. Why are you here, in the middle of the night without an appointment? Was thinking of maybe giving a video. How random. What video? Jitae opened his display up. A man angrily shooting a gun continued inside the video. Minamoto's eyes shot wide open. You took a video of this, in a pressing situation like that? She found it absurd and let out an empty laugh. Next day, it was a lot faster than what he thought, but Jitae's prediction had become a reality. There were people in the world that were displeased from the mere existence of Keel. They were none other than Wei Yan's individual fans. Due to his graceful appearance and aesthetic style, a gentle and sweet voice as well as his gestures and gaze that shook the hearts of others, Wei Yan had a lot of fans. He, who put a lot of emphasis on the influence of the media, always communicated with the fans through his personal SNS account. All of his actions were inflated and described nicely onto the SNS. Most of them were stories of his success, but there were often news of his failure. Wei Yan, the declaration audition has come to an end. Unfortunately, We were unable to get a good result, but I don't think Cadet Gong Juhi's effort and passion were lacking. I feel completely responsible regarding this, and would view this as a mirror to reflect back on my lacking self. Hangul, Koaniun, Anus, CAPTAINTTTT Hangul, Koaniun, Anus, DON Tik TB2 Disappointed TT It's not your fault. Hangul Koaniun, Anus THERE will be better things soon. QQ The fans cried together when Wei Yan appeared sad on his uploads. Up to here was a normal relationship between a superhuman and the fanbase, but within them were those who were in the extreme. Ah, what the fuck? Which bitch made our captain cry? I looked into it, it's her. I sent the picture. Aang, what the hell? Apparently she's Yu Yoram's sister. Their entire family's just. They were called Community Wei Yan Defense Team, abbreviated as WDT. That day, their members etched Yu Keel's face clearly into their heads. Just like every other extreme fanbase, there was no such thing as fair competitions for them. Things good for Wei Yan and things bad for Wei Yan, that was all that existed in their heads. After the entrance ceremony, and when Yu Keel's declaration had been evaluated to be the best throughout history, they revealed their anger and repeatedly dumped malicious words on the internet. However, since the general overview on Yu Keel was way too positive back then, their voices had been buried. Time passed and soon came Militia Masquerade. Wei Yan was known to have died guiltlessly from trying to save the cadets. The WDT was in a mess. Ah, TT, Captain, please always be happy there. I want to follow you, Captain QQ. They were lost in rage and a sense of loss. And posts reminiscing on Wei Yan were being uploaded every day. That was when it all happened. It wasn't a good timing. Guys, what is this? The fuck? Yu Keel's video appeared as a target. They, who had already been buried in anger and helplessness, needed a target whom they could oppress and reveal their rage on. Ha, what the fuck is this? Crazy bitch lol. In case Yu Keel would remove the video, the members of the WDT saved the video. And when Yu Keel's video did in fact go down, they began moving. They reuploaded Keel's video over and over again, and shared links amongst each other to explosively upload malicious comments of hatred. Turning Yu Keel into evil wasn't difficult. Yu household and their actions that deviated away from common sense had several things to be faulted with, and the decisive fact was that Gong Juhi had quit Lair when the semester started. Whoa, like FFS. Gong Juhi even quit Lair because of her. Look how thick-skinned she is FR. Fuckin', uploading videos like this like an attention seeker. Why not Kai's? The reason for Gong Juhi quitting Lair wasn't certain, but the truth was not important for them. All they required was hatred that could allow them to spill out more hatred. Yu Keel's video and Gong Juhi's name began rising up in the trending topics of various websites. Soon after that, even the name of the deceased, Wei Yan, was being mentioned by the media. A massive fire began burning off the topic. Chapter 86, the ace up the sleeve is 3. Hello, Guardian Jitae. It was 7 in the morning when a call came from the PR team. The voice sounded quite rushed. Yes, sorry for calling you so early in the morning. Did you see it by any chance? I am seeing it right now. There was a news report. Superhuman Today WDT. You dare upload something like this? Excessive anger of the community? PR team. Keeping Lair's image and protecting the professors. Cadets and staff members from the turmoils of the media was their job. They often referred to their job as the rainy season as a joke. It was because there were countless problems occurring from tens of thousands of people, which caused their work to fall like heavy rain. Yang Dohee here. Are you okay? Sir Guardian? Yes, a calm voice resounded from the other side of the phone. Though she felt doubtful for a second, Yang Dohee spoke urgently. For now, there is no need to be too worried. It's not that big of a problem. You see, following on from the rainy season analogy, what happened today was like water leaking from the ceiling. It wasn't a massive deal. However, the issue was that Guardian Jitae tended to be overprotective regarding Yu Keel. Therefore, Yang Dohee decided to pacify Jitae. The WDT has a wrong focal point. Focal point? Yes, rather than doing that out of hatred against Cadet Keel, they're just venting their anger. They are hardcore fans that follow every single event of Professor Wei Yan, and those lunatics also visited Professor Wei Yan's hometown in China, saying that they were visiting a sanctuary. Because of the unfortunate death of Professor Wei Yan, they're shocked. They're angry, but there's no target to vent at, and it would be meaningless to point the blame at the monsters or the fisher. And then they chose the blameless cadet Keel as their target. Yang Do-hee looked at her screen. If her prediction was right, the media would probably reveal a different attitude. To prove her right, the superhuman fandom communities and Lairs fansite offered differing opinions. The WDT guys are a bit weird. I understand that Professor Wei Yan passing away is sad, but why are they blaming Yu Keel for that? Am I the only one finding this weird? They're overreacting. WDT has always been a full-on fanboy and fangirl group. They're super violent in their fan activities, and it made me take a step back. I used to be Professor Wei Yan's fan, but not anymore because of them. But it is a delicate timing, guys. Fucking think about it. How long has it been since Professor died? And yet casually uploading something like that? Isn't it time for everyone to be careful? They themselves should fully know of the discord that happened between them, and yet look at how thick-skinned they are. Don't you get angry. You fucking idiots. Hangul Kanyun Anos, next WDT member please. Hangul Kanyun Anos, bro. This isn't your camp. Hangul Kanyun Anos, this guy's lost. While monitoring the reaction from the communities and the news reports being written, Yang Do-hee bit on her nails. Sir Guardian, Cadet Keel is not aware of this yet, right? She isn't. In case Cadet Keel finds out about it through other means, please give her a word about it beforehand, so that she can shield herself before seeing them. I think so too. What about the video uploaded illegally? In response to Yu Jitte's words, Yang Do-hee turned her gaze over to the display screen. Yu Keel video, 12 hours ago views, 3,894,334 likes, 31,000 dislikes, 27K comments, 999 after she reported this being an illegal upload, it went down from the trending list. However, since the vicious deeds of the WDT were intense, it was still a trending topic in other websites, and the number of views was still on an increase. I've requested for it to be deleted, so it'll go down in 3 days at the latest. We will also go through the legal measures regarding the illegal upload. 3 days, is it? The PR team will try everything we can to help Cadet Keel, so please don't worry too much. Thank you. As she ended the call, Yang Do-hee felt doubtful. Why was he so calm? She thought about Guardian Yu Jitte. Like alcohol and water mixed together, he always had an unfocused gaze and a bored expression, but would form a serious and scary expression whenever things were related to Keel. But isn't he too composed now that something actually occurred? Is there something he was believing in? While the middle-aged woman was in doubt, her phone rang once again. This time it was from the education department. Yang Do-hee of the 3rd PR team speaking. This is Daniela from the education department. There has been a notice from the strategy office of the association. Yang Do-hee was dumbfounded. From the military strategy office of the International Hunter Association? What notice? From the phone came the secret of Professor Wei Yan and the schedule for an urgent conference regarding that. Sorry, what did you say just then? Professor Wei Yan? Her head seemed to have gone empty from the unbelievable news. After ending the call, she blankly stared at nothing as unnecessary thoughts surfaced before anything. Did she have to work overtime for the next few days? Team leader Yang Do-hee murmured to herself. That's fucked. Windows were shattered from the heavy rain. Keel and Jaiao were in the middle of completing a puzzle together. It was 1.6 meters in width and 1.1 meters in length, an extremely large puzzle with 10,000 pieces. The living room was filled with puzzle pieces, and the 2 children were struggling as they attempted to solve the puzzle. This piece. I think it goes there. No, maybe it's here. You're not sure either. What about you, Chirpy? Chirp, it was a toy bought by Yu Jitte. When the holidays began, all her friends went back to their hometowns, and Keel, who was left with nothing to do, played around with her watch all day. She appeared to be searching things related to the baby chicken or food every day. Thus, Yu Jitte accidentally broke her watch, and it was currently being fixed elsewhere. He bought them a puzzle to make sure they weren't bored and unexpectedly. They were rather seriously solving the puzzle. You guys, you can't use magic, okay? Yes. Since Yu Jitte had taken few of the puzzle pieces, it would take a lot more time. By the time they finish solving the puzzle, all the storms should be gone, and it would be good to slowly chat about it then. Meanwhile, Bomb was sitting down on the sofa, checking the comments being written real-time. She had a deeply sunk expression as she checked the comments and news reports being refreshed. When the children were about 500 pieces into the puzzle, Bomb spoke with a very soft voice. Ajasi. Yeah, I think I understand what Ajasi was worried about. The emotive expressions of the WDT were becoming more and more intense. Their hatred began even before Keel's video was well known. From the sudden news of Wei Yan's death, various communities had several waves of people showing their condolences. However, the WDT was different. Their beginning was based on hatred, and Keel's video was just a trigger. An image of self-injury, an image of a letter admiring the dead Wei Yan, written in blood, words reflecting their rage at Lair which failed to protect Wei Yan, words saying they would inflict harm on Keel. The excessive people even marched into the joint incense altar and destroyed the images and incenses of everyone excluding Wei Yan. Bomb gazed at Keel. She was solving the puzzle with Jitae, with her tongue hanging out. She was seriously pondering about the two puzzle pieces hanging in her hands. I think there are lots of scary people. Gold dragons found value in their identities for being guardian deities. They protected nations and sheltered their precious ones and were praised for doing so. However, it felt like that could never happen in this world. What wrong did such a kind girl do? Just watching it made her upset, but the more she became upset, the more she realized how futile it was. At least in Ascalipha, casual dissatisfaction and anger of others wouldn't be relayed so easily. The reason Keel couldn't stand in front of a crowd, it wasn't because Earth was wrong, nor was it because Earthians were unique. It was just a systematic problem that naturally existed in a highly scientifically advanced world. Don't worry too much. Yes. The moment she was made to face the fact that this world and gold dragons contradicted one another, Bomb finally realized that Jitae's protection hadn't been from overprotectiveness. There was a reason he had to do it. This isn't your last amusement. Don't take it in too seriously. NN, you're right. Ajasi, but since she still felt somewhat depressed, Bomb continued reading the renewing texts. Meanwhile, Keel, Jitae and the baby chicken had completed 1,000 pieces or so. The face and neck of a savanna giraffe revealed itself. Yua, this part's finished. Jitae, we did it. While Keel and Jitae were doing high fives, a different news report came up. After checking the headline, Bomb's grass-colored eyes shot wide open. Today, Lair, exclusive, the deceased Professor Wei Yan was belatedly confirmed to be a demon as the investigations start once again. The situation was flipped in an instant. Guys, what's this? Where's the proof? A report without even supporting it with a proof? Ah, what the fuck? Are you fucking retards crazy? These Lair retards are fucking crazy. How are they going to handle it later if this is false? When the exclusive news was uploaded by Today Lair, the blazing WDT community had a tremendous amount of oil added to the fire. They could not accept it. Even they knew that demons were bad and that they were the enemies of humanity. In other words, there was no way Wei Yan was a demon. That should never be the case. The devout believers of Wei Yan filled their forum with all sorts of profanities and words of hatred. Before long, they even went around other sites to pour out their discontentment against Lair. Conspiracies also began being shared. I think I know what this is about. When Captain was trying to form the Azure Dragon study group, Lair fucking restricted him about how the size couldn't be too big because other study groups have to grow as well. Hangul, Koniun Anus, Really, WT Real, Hangul Koniun Anus, Yeah. People just don't know. I work at Lair and I heard it from others. Apparently that's why Lair and Captain had a bad relationship. The post was soon deleted after around 10 minutes, but the truth of the matter was not important for the WDT community members who had lost their sanity. Hello, where's the proof? Lair, you shouldn't ever think about easily going over this matter. In rage, they organized a donation to hire a lawyer while spouting more and more posts of malice. Soon, they all gathered at Hadeling and began protesting in front of Lair's entrance. Regardless of gender and race, people gathered from worldwide and amounted to around 300 in total. In front of the large main entrance of Lair that resembled the entrance of a shrine, the protesters shouted, "Quickly provide correction for the preemptive news report and apologize." Apologize? The insane crowd burned a living pig to death, overturned and destroyed vehicles and created noise throughout the night with a megaphone. Some of them laid down on the ground, refusing to eat anything. This is hateling local police. Calm down, everyone. What do you think you're doing here? You are all in cahoots, aren't you? A conflict was formed with the police, but they struggled and stood firmly. Around 3 days into their maddened protest, a high-ranked staff member of Lair appeared in front of them. "Hello, I'm the Deputy Director of the Lair Investigation Authority, Zhang Heiyu." During the past 3 days, Lair had repeatedly spoken of how they were in the middle of an investigation. Due to that, the WDT members were slightly more assured of the fact that Lair's report had been a speculation. Facing the Deputy Director, they screamed for a correction to the report. "Yes, please calm down, everyone. There are several reasons why I, who usually scribbles with a pen at the back, stood here instead of the Judicial Affairs or the promotion team. One is because it has finally been confirmed through investigations that the deceased Professor Wei Yan had been a demon." What was that? The voices of the WDT stopped immediately. Finally confirmed through investigations, those weren't the words they had been waiting for. Where's the proof? Fuck, every time. There's no proof, someone near the back of the crowd shouted as it caused a ripple in the silent crowd. Right, what is that based on? Stop insulting the deceased and show the proof. Show us the proof. When they were once again about to raise their voices, the Deputy Director of the Investigation Authority lifted his hand and stopped their words. A bitter smile appeared on his face. He flicked his fingers, and a hologram began displaying itself in midair. This is a video taken by a guard under Japan's royal family. The association has given permission for this to be shared, and by now the video should have been revealed on the news with several reports regarding it. The moment Lair actually provided what they referred to as proof, the crowd turned quiet, while their doubtful gazes were showering down like arrows. "This is the proof you had been asking for." The Deputy Director pressed on the button of a remote controller. Chapter 87, the ace up the sleeve is 4 inside a dark military tent. The camera focused on Wei Yan's face. He had a crimson aura flickering in his eyes. What is that?" The protesters murmured to themselves. When Wei Yan soon opened his mouth, the crowd got rowdier in an instant. "Thisficking pisioftrash who? Hudo shethink haze impertinent humantrash." It was an undisguisable symptom shown by demons that were right about to extricate. Their words would come out rapidly while taking a toll on their pronunciation, and this process was called the coming up phenomenon. "Fucking hell, dothie think thyrethian leons that can kill, thean leons that can swear, they can understand for shit if I tried as million benis." Currently, the coming up phenomenon was being repeatedly revealed by Wei Yan inside the video. His gaze remained low while veins could be seen in his reddened eyes. Through videos and images, the populace already had a general understanding about demons. Their perceived image of a demon was being reflected by Wei Yan. The protesters crumpled their expressions, and some of them even covered their mouths with their 2 hands. "This can't be, this is impossible." While someone was about to unconsciously let out a shout, "Stop there please. Anyone that moves from here on will have their heads explode, okay?" Wei Yan smiled and opened his mouth inside the video. "You fucking..." A voice was heard from someone outside the screen, followed by the tumbling of chairs and furniture. At the same time, the red light intensified inside Wei Yan's eyes. Inside the video, he pulled the trigger. "Told you something left the nozzle while something else exploded. Not to move, soon." Something was heard collapsing inside the video. It was most likely a person. A scream escaped the group of protesters. "Kayak, hook, n. Nu, uak, our Professor Wei Yan the captain did that?" Seriously, it was an unbelievable video. What should never change was being changed inside them, and the support they had been believing in was crumbling. To some, it was a denial of several years of time they had been loving Wei Yan, a denial of their effort in sending an international letter for his birthday, and a dismissal of their dreams of being confessed by him. Someone raised his voice and shouted, "You fucking pieces of trash, turn it off, This is all made up. It's all fake." His shout was in vain. That's what everyone wanted to believe in, and they felt a strange sense of relief the moment they heard such words. But no one dared to move easily or raise their voice. They were still caught in the shock of the video, and before anyone could move, the film continued on. Do humans only listen obediently once they're scared? Lowly creatures. In fact, I've gotten used to it since that's always been the case. You're not human. Surprise, I was a demon. Wei Yan's gentle voice was way too similar to the one inside the surprise video he had shared with his fans. Someone ended up tearing up. Stop. Please turn it off. A woman who had been standing at the front of the protesters asked the deputy director with tears, but Zhang Heyu ignored her words. Turn it off. Please. Meanwhile, Wei Yan's voice continued. The demon that devoured your sons, daughters, and friends? This is not a joke, by the way. I'm telling you to stop. Please. Right? Do you think you can get away with this fake video? That's right. The buzzing crowd gained confidence from each other's shout as their voices became increasingly louder. Buryuan, your wife tasted like pork. You must have been nice to her, right? Her stomach was full of fat. Now, wake up all of you. I got this gun as a gift, and it has a decent output, so I recommend you obediently listen to my. When the video still continued without being stopped, a male with a large build near the back finally erupted out in anger and unsheathed a dagger. Stop. Oi, you can't fucking hear me? You fucking bastards. He was the manager of the WDT community. No one was expecting someone to suddenly raise a weapon, so both the protesters and the police were startled. The man began running with a blade in hand. Being a superhuman, he immediately jumped ahead over other protesters and flew toward the screen in an attempt to destroy the display. It was immediately followed by several shouts from policemen. That was when an opaque plate appeared in midair. Kung, it was the skill of the deputy director. Zhang Heyu, after crashing into a plate of mana, the man fell back. The wrist of the hand holding the dagger snapped as blood oozed out and colored the road in red. A sharp shriek left the crowd. The onlooking protesters felt their blood boiling. Their emotions had reached a level where a slight trigger could cause them to explode. That was when Wei Yan stared directly at them from inside the screen. What are you doing? Huck. Wei Yan's gaze contained killing intent. It was a vicious gaze and expression that had never appeared in his thousands of images and hundreds of videos. I'm talking to you. Although half of his scream had been filtered, the protesters once again entered a state of shock. That was the end of the video. No fucking way. Someone turned their bodies around. Kayak! And some refused to accept reality and screamed. Chaos broke out in an instant. A few of them began running away from the unbelievable reality, while some decided to attack the fabricators and raise their weapons at Zhang Heyu. Where do you think you're going? A clear voice resonated across the havoc. Destroying objects and arson? Just protest quietly. Why did you have to flip cars and burn innocent pigs? Obstruction of justice, creating social anxiety, and several other reasons. Because of those, warrants have been issued against you people. And from now on, we will be carrying out investigations to see if any of you have been in league with the demon Wei Yan. Are you surprised? Well, this is why they sent me here. Zhang Heyu made a bitter smile. Arrest them. Immediately after his words, the military police officers of Lair and Hadeling dashed out and began arresting the protesters. How dare you? Don't touch me. Yuok, I didn't do anything wrong. The group of protesters amounted to several hundreds. A few of them tried to run, but opaque plates appeared in midair and locked them into a box. The escapers fell on the ground after running into them and were soon arrested by the police. This can't be, Professor Wei Yan. Captain is the person that saved me. A woman who was extremely thin screamed and resisted without even caring about her clothes tearing apart. Thus, Zhang Heyu walked up to her and crouched down. Hello, you're Chinese, right? I know you because I'm a former security officer of China. You're the fan that secretly followed Professor Wei Yan into a dungeon raid, right? You wanted to steal his undies while Wei Yan was asleep and almost died to a monster, didn't you? No, and Professor Wei Yan saved me. That's very weird, saving an underwear thief. Maybe it's because you have no fat in your belly. Just wake up, you crazy bitch. Take this lady along. Yes. The pandemonium was quickly suppressed. The extreme protesters of the WDT have all been led to Hadeling Central Police Office and were sent back to their home countries at 11 am today. Checking the news real-time, Bomb heaved out a deep sigh. I think it's settled down for now. Yeah. Even on the next day, Kiel and Jiao were struggling with the puzzle. This isn't working, Ajasi. Really? I think we're lacking a piece no matter how I think about it. Kiel whinged. But that was natural considering the piece in Jitae's pocket. Try harder. Hying, but it's not working. Jitae also appeared discontent and her lips were protruding out. Ah, that was when Kiel widened her eyes with a flash as if she realized something. She then gave a frown. I knew it. What's wrong, Kiel? Bomani, listen to me. Kiel glared at Yoram's room. She came back home this morning and came nearby saying, "What are you doing?" Right? I had a bad feeling so I stopped her from coming. Okay, NN, did Yoram flip everything upside down? No, she just obediently walked off so I was wondering what happened. But you know what? I think she stole a piece back then. Kiel appeared way too serious that Bomb ended up smiling. That must be the case. That must be right. Enraged, Kiel ran into Yoram's room. "Unnie, you're caught red-handed. What did you do to my puzzle piece?" She shouted and woke up Yoram, who had been training overnight and was sleeping from exhaustion. Ah, fuck. What? Puzzle? What? Yoram's annoyance could be heard along with her sleepiness while Kiel grumbled back. "Yuang!" And soon, Kiel's scream echoed across Unit 301. "I give. Give. When Kiel screamed after being oppressed, Jitae for some reason kneeled down on the ground and tapped the ground several times with her tiny hand. While saying, "Unnie's a devil, a red devil, and is this monkey crazy?" Yoram and Kiel quarreled, "Guys, let's stop there." And soon, Bomb walked into Yoram's room and calmed the children down. Meanwhile, Jitae was blankly pondering about something. The media was babbling about Wei Yan and the WDT continuously from yesterday morning till today. Stories about Kiel were hard to find, and just like what they always did, the media had shifted their focus to a bigger prey. Up to here was according to his plan, but there was still something remaining in a corner of his head. Unless they quit their life at Lair and headed into an isolated island, Kiel would find out about this situation. She would either hear it from her friend or someone else, and it would be better for him to tell her before that could happen. However, a portion of the WDT would disappear, but the traces left behind by them wouldn't. Malicious comments and posts were still spreaded on the internet, and if Kiel happened to come across those, she would be opening up remaining traces of animosity. The Regressor didn't like that fact. He wanted Kiel to live the way she was right now while facing as little hostility as possible, and seeing as many positive stories as she could. Was there a way to do this? A method that would fill the communities with happy, enjoyable, good, and positive words. But no matter how much he pondered, he couldn't come up with a good method. Even throughout his 7 lives, this was the first time he was in such a situation. Therefore, he decided to ask Bomb just in case. That's difficult. Unless we privately make use of a national level of information division. But doing that would make things more complicated, right? Doing all that just to cover Kiel's malicious comments is a bit. While she was touching her bangs in contemplation, her hands suddenly came to a stop with a "NN? What? Anything good? It might be a bit ridiculous. What is it?" "That. You know the place Ajasi took me to a few days ago? The underground labyrinth?" "Yes, the washing machine worked there, right? And so did the internet." Indeed, that was the case because BM had brought all of them in from above ground. The people there with large builds weren't easily tired and were always happy, right? I heard they could stay up all night. Only then did Jitae finally understand what she meant by a ridiculous idea. 30 happy superhuman Nites. And Ha-Seatbeal, Jitae still had an ace up his sleeve. Would that work? Bomb scratched her cheeks as if she found it absurd herself. Then, she met his eyes and gave a gentle smile before slowly giving a nod. The assurance of a green dragon, what did it mean? Let's go right now. Yes. Fucking, damned pieces of shit. The WDT community was in a mess. Ehu. Bunch of trash lol, serves you right kekek, 400 imprisoned LOL congratulations. Slightly smiling face, embarrassing, Chinese letter if it was me. I would follow Wei Yan. www netizens gathered at Wei Yan Defense Team community from worldwide and uploaded all sorts of derisive and sarcastic comments. Like, what's fucking wrong with these bastards? A young man who had been cheering for the WDT from a corner of his room shouted. In just one day, the WDT had become a global laughingstock. Of course that thing's a fake video. The youth couldn't accept reality, but at the same time, he didn't have the courage to go outside and protest. The courageous ones all ended up in the jail. Fuck, these clueless idiots. He began typing away on his keyboard. The young man fought with them, but also went around the fan communities of Kiel, which started all this, and began bombarding it with negative comments. There were several people in the WDT, like the young man, stuck in a chaotic situation without being able to accept the truth. There was nothing stopping them from wreaking havoc. Let's not criticize others, it was then. Bizarre people began appearing in communities and forum sites. This is the fan site of our beautiful Miss Kiel. Please be respectful to each other. Let's only use good words, ha 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 ha. Look at the picture of Miss Kiel and have a great day today as well. 3. See Miss Kiel's picture, and everyone can also do SBD 5000, energetic today as well. Chinese letter, a bunch of them appeared at once. Chapter 88, Happy Comment Squad, ha. In the inner room of the underground labyrinth, BM let out an empty laugh. What's this? Sitting in front of computers, huge people were typing on the keyboard. Their expressions were all serene as if they had won the lottery last night. Currently they were going around websites, leaving only positive comments. It was none other than the claws of the association, the 30-man special forces that were doing this, so how unnatural was it? To think I would see something like this? While BM was dumbfounded, one of the agents shouted, "1 instant noodles please." Got it. Clink. The protector added hot water to a cup noodle and carried it over to the agent. BM felt like he had seen something similar when he was very young. Is it an internet cafe or what? Comments of hatred being poured onto a future YouTuber. But why? It was a column written by a reporter about the reason for a continuation of such malicious comments on an accidentally uploaded video. Beneath were dozens of comments. Read the first 2 lines and scrolled down Elmao. I can see you're spouting out nonsense, but don't say shit without knowing anything about it. You Kiel can't read the atmosphere and has no manners, lol. My friend was at the audition and she swore at Gong Juhi and talked behind her back, lol. And when she was caught, she was like, what did I do wrong? Hangul, Koaniun, Enus, WOW really Hangul, Koaniun, Enus, YEAH. That's what my friend said. Even a small news report would get dozens of comments at the very least, once they were targeted by the WDT. Comments, 54, this place was the same. Hatred existed solely for the production of more hatred. Even towards the end of the investigations, after Wei Yan was identified as a demon, they brazenly remained without disappearing. But in that place, completely different comments suddenly began being added one by one. Hangul, Koaniun, Enus, CADET Kiel is a nice person, her smile's very beautiful. Hangul, Koaniun, Enus, LET Tik S. All have a look at a picture of Miss Kiel, haha, how could she be so small? Precious and cute. After the storm, only garbage remained on the ground, but beautiful petals of flowers were falling on top. What merit is there to be gained in denouncing others, if you denounce others' pride to be above them for a split second? Can that life truly be considered to be on top? Hangul, Koaniun Enus OH, my such beautiful words. Hangul Koaniun, Enus HOHOH. Hope you have a wonderful day today. Let's not waste our precious muscle energy in writing bad words ho 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 for an unknown reason. There were lots of flower petals. Comments, 884. What? The columnist doubted his eyes. Hundreds of comments swept past the article in the short span of 5 minutes. Are they just going around writing good comments? Although it was strange, he found himself being at ease as he quietly read through the comments. The world was still a livable place. After they were done with their task, the squad would move over to another site before going to another one as the bizarre good comment movement spreaded fast. Old news reports, videos and forum posts that were seeing less frequent views were suddenly filled with comments that complimented and cheered for Kiel. This sort of commenting maneuver wasn't anything rare and similar to how the crowd hadn't been too interested about the WDT sabotaging at the start. The media and the general populace didn't take this to heart. However, there was a group who had been bothered by it, the WDT. Guys, who the fuck are these? There are weird people in Kiel's community right now. You guys have a look as well. Here's the link. The Kiel community was a place that had originally seen a flash of popularity during the entrance ceremony, with not as much liveliness now. The site which no one looked for had become the greatest target of the WDT community due to the aftermath of an accidental upload. Due to all sorts of malicious comments and forum posts, the manager of the community had given up on controlling it and was in the middle of considering whether he should close the website or not. Cheering for Miss Keel, precious cadet Keel, hoo-hoo. I don't know much about her, but I do know that she is a gentle and a kind-hearted cadet. I hope you don't take this to heart, and hope everything goes well with you in the future. I don't know why, but I always tear up when I see a picture of Miss Keel. But now, there was a storm of complimentary comments. Hundreds had been posted within several minutes. Naturally, the WDT members weren't kind enough to watch that happen. You Keel the retard. Is there no one else to bias? Hope you all get eaten by monsters' logic or rationality was no longer important. They had gathered here as fans of Wei Yan, but the moment they revealed their identities, they would become targets of justified criticism. Thus they hid their weak points while only conveying their anger. Lol hey, I just spitted on Yu Keel's picture and ripped it apart kekek. Angry right? Lol. It turned into powder when I tried ripping it. There had been no images and the person hadn't ripped anything apart either. It was just a hate comment that was meant to drive them mad. Immediately afterwards, a comment appeared underneath the post. From what I know, a picture of Cadet Yu Keel publicly taken was only once during the entrance ceremony's declaration, on the day she was the brightest. I am jealous of you for having held onto the image of Cadet Keel on her brightest day, even for a slight moment. Hangul, Kanyun, Anus, No you fucking idiot. I spitted on it and ripped it apart WTF. Hangul, Kanyun, Anus, WE live in this moment, and let the present flow to become the past. In order to hold on to a moment for eternity, we tend to leave it as photos. Some might criticize you as a bad person, but I also know that your bad feelings will also only be lasting for a moment. That would soon become the past, and when time comes where your beauty blooms in full, please call me. I will take a picture of your beautiful moment and keep it forever as a picture. No, what in the fuck is this? A member of the WDT who had been reading the comment in a corner of her room twitched her fingers. Is this person crazy or what? She swore, but it resonated in vain. For some reason, her rage died down and the member soon halted her hands. Then, she read through the comment one more time. In one of the posts, there was a picture of a yellow doll torn apart with a knife, which was one of the common pictures cursing Yu Keel. That post also had a picture of a male with a chiseled body along with a message. Yu Keel, you see my arms? I will go look for you in your house and tear you to pieces with a knife. Since there were several female members in the WDT, he had uploaded it to both swear at Yu Keel and to boast about his body. A comment was soon added to his post Hangul, Kanyun, Anus Looking at your arms. I think you'll need a little bit more exercise in order to do so. After all, Cadet Keel is also a superb superhuman of lair. First off, the shoulder seems to be the biggest problem, so for your routine, I would recommend adding military press and an overhead dumbbell press, etc. What the fuck is this? Is this guy crazy or what? Hangul, Kanyun, Anus Who the fuck are you? I do SBD 1000. 500 lol. What a joke kekekek. Hangul, Kanyun, Anus, EGUGUH. It's just that your strength is a little bit lacking compared to your mass. Hangul, Kanyun, Anus, WHAT about you. It's always people like this that are all for talk lalalal. Hangul, Kanyun, Anus, I do around SBD 6250. Haha. It's still very lacking. I'm sorry if you found it uncomfortable. Hangul, Kanyun, Anus, SIXT White 250. Bullshit lol WTF. You think you're a local superhuman ranker or something. Where's the proof? Proof. Joshua, a black agent of the 30-man Special Forces, was flustered. Hey go, I shouldn't have said that, I shouldn't have. What's wrong? Joshua, look at this. He's telling me to prove my weight training. Oh no, proving it, that's a bit. Hahat. Right, it's not that great, so it's a bit embarrassing though. Haha, with a height of 2.4 million, shoulder width of 94 cm, and a weight of 269 kg, he had a SBD record of 6250. Wearing an embarrassed smile, Joshua turned on his device's camera. That was when the leader of the Special Forces, Bel Baryon, shouted, Oi Joshua, you know you can't show your tattoos, your face and the large crystal, right? Of course, boss. I'm just going to show a tiny bit of my arm. An arm resembling that of a large monster wriggled and raised a car-sized barbell. It easily traveled up and down several times. Only after receiving a check from the leader was he able to upload the simple exercise video on the site. 5 minutes later, an apology was posted. "I'm the person that had been acting extremely rude. I am very sorry. I will delete the slanderous words I posted and will go exercise following the routine you provided. Once again, I'm deeply sorry." Like that, the happy comment squad traveled around all sorts of websites and buried the dirty comments down deep, while writing down cheerful words for Keel, advice regarding exercises, and positive comments that made everyone happy. The WDT members that had been proactively commenting lost their vigor when the news revealed more treacherous deeds of Wei Yan. "Best wishes to our precious cadet Keel. I love you. You Keel, let's exercise today as well," with the picture of Cadet Keel ho 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 ho. After the storm, countless petals of flowers were endlessly built on top. He could close his eyes and rather vividly remember what had happened back then. 4th iteration. The top pop singer of the era with no questions asked. The goddess of Billboard with 24 songs that had reached the first place, who was chosen as the greatest singer of all time by the International Pop Song Authority, Baby Yellow. When there were talks about her attempted suicide, Jitae hid his identity and acted as her bodyguard. It was because he had realized that it was the gold dragon who had brought the apocalypse in the 1st and the 3rd iterations. With the relationship of a top bodyguard and a celebrity without crossing the line, Jitae spent every day with Keel and protected her. On the top floor of an elegant hotel, when Baby Yellow was lying down on the bathtub cutting her own wrist with a sharp dagger, from the ominous feeling, Jitae broke the door of the bathroom and dashed inside. The gold dragon was crying under its breath. Inside the bathtub painted with blood, the gold dragon was crying while its blonde hair refused to be tainted in blood. It all felt unrealistic for a second. Urgently, Jitae pulled her out and tried to stop her blood. Meanwhile, he shouted as his rage filled him up to the brim of his head. "Why did you do this? You were fine until just then." We laughed and chatted together. So why? It was a fact he hadn't known until the 3rd iteration, where he didn't even have the right to get close to a dragon. There was an antecedent to the gold dragon's change. The dragon hid its emotions. The tendency to be immersed deeply and empathize as a gold race was instead drowning it into a quagmire. The dragon would hide its emotions over and over again. It was so young and fragile that it didn't know how to reveal its wounded self, and because of that, the shadow formed inside it would gradually rot and crumble. Perhaps due to that, she always had an uncontrollable urge that erupted out in a self-destructive form. Why had he ignored such signs? Now this was the result. Cutting the wrist was nothing but a symbolic action. The dragon heart was slowly coming to a stop whilst Jitae persuaded her to his best ability. It was because back then, he didn't know why she was like that nor where the problem had begun. The gold dragon cut off the regressor's words with a nonchalant voice. "Look, you think I'm the problem as well, right? Everyone else was saying that, so I thought about it, and I think they're right. My existence itself was the problem. That's why I'm regretting it. If I knew I was a bitch like this, I shouldn't have been loved in the first place." Hearing that, Jitae finally realized that the start itself was the problem. All these things should never have occurred in the first place. Slowly, the faint heartbeat distanced away from his ears. "But you're no good either. If you wanted to persuade a problem child like me," she cried yet again with a frown, "you should have brought something sweet." Then, her heart stopped. Regardless, that was all in the past. That was why he thought locking them up would solve everything, but a problem occurred elsewhere in the 5th and the 6th iterations. In any case, those were also in the past. Why? Jitae, who had been blankly indulged in his thoughts, returned to reality. He had just called Keel over to the terrace. "Why are you giving me this?" Seeing the candy in Jitae's hand, Keel widened her eyes. It was a lollipop with a mix of blue and pink. "Eat it." "Is it a present? It's so pretty. How can I eat something so pretty?" Crunch, munch, munch. Despite saying that, her mouth was honest. After biting once into the candy, she laughed, hi from the sweetness. Meanwhile, Jitae carefully talked about what had happened in the past 3 days, and although she was surprised, she calmly nodded her head. "Keel, if there's something on your mind, no matter what it is and what kind of feeling it is, just say it." "Yes. You have to say it to me. Okay? Yes." He laid his hand on top of her head as she slurped on the candy. Her blonde hair that hadn't been wetted in blood gently tickled his fingers. "I'll always be on your side. Hearing the echoing heartbeat, Jitae was relieved. In the end, the past iterations had already gone past, but he had to refrain from making the same mistakes in the upcoming periods of time, including right now. That was when Keel murmured while crunching on the candy. This is how Bamani felt like before. Huh, what? NN, it's nothing. Chapter 89. For a dragon, 1, there were 2 types of cadets that remained at lair during holidays. One of them was the type that had no money. Using portal stations required a tremendous amount of money. There were cadets who found it difficult to manage the price it took to go back and forth, and such cadets remained at lair. Examples of such cases were Sojiro and Kim Jae-in. Sojiro, are you all right? Ooh, yeah, Eigo. My head. The other type were the cadets that desired to use Lair's facilities during the holiday period. Lair's training system was renowned worldwide to have gathered the essence of magic engineering to one place. Cadets who were dying to get stronger would remain during the holidays to train themselves. Hey, look at them though. Aren't they really intense? While having a drink of water, Kim Jae-in gave a frown. Cadets of level 5 societies were training on the other side of the physical training room. They were the most promising members of Lair and would become the top-ranking superhumans of their nations once they returned after their graduations. Must feel good to be talented. Let's not compare ourselves to them. We can try harder ourselves. You're right, it was then. No, that's not it, Cadet Yoram. The head instructor of the combat skill training room, Barak, shouted. Kim Jae-in and Sojiro turned their gazes towards the sound. Are you only going to wake up after you get injured? Barak, a bald man with a Chinese letter-shaped scar, crumpled his vicious face into a frown. He was a world ranker with the shocking rank of 5,813th, who was also a former veteran soldier before becoming an instructor. Yoram stood crookedly and looked up at Barak. Why? That's not how you do shock adaptation training. You need to start with something that can be handled easily. It's like a jab, and a jab followed by a hook. How many times do I have to say this? I know, but I'm doing this because I can. You idiot, your stomach will be ruined, all your organs will be damaged. Yoram scratched her ears as if she couldn't be bothered to explain it. What she was doing right now was the shock adaptation training. The machine would shoot out a ball made of an alloy and cadets would receive it with their bodies. They would repeat the process and get used to the shock, while learning how to move the mana to certain places to strengthen their body, by for example protecting the stomach from a flying ball. I'm fine. So stop minding my business, please. No, I've been watching for several days, but I can't do that anymore. The combat skill training room is under my supervision during the holidays. I don't know if Instructor Carlin let this be, but not me. I can't let anyone get hurt while I'm on duty here. So just obediently listen to what I say. If you're into getting hurt, then you can enjoy it outside after graduation. Claws of monsters that are several times stronger than this machine would be aiming for you. Like I said, it doesn't really hurt, okay? I wasn't injured. Just listen to what I say, giving a frown from the scream. Yoram heaved out a sigh. Then what should I do? Should I show you? HNN? What? I just have to show my stomach and see if it's bruised or not. Right? No, that's... Yoram suddenly began taking off her protective equipment. Her casual clothes, the t-shirt and her tight leggings were revealed, but perhaps thinking that that wasn't enough. She raised her cotton shirt and opened her stomach up. Oi, look at my stomach. A white stomach was on full display. There was a clear six-pack with not a single excess of fat, let alone a bruise. There was not a single blemish. Immediately afterwards, Barak turned his eyes away in surprise. What do you think you're doing right now? Eigo, what should I do? It's bruised. Isn't it? It's full of bruises and wounds everywhere. It must hurt, this cute belly fat of little Yoram. Yoram? The gazes of the surrounding cadets and guardians were all on him. Thinking that she was insulting him, Barak scowled. The stomach is being protected by the protective equipment. The issue will be in the organs, so there obviously won't be any bruises left behind. So stop, if you try to tease me any more than this. Oh, okay, Yoram smiled. So you want to see my legs since they get bruised easily? What? Just stay here, don't go anywhere. Her hands went down to her waist. Oi, she was about to take her leggings off. Why, Yoram? Hey, calm down, startled. Sojiro and Kim Jae-in ran up and held onto Yoram's hands to stop her. Why are you holding me back? What are you guys doing? See, calm down. Like I said, my legs aren't bruised, okay? I get it, so please calm down. The two of them desperately tried to stop her. Barack shook his head as if he found it ridiculous but was pressured by her aura as he therefore turned around. Where are you going? I can show you my leg right now. It was early. During breakfast. Today's menu was a simple udon. Bomb boiled the noodles herself and heated up some frozen tempura. They were ready-made and thus tasted completely fine despite having gone through her hands. Thinking back, Bomb's recent dishes didn't seem that strange either. But it might be because humans were adapting animals or because a few of his taste buds had died from eating them. He pondered about that for a second. During the meal, Keel was boasting to Bomb, Yoram, and Jitae about how she had completed the puzzle, and Bomb praised her for her success. Jael also appeared rather content, as she repeatedly glanced at the picture frame of the puzzle that was hanging in the living room. Yoram remained silent and appeared to be in a bad mood today. Her legs were crossed, and her chin was resting on her hand, while she stirred the noodles with chopsticks in her other hand without eating them. Jael carefully dug into the noodles with a spork. She was eating very diligently. It shouldn't be that hot, but she didn't forget to imitate her unis by blowing hoo-hoo on it several times. These days, she almost never dropped her food either. Thinking back on how she had spilled half the noodles she ate back when she went sledding with Jitae, it was a great improvement. However, she appeared slightly discontent for some reason. Jael blankly stared at her own spork before looking at Jitae's chopsticks. Then, she threw a glance across the chopsticks in Bomb, Yoram, and Keel's hands before turning back to her spork. Gaze, displeased, she pulled on the sleeves of Jitae, who was sitting next to her. Why? Me too. Chopsticks. Jitae quietly took out a pair of chopsticks from the container and handed it over to her. She then began using the chopsticks awkwardly with her tiny hand. Her first goal was to grab a strand of noodle. She focused intently, but the chopsticks failed to meet one another as the noodles slipped in midair and fell down. Unknowingly, Jael even sneaked her tongue out as she concentrated even more. However, there was no way it would be easy considering that it was her first time using chopsticks, and after struggling for a long time, she turned to Jitae with a frown. Her current gaze meant she was asking for help. Why don't you just use a fork? Shake, shake. Why? Jael merely shook her head in repeat. When she was stubborn for an unknown reason like this, it was usually better to just listen to her request. Hold on to it. Throughout the entire breakfast, Jitae taught her how to use chopsticks. Towards the end of the meal, Jael carefully raised a soggy strand of noodle with her chopsticks and succeeded in dropping it into her mouth before it snapped. Slurp. After slowly pulling the noodles into her mouth, Jael looked back at Jitae with a beaming smile. Well done. She was apparently in a good mood as her nods were more energetic than usual. You know what? It was then. Yoram, who had remained seated on the table even after finishing her meal, called him. Is it fun, teaching her how to use chopsticks? Hearing her voice, which seemed to contain a thorny edge to it, the regressor turned his head. Jael likewise looked at Yoram with circular eyes. Why? It's nothing. Is it fun doing that? He had no idea whether it was fun or not. He had just taught her because she asked for it. But the joy she revealed after finally succeeding in using her chopsticks wasn't too bad to look at. Right when he was about to reply, Yoram raised her body. Whatever, who cares whether it's fun or not? She then went into her room so Jitae asked Jael, what's wrong with her? Jael, who was clueless, merely waved her chopsticks with a smile. That was when Bomb's voice was heard from behind. Ajasi, weren't you going to do something with Yoram once the holidays began? Yeah, I was. Teaching how to fight. In other words, he was thinking of making her stronger, but it was pushed back by several days due to the issue with Keel's video. Maybe she was upset because of that. Even Bomb, who always knew the answer when it was related to dragons, appeared to have no idea. It seemed that he had to look into it himself. She wore a cotton t-shirt and leggings. With a cap and a padded jacket on top, this was how Yoram looked like whenever she was out to train by herself. She glanced at Jitae before starting to walk without saying anything else. The two remained quiet for some time. Soon, she whispered a complaint. Thanks for starting so early. Sorry for being late. You know how to say something like that? I learned it. Doesn't suit you. Silence covered the two once again. The two of them walked for a long time without saying a word, and before long, Lair Central Training Center revealed itself. The large building with a dome-shaped roof was a building with all sorts of training facilities installed inside. Yoram stopped her feet. You know what? I don't think I really have to learn from you. What? Now what was this about? He couldn't see a single light of mischief on Yoram's face. It's just, I'm not saying this because you were late. I thought about it myself and that was the answer I came up with. And I'm a dragon, so what do I really have to learn? It might be okay to do it myself. So just go back. After finishing her words, she walked into the training center. She roughly tied her hair, and the red tail leaving the gap at the back of her cap gently swung across. It was a situation he hadn't been expecting. Nonetheless, he couldn't just disregard everything and go back, so Jitae also entered the training center. Yoram used several machines by herself or trained with just her body. Jitae quietly watched over her. Even when their eyes occasionally met, she would only frown slightly without even speaking up to him. Thus, he decided to ask her, Did something happen? No, on the way back from training. Yoram did not say much. There was nothing he could do. Why not just go back? Well, it doesn't matter even if you follow, though. Should I go back? For him, it didn't really matter even if he didn't train Yoram. In the end, she was a dragon and would become stronger even if she did nothing. Besides, his objective was to protect her so that she wouldn't get hurt, so there was no need to bother forcing himself to teach her. He was just slightly curious about the reason she suddenly changed her attitude. The regressor, who wasn't good with words, decided to just follow her for the time being. On the second day, Yoram once again traveled between training rooms every 2 hours and exercised. There were a few cadets who greeted her, but she was alone throughout. Besides that, he didn't spot anything strange. Thus, the regressor followed her for 3 more days and watched her train. But on the third day of him following her, someone called Jitae from the combat skill training room. She was a short female and her blue name badge read Interpersonal Combat Skill Adjunct Professor Ha-yoon. He remembered hearing her name somewhere. Are you by any chance the guardian of Cadet Yoram? Yes, I'm Jitae. Nice to meet you. It's just that I had something to say to you. Just like how former soldiers were all like. Professor Ha-yoon went straight to the topic. I think you need to manage Cadet Yoram. Yes, I've been watching from 2 months ago, but Cadet Yoram's training method is extremely wrong, and she is too stubborn to listen to the words of the professors or the instructors. She is abusing her joints and muscles excessively. Her body still shouldn't be used to mana, so training like that for a long time will lead to an injury. Don't you know that yourself? Jitae slowly raised his hand and touched his lower lips. And, honestly, it makes me think that Sir Guardian might be neglecting her too much. It might be presumptuous of me to say this, but I would like you to manage her a bit more in the future, for the correct growth of Cadet Yoram. After saying that, the professor turned around and walked away. Left alone, Jitae glanced across the training room one last time. There were all sorts of complex machines as well as cadets using those to train themselves. However, not a single one of them was alone. Yoram, who was training alone, exercised without following the safety regulations, and the staff members with blue name badges would click their tongues whenever they walked past Yoram. They all appeared to have given up. Finally, Jitae realized it. He realized why Yoram suddenly said that she didn't need to learn from him, as well as the reason for that change in her attitude. Chapter 90. For a dragon, too, the physical body of a polymorphed dragon was similar to a human's. It consisted of around 200 segmented bones. Apart from the skeletal structure, they also had muscles, nerves, blood vessels, a digestive system, and more, which acted in a similar way to a human body. In other words, they appeared exactly like a human from the outside. However, they weren't humans. All education facilities, including Lair, were created to match a human standard. The objective of military academies was to cultivate excellent soldiers, which translated to fostering fighting humans. They, however, were dragons. It wouldn't be a problem for Bomb, who only did what she needed to do, nor would it be a problem for Keel, who had not a single interest in becoming a soldier. But it was different for the daughter of the red race. They were a soldier from birth and would be perfected into a monarch throughout their life. The life at Lair for such Yoram might have felt like wearing a smaller pair of shoes. Every step forward would have been frustrating and bothersome. This might not be the first time Yoram is feeling that way. Bomb replied after listening to Jitae's words. Maybe she's been feeling like that ever since the admission. The regressor nodded in response. He remembered about the time she fought with Sofia Vorkova, when Mihailov pressured her. She threw her fist and smacked his face. Instead of simply saying that Yoram was violent, it would be more correct to say that she would show a firm reaction to the stimuli approaching her. Was giving up on learning from Jitae similar to the fist she threw at Mihailov? He felt skeptical. So what? Was it wrong to give up on learning from others to try and do something on their own? If that was her process of adapting to Lair's system, was there a need for him to intervene and change something? He had never contemplated such things before throughout his regressions, so the regressor was having trouble finding a clear solution. Ajasi. After a deep contemplation, Bam opened her mouth. As always, she had a sulky yet indifferent expression that made it hard to read her thoughts. Help Yoram a bit more, please. Why? If Ajasi helps her. Bam carefully selected her words and opened her mouth. Yoram will be more happy. A dragon becoming happier was more than enough of a reason for him to intervene. However, the situation wasn't simply resolved just because he decided to help her. I'm not learning from you, okay? Yoram downright stopped his words. Her face was devoid of the usual mischief, and it seemed that she had resolved herself already. I'm fine by myself, so you don't need to follow me like today. To be honest, having someone follow me is weird and annoying. While saying that, Yoram turned around. Therefore, Jitae had to go a step closer. I can teach you. Yoram halted her feet and turned silent for a split second. You know, aren't you also a human? Still with her back facing him, Yoram opened her mouth. I know you're very strong and that you're great, but you're still a human and not a dragon. She slightly turned her head back and continued. There seems to be no dragons on Earth, no matter how great you are. You wouldn't know how my tail moves, right? Then, she pushed her butt out and gently shook it a few times. Indeed, he didn't know how to move a tail. But when Jitae tried to persist in trying to persuade her, Yoram hated it and ran away. I don't want to. He thought to himself that it would be useless to stop her by force. He thus decided to quietly follow her from behind. Ah, just go back, you stalker. Stalker? What are you if you're not a stalker? Why are you following me for several days now? Do you like me that much? Well, I can see why. Female dragons are pretty, and I'm on the prettier side as well. What's with that face? Ah, so when are you going to stop following me? She suddenly shouted, which made the surrounding people glance at her. They then realized it was Yoram and turned away as if they hadn't seen her. The regressor scratched the back of his neck as Yoram heaved out a sigh. Whatever, a kidnapper or a stalker. I'm the teacher, the one that will be teaching you from now. Ah, who cares? She ended her sentence with that and focused on her training. Jitae once again felt slightly strange. A guardian following a cadet? This was also a regulation made by the humans. The red dragon was accepting that as if it was natural and had come to terms with it. It was the proof that Yoram was trying to adapt herself into Lair. Don't follow me, ... In any case. Jitae had no choice but to watch over Yoram from a distance. It was frustrating, but there was no other option. Where Yoram headed to was the Elemental Resistance Training Room. In here, cadets could touch the elemental orbs with their skins and train by using mana to raise their elemental resistance. Buzz. Yoram touched the lightning orb as she carefully began raising her resistance against lightning. Since her innate resistance was extraordinarily and incomparably higher than a human's, she started with level 7. It was like the final level for normal cadets, so the instructor heaved out deep sighs as he watched on. She did not even spare Jitae a glance. Maybe he should give up for today. He then remembered about this food which Kiel and Jael both wanted for dinner. A super spicy chicken? Nod. Thinking that he should just buy that, Jitae walked out from the training room. Oot, Ajasi. A chubby cadet recognized him and walked closer. He was a boy who smiled brightly without any signs of falsehood. Who was this again? Do you remember me? I'm Hisaki Saojiro. Ah, right, it's been a while. He was the cadet who had done the anti-demon war simulation with Yoram in the past. The slightly depressed-looking girl, who was always with him, was nowhere to be seen this time. Wearing a bright expression, Saojiro chatted about several topics to Jitae. When he quietly listened on, he realized that the stories were unexpectedly about Yoram. Ah, and these days, Yoram had a slight conflict with the professors. A conflict? Yes, Yoram is very individualistic, right? So Yoram tends to fight professors and instructors quite often, it feels like. They're fighting again? I was always trying to stop them, but… Saojiro suddenly stopped his words and scratched his hair. He appeared to be thinking that he might have said too much. I see, and then… She wasn't in a good mood after hearing a mouthful from Professor Ha-yoon, but the fight she had after that with the Moonlight Study Group didn't end well either. I think her pride might have been hurt back then. Ha-yoon? That was the name of the combat skill adjunct professor that told him to manage Yoram properly, and the Moonlight Study Group was the study group operated by Ha-yoon. In the Moonlight Study Group, there are cadets from a level 5 martial arts society. Added Saojiro. He thought this must be it. A fight between a human trained by a human's method and Yoram who trained by imitating a human's method. If she had lost in that fight, he could understand the obstinacy in Yoram's attitude. In fact, he was surprised that she was able to maintain a normal appearance. The Red Race had an extremely strong pride, and the Red Dragon from previous iterations might have been in a seizure. Is that so? While Jitae was quietly pondering about something, the door of the training room was pushed wide open as a somewhat gloomy girl, Kim Jae-in, dashed out. Oi, Saojiro. Why? Come in and stop Yoram. During her speech, she saw Jitae and widened her eyes. Before Kim Jae-in opened the door, he had already turned his body towards the training room because of the noise inside. Good afternoon? Right, why is it so noisy inside? Saojiro momentarily thought about saying that he didn't hear anything but decided against it. Right. Kim Jae-in urgently explained the situation. Yoram is about to fight the professor again, but from what Jitae saw, it wasn't as serious as what Kim Jae-in had said. Cadet Yoram, don't you think you're overusing the lightning orb? Like I said, how many times do I have to say that I'm fine? I'm a professor teaching combat skills to cadets. Cadet Yoram, be mindful of your words. Heigo, where is your guardian? I met him the other day and talked to him regarding it, but you still haven't gotten rid of your habit. Don't you think I would have done it ages ago if it was necessary? A cadet, Professor Ha-yoon raised her voice, is young and immature. Cadets are inexperienced and require protection and education. For now, stop with the orb. Right now, if you do any more, you might get incurable injuries to your eyes and your blood vessels. Yoram bit on her lips. The eyes of the Moonlight Study Group cadets behind Professor Ha-yoon were unpleasant. Do I duke it out? She pondered for a bit but soon shook her head. Whatever the case, she didn't want to cause harm to the entire household. Holding back her frustrations, she was about to take her hands off the orb when someone walked up. She lifted her head and found Jitae. Yoram frowned while Professor Ha-yoon called Jitae with a slightly brighter expression. You came right on time, Sir Guardian Jitae. I told you before, but Cadet Yoram is still carrying out her training on her own accord. Didn't you educate her about it yesterday? No, I didn't. Hearing the response that came out so naturally, Ha-yoon blinked her eyes. Sorry, what was that? Professor, just leave it be. What are you talking about right now? Jitae deeply stared at Professor Ha-yoon's face. The short and thin middle-aged woman had an unfamiliar face, but he was used to the sharp gaze of a surviving soldier of the front lines. She's a cadet under my supervision. You can leave her be. The lightning orb is especially dangerous. It's not as easy as just saying that the guardian will be responsible for it. You should be aware of that yourself. I believe. The regressor's gaze slowly traveled down onto the orb. It was a glass orb the size of a fist. What's so special about this thing? He silently placed his hand on the orb. Due to the safety device set by Yoram, a shield appeared at a distance that matched level 7. Clank! But the regressor's hand destroyed the shield and approached the orb. The closer he was, the stronger the output. Finally, Jitae's skin touched the orb itself. Then, lightning sparks of the max level, level 20, covered Jitae's hand and violently wriggled around. Blue sparks of lightning splattered everywhere. Buzz, startled, Ha-yoon distanced herself and covered her face with her arms. Mr. Jitae? Level 20 was a dangerous level even for a superhuman well-versed in mana control. It was more so because this was the lightning attribute which could burn someone to death with one mistake. But standing inside the flickering lightning sparks, Jitae looked way too calm. It meant that he was a lot stronger than what she thought. Due to that, Professor Ha-yoon was about to ease her startled heart. But that was when Jitae casually tossed the orb over to Yoram. The professor immediately shouted from surprise. What are you? Even the Moonlight Study Group cadets standing behind the professor were astonished as Yoram dazedly received the orb with her two hands. New. But nothing happened after that. Buzz, the lightning sparks merely continued flickering. Did a cadet just grab a level 20 lightning orb, unable to understand the situation? Ha-yoon and the cadets widened their eyes into circles. How is it? Well, it pricks a little, Yoram replied with a bitter face. Professor Ha-yoon frowned with a blank face. Pricks a little? That didn't make sense. Generally, a young superhuman at a cadet level holding a level 20 orb would have their eyes burned while also possibly having a heart attack. However, no such signs were being shown by Yoram right now. I thought so. This should be enough. Jitae decided to chase Professor Ha-yoon away. Did you see that? Sorry for making you worried, but you can go now, thanks. She was dumbfounded and had trouble understanding but couldn't think of any words to say. You take the responsibility yourself as a guardian. Then we'll be on our way, she said as she turned her body around, towards her back. Yoram threw her middle finger up. Ah, and also, when Jitae opened his mouth, Professor Ha-yoon turned back, thinking that she was caught. Yoram slowly lowered her middle finger with a serious expression, but Ha-yoon wasn't looking at Yoram. I would like to borrow my name as a guardian and request for an announcement for all the instructors of the training rooms. That was a rightful request as a guardian. What would you like to say to them? Do not interfere with Cadet Yoram's individual training session. Your policy and lairs are not suited for Cadet Yoram. Professor Ha-yoon gave a frown. Those words, which denied her way of teaching, as well as lair system itself as a whole, sounded like it was touching a corner of her pride as a professor. Please tell them that. She felt a lump in her throat, but didn't feel like refuting his words the moment she looked into the guardian's eyes. His request, strangely, felt like a command being given by a large existence gazing down on herself. For some reason, she couldn't go against it. Of course, it must be stemming from her own inferiority complex, considering that Jitae's attitude had been polite throughout. While telling herself that, Ha-yoon suppressed her emotions. I will, do so. Chapter 91, for a Dragon 3, I was holding myself back already. Yoram grumbled. You didn't have to help me, I know how to read the atmosphere at least. Jitae remained quiet without saying anything. Do you think I'm a kid that causes problems left and right? Yoram added excuses on top of excuses. I had it all planned out. And she did not look like a typical red dragon. You got that. Even if you didn't chime in, nothing would have happened. Do you understand? Why aren't you saying anything? Or what? Don't tell me you think I acted like a child. Ah, why are you silent? If you're treating me like a child and ignoring me, I'm really going to get angry, okay? Got it, hearing the sudden response. Her energy that went up along with her voice was immediately cut in half. Yoram lowered her head. You could have said that earlier. She then murmured as if there was a candy in her mouth. I'll let you off this time. You know. Yeah, you want a kiss? Jitae did not respond. How boring, I wasn't gonna anyway. The smoke dispersed from her mouth. They were at a dark alleyway with not a single person nearby due to the current school holidays, next to an empty parking lot. The red-haired girl was crouching down and hugging her knees while leaning on the outer wall of a building. She slowly let smoke flow out of her mouth, and because there was nowhere else to be at, the man was crouching down next to her. Yoram sucked air in deeply through the cigarette before breathing it back out. You know, it kind of feels like I'm becoming weird staying here. Why? You should know what kind of race the red dragons are, to be honest. I really hate living in a box like this. Smoke gushed out from her mouth. Who would lock you inside a box? Who wouldn't? Even you're doing it right now. And dragons aren't gods either, and when I was young, I was locked up in a very small place. She raised her hand up and touched her cap. Was it a story about her time at her mother's lair? I could hear others clamoring and moving outside. I want to go out. Talk and move my body, but something's just blocking me from all around. I can't speak, and because something sticky was holding my body back, I couldn't move either. No, this was probably a story from even before that. If I leave this place, I'll be free. I remember thinking that, and when I did come out, was it bad? It was the best. Feels great to do whatever the fuck I want. She seemed excited, as she fluttered her legs left and right while spewing smoke from her nose. So when I was caught by you, I thought about running away every single second. If I didn't get the sword as a gift, I probably would have ran straight away. She probably would have, because that's how she had always acted in the previous iterations. Therefore, Jitae was slightly surprised by Bomb, who had kept Yoram nearby at the start of the 7th iteration, because he had been unable to have her stay no matter what he did without relying on force. You can't adapt to it. No, it's doable. At the start. It felt shit, but now that I see it, it's a good shit. So like, large and aesthetic, she murmured before heaving out a deep sigh. Anyways, and now I just feel slightly confused. Really? Well, it's like this. Fuck, am I doing the right thing? Does it make sense that I'm living in a place like this? But then, it doesn't feel too bad, and I feel like holding myself back isn't so bad as time goes. But then what would happen to my identity? Hey, wake up, you're a red dragon, you retard. Be like you ought. Like me, huh? Sex. But then that makes me wonder. After murmuring with a soft voice, she took a deep breath through the cigarette. What does it mean to be like me? Yoram muttered to herself before turning to Jitae. Her blurry and unfocused eyes were facing Jitae, and she nonchalantly opened her mouth. You know what? Yeah, if you don't want a kiss. Can I hit you once? Then she slowly raised the cigarette, which was still burning up. Or can I use this to burn your face a little? Why? Well, you have nothing to lose, right? You're not good looking and you already look like a murderer, so what difference would a little scar make? He quietly looked into her eyes for a bit. Do you think you'll know what it means to be you then? Our race is all like that. Hit, fight, gamble, do drugs, sex, steal others' stuff and drink. That's our entertainment. Yoram snickered. Whatever, it's just something trivial, don't worry about what I said. He did nothing but listen to Yoram's words of concern. She might be waiting for his advice, but the regressor remained silent. What does it mean to be like oneself? In the end, one had to define it themselves. The regressor had no plans to interfere with the process of this young red dragon's self-definition. If there was a red dragon who adapted decently into the human world without resulting in some sort of a problem, he would just watch on from the sidelines. However, he did know that she was in an extremely anxious state, though she was pretending to be normal. For them, this was probably an unwanted amusement. It began with the twist of the dimension, and when they fell on a foreign land, a random man suddenly kidnapped and locked them up into a place. Since their surrounding environment had suddenly changed, it was their time to adapt to the environment. Yoram had to find the answer herself, and what the regressor had to do was to maintain his attention on her by keeping an eye out so that she didn't go astray. You know, I'm actually on the docile side for kids from my race. I don't live every day addicted to sex and drugs like others, and I'm not a gamble addict crazy about money either. I'm not interested in harassing others or being a dictator of a territory. Those were the definitions of a red race. I just know how to fight, and that's all I like. So when I lost to that Javier or whatever, I really wanted to kill myself. There was only one thing remaining in her. This is all I got. If I give up on being a dragon here as well, then I really don't know what I am. This was her last resort in order to not lose her sense of identity as a dragon. That's why I didn't want to learn from you. In the end, you're also a human, right? So it's fine now, just stop following me. After finishing her words, Yoram rubbed the cigarette butt and turned the fire off. Right, I thought that might be what was on your mind. He already knew what she was thinking about, but teaching her how to fight was a different problem. Whatever the case, she had a definite goal, and in order to enjoy this amusement and become stronger, she had to learn how to fight. That's why I'm telling you to do it with me. You won't be able to learn it from any other human. When Jitae broke his silence, Yoram gave a frown. What? I heard you lost to the kids under Professor Ha-yoon. I didn't though. Then did you win? No, I just thinking back on something. She frowned as if she was about to cry, but then suddenly vented her anger. No, more importantly, did you hear my words with your asshole? I clearly told you that I can't learn to fight from a human. Or what? Do you have a secret to your birth or something? Are you actually a dragon? Well, I'm not. She stood up with anger. And yet what's with this teaching and stuff? You can't. As long as you're a human, you can't teach me. Fuck. Even after I say all this shit about my situation? Her breaths were rough and she appeared to be really angry. It might be because she thought she was being ignored. However, the regressor wasn't saying everything without a plan either. He thought this was the time to show it. Did you think I was saying that without knowing your circumstances? Jitae closed his eyes. He closed his eyes and thought back on the starting words of the blessing. Then, his heart, which always imitated the heart of a human, began to resonate louder and louder. Thump! In an instant, waves of mana fluctuated across the silent parking lot and expanded. Thump! The frown on Yoram's face slowly disappeared. Thump, a heartbeat different to a human's continued with its unique rhythm. Thump, and soon Yoram's eyes widened into circles. Thump, how did you do that? That's… Yoram couldn't continue her words due to astonishment. If you've seen it. Let's go back, it's too late now. What was that? How did you do it? Just think of it as me having the right to teach you at least. No, but what was that? When he stood up, Yoram hurriedly blocked him from the front. There was excitement and astonishment in her eyes. Just then, Jitae's heart had beated with the same sound, at the same rhythm and the same quality as a red dragon's dragon heart. Tell me, were you a dragon? Jitae shook his head. He was a human. There were lots of stories behind it, but it wasn't a topic he wanted to chat about with her. It's late today, so let's start from tomorrow. Around the time a dragon born from the red race was able to polymorph, they would learn a mixed martial art from their parents. In a distant past, where dragons had yet to create magic, there was a tribe living in an enormous forest called the Ancient Forest that fought with and survived against fierce monsters that were several times larger than themselves. It was their combat-focused martial art. Carl Gulakwa stand-up martial art. Where did you hear that from? You're not even a dragon. Inside an alternate dimension for training purposes, resembling a vast grassland, Yoram stood still as she glared at Jitae with skeptical eyes. Is that correct? .. It is. And when the first amusement comes to an end, we get tested on that. In front of all the dotards of our race, we need to use that martial art to defeat someone, for our amusement to be recognized as a good one. Being acknowledged by their race was extremely important for a dragon. Thus, mastering the martial art to a decent level was the goal of her amusement, while simultaneously being her last sense of identity as a red dragon that had to be held onto. So, how is it? Are you doing fine? No. What's the issue? Just everything from the start. When a slightly more detailed conversation began, Yoram, who was embarrassed about her achievement, heaved out a deep sigh. By start, you mean the way you get your heart to beat, right? She slowly nodded her head. My dragon heart doesn't even beat properly yet. I could force it to beat if I wanted to, but it was as he had expected. It most likely was around 1 year into her life of imprisonment that the red dragon was able to pass the first hurdle into Carl Gulakwa's stand-up martial art. In other words, it would take her half a year from now at the very least, even if things went the way it did. You didn't learn it from your parents? Every individual has its own rhythm, and the dragon heart doesn't resonate if we don't match that rhythm. So mine's different from my mum or dad's. It should be really easy once you get the hang of it, but I haven't found my own rhythm yet. Is that so? Jitae thought back on the 5th iteration. The dragon continued her own training session even after being detained in the underground labyrinth. Back then, she was always full of dissatisfaction, and although she would act obscenely or violently at times, the dragon never stopped training, and everything that Jitae would be teaching from now was what he had learned watching the red dragon of the 5th iteration. Hold my hand. When Jitae reached forward with his hand, Yoram awkwardly extended hers, but the doubt remained in her gaze. Close your eyes. What are you trying to do? Just close it. Sync with my consciousness and emotion, and just do what I tell you to. Can I just not do it? You are kinda suspicious. Seeing that she was hesitant about grabbing his hand, he reached his own hand further out and held onto her small hand. Unlike the normal hand of a young girl, hers was coarse with calluses. ... It should be pointless though. Like I said, even if you imitate the resonance of a dragon heart, every individual has their own rhythm, okay? But when Yoram continued babbling on, Jitae irritatedly opened his mouth. I got it, so shut your mouth and close your eyes. I Aki heart suit. She tried to move on from the grumbles with a cute act, but the look of distrust was still on her face and murmured. But the discontentment and doubt remained in her gaze, but Yoram nonetheless closed her eyes. How many times do I have to say it's not that easy? Yoram complained till the very end. And after around 10 hours, when the sky of the alternate dimension was about to be colored in orange, thump, what the fuck? At last, Yoram's dragon heart began resonantly beating itself. Chapter 92. For a Dragon 4, lifting up the pocket watch. He checked the time. It was 6:10 in the morning. The authority Vintage Clock X alerts of the current time. 6:10 a.m. You're late, mate. Vintage Clock X. The day broke. The sleepless night passed and it was about time to get up. Now there were container blocks, a kitchen, a cooking living armor, large exercisers, and a supervising nurse. But the underground labyrinth had been a rather boring place in the 5th iteration. The floor and the walls were all rough and crudely built. There was a big void of emptiness under the tall ceiling, and dust gathered with not a single breeze to push it away. The only decoration was the large and unfitting crystal decorating the air. Smiling as if they had been intoxicated, the young dragons rolled around on piles of dust. There was no source of entertainment whatsoever, but the dragons, drunken with happiness and satisfaction, did not seek any new entertainment from their lives. That was especially so when they were younger. Thus, if someone acted in a certain way while they were in that place, it would be a type of habitual act resulting from their remaining faint trace of aspiration. The gold dragon, which did not have any habit or a sincere desire, remained still. The green dragon was the only one that attempted to communicate with the regressor, and the blue dragon wished to leave that place and accompany the regressor. However, the red dragon was different. Stuck in a corner of the inner room of the labyrinth, it blankly began training in Carl Gulakwa stand-up martial art. It started doing every training method that could be done with a bare body. At times, the dragon felt its own heartbeats with its eyes closed, and sometimes took a deep breath in and out. It even ran across the walls of the inner room in a distracting manner. Please give Red a monster, or a human to fight. The green dragon often requested Jitae, but he refused it. He was not at all interested in giving a monster to a time bomb. But the green dragon continued asking him for a favor, and even pleaded with him towards the end, saying to please give the red dragon something to fight, even if that was the last thing he would do for them. The regressor from back then ignored the request of the green dragon and violently rejected her pleas. Even then, the green dragon did not give up, so he had to tie it up for some time. After that, the green dragon did not request Jitae in any way until the end of the 20 years of imprisonment. Meanwhile, the red dragon began acting in a strange way. It struck the ground with its fists or smacked the wall with its forehead. The inner room, made by a magic engineering genius of another world, was not broken by the fists and kicks of the dragon. What broke instead were the hands and the forehead of the red dragon. Back then, Jitae discovered that the gold dragon had brought about the apocalypse in the 1st, 3rd, and the 4th iterations, and concluded that that was the only element causing the downfall. He was ignorant and stupid, so he did not think much of it even when the red dragon began showing strange signs. But in fact, the red dragon's actions weren't simple self-injuries, and it was some sort of a training method. It destroyed its body to a degree that did not put its own life at risk, as the light of paradise instantaneously cured it back up. The fractured bones and muscles became stronger after the rapid restoration, but it was a mediocre change in the regressor's eyes. He therefore ignored it and maintained his ignorant viewpoint. He thought it would be fine to leave it be. That was until 15 years into their life of imprisonment, when he came back after fighting Noah for several months. That was when he saw the red dragon strangling someone by their neck. Back then, after around a year or so from their imprisonment, when the red dragon's dragon heart began resonantly beating itself for the first time, there's a hidden fissure in the south of Balkan Peninsula. The other side of the fissure should be connected to a dungeon in the North Haliavan mountain range. That's what the green dragon had said. There are large tribes of orcs in that place. After discovering the fissure, the monsters sneak out and attack the nearby villages and devour humans. They're brutal and aggressive. The young green dragon mentioned an exact name and a race, which was rarely the case when seeing Providence. Orcs with 3 lines of black paint on their heads are the tribal leader and the great warriors. From them, Red needs great warrior armor crack. So what? Please make that monster fight Red. Don't want to? It has to be done. I'm warning you, go back to your place right now. Please. Since the dragon continued coming up to him, Jitae slapped the green dragon on the cheek. You always rejected me during the past year, and I have never asked for the same thing more than once. This is the first time I'm asking you like this. Kneeling down with injured legs, the green dragon cried as it resentfully gazed up at him. Can't you just do it once? Then, it twitched its bleeding lips. Even though I'm asking you like this, she laughed while crying. So when the fifth iteration came to an end, and when the world began moving away from him once again, he had regretted it tremendously. How difficult could listening to a request like that have been? It probably would have been as easy as it was right now. Kuruk, a human dared to come here with their own feet. Kuruk. Of course, that was all in the past. Kuruk, but are you a human? It was a changeable future for him. Krrrr, that should be fine. Kuruk, I am the great warrior of the great mountain Haliavan. Armar crack, the past had dispersed like an illusion and no longer remained. Kururuk, let go, how could a mere human? W. What are these hands? Kururuk, no, Krarara, Ra'ak. After pushing the great orc warrior into the shallows of the abyss Jitae turned his feet, leaving the dungeon. He raised the pocket watch and checked the time. It was 7:12 in the morning, with a lot of time to spare. He stopped his feet. While he was closing the pocket watch, a group photo that Baum had inserted entered his sight. Baum with a gentle smile, Yoram smiling after placing a bug on Keel's hair, Keel innocently smiling without knowing anything, and Jaial blankly staring at his face from his arms. They were all smiling. Why were they so happy? When ending the iterations with his own hand, he hadn't thought of that act as a sin. But now, he slowly began to understand that his past life had been full of sin. The closer he got to daily lives, the larger such thoughts became. Of course, this was but a passing thought. He was aware that it was too late to atone for them, nor did he have the right to. Thus, his current actions were not for an atonement and were just a continuation from his inertial life. He decided to think like that. There was no self-pity within all those thoughts. He just had to continue what he was doing until this life came to an end. After condemning himself for his sins, the regressor moved his feet forward. You want me to fight that? Shallows of the abyss After entering the alternate dimension, Yoram stared at the great warrior locked down by the hands while shouting. Yeah, from what he could see, the great orc warrior was probably a named monster with the rank A, which was never defeatable one-on-one as a normal cadet. One would usually need a local ranker at least in order to fight that on equal terms. Therefore, Yoram appeared slightly nervous as well. Under the taboo of amusement, she had to fight with a human body. But seriously, that guy looks like crap for real. Did he draw black lines because there was nothing on his head? If he was gonna draw some, why not just draw more than 3? What a frugal guy. Or is it because he never had any? Kururuk, the great warrior who had been remaining silent, suddenly wriggled its arms around in fury. It was shouting something along the lines of, "My hair is the pride of a great warrior. Ready yourself," she nodded. The first hurdle into Karl Gulakwa stand-up martial art. Pulsation, it was the door allowing the caster to be reborn as a warrior and was a process unlocking a portion of the energy limit that had been set by the physical body. In other words, it would allow a red dragon to control their mana in a slightly better way. Due to that, Yoram's fighting prowess increased by more than 20% compared to yesterday. It was an extremely big development even considering the talent of a dragon. However, there was still a long way to go until she could fully incorporate it into a real battle. She resonated her dragon heart over and over again throughout the night, due to which there were big bags under her eyes. You don't look very fine, because of sexual frustration. Her word choice was always like this. Then can you fight that right now? I know it's hard to maintain the resonance. You don't have to push yourself. A piece of cake, I'm going. She ran in after unsheathing the sword artifact. Perhaps due to exhaustion, her feet weren't traveling straight, and although Jitae wasn't very content, he nonetheless untied the control of the hands. Bam, one strike. Yoram rolled across the floor of the abyss before lying down spread-eagled on the ground. He walked up to her. What? What's with those eyes? Huh? Aw, fuck. I meant I was the piece of cake, damn it. After releasing her anger, she stood up from the spot. I don't feel bad, I didn't lose. This is just training. I don't feel bad. I don't feel bad. She murmured that to herself like an incantation before closing her eyes again. Indeed, he was planning to drive her beyond her limits while teaching her during the holidays, but he thought that taking rests were also necessary. Kung, but Yoram was more enthusiastic than himself. Who? With a deep breath, she calmed the beating resonance. Her red eyes shot open as she dashed in. Bam, she then rolled across the floor again. On the third day, It was around the 100th time that Yoram ended up on the floor. Blood was running down from her nose. Her lips were torn and her clothes were all in a mess. Her ragged training clothes were ripped near her shoulder and chest, and black bruises could be seen through the gap. Lying down on the ground, she blankly stared at the sky of the shallow abyss. It was all black with nothing to be seen, so her unfocused eyes were looking at nothing. "Are you all right?" He didn't get any reply back. The dragon's mana being emitted out with the resonance was recovering her body in real time. Yoram did not rest for the past 3 days. She resonated her dragon heart throughout the night and fought the great orc warrior during the day. Recently, even the great orc warrior was showing signs of exhaustion despite it being a monster existing solely for the purpose of fighting. Yoram, however, did not show any signs of giving up. While spitting out a phlegm mixed with blood, she raised her body up. She lifted her shirt, which now resembled a rag, to wipe the blood near her mouth and raised her sword. Fucking annoying. This piece of trash, this fucking piece of trash, drooling everywhere, fucking disgusting, she swore along with a sigh. Is that ink on his damn head waterproof or what? Why is it not going away? He's fucking sweating like shit as well. She got angry as she spoke and began fuming because of something random. How about you properly rest for a day? It should be more doable if you're in a better state. It's not like I'll always be fighting when I'm feeling good. I might fight on a good day, but I could also fight when I'm sick. Isn't that the case for you as well? For you, Jitae, that was naturally the case. From the 3rd iteration to the end of the 6th iteration, he could count his actual rest days with his fingers. But I'm making quite the progress, right? At the start I was pushed back a lot, but now I'm fighting for at least 5 minutes. That's probably because the great orc warrior was tired, but Jitae deliberately did not say that. The reason she couldn't manage her pulsation properly is because she was entirely focused on resonating the dragon heart that it did not contain a single killing intent. Should he wait for her to overcome this herself? Or should he start helping her now? The regressor, the imperfect teacher, was pondering about it. You don't have to help me or anything. I'll do this by myself. I'm gonna dash in until I win. Don't stop me, okay? As if she read his thoughts. Yoram gave a firm statement. She looked like she would dash out straight away, but once she was actually ready for the fight, she began murmuring to herself on the spot. I don't feel bad. I don't feel bad. I don't feel bad. She morbidly repeated those words. Her voice sounded obsessive, as if she was controlling her own mind in order to suppress her anger from surging forth. Suddenly, he remembered her small shoulders that twitched when she was crying after being crushed by Javier. He also remembered how she had been depressed for over a week after being one-sidedly defeated by BM. Was there a need to dishearten her? So he decided to secretly help Yoram. It wasn't that unique of a method. Thump, he just resonated with his own pulsation by adding killing intent to it. Even with just this, it should definitely be helpful for a dragon that received emotions and thoughts. After noticing something, Yoram gave a frown but did not do anything apart from that. I'm gonna go at it until I win. Who? Heaving out a deep breath, she once again began dashing in at the great orc warrior. Her loss streak continued even after that, but after another week. Bomb, Kurarak, the great orc warrior laid on the ground after being smacked by Yoram's fist. Ha, I finally won, you fucking piece of... In excitement, she ran up and started rubbing off the black lines on its head with her fingers. Kurarak, a sorrowful scream of an orc echoed across the shallows of the abyss. Chapter 93. A simple favor 1. Ku. How should I say this? It's a good day, right? It was Mayang Yangha, the Druid of Regeneration, officially ranked 9th worldwide. Been a while since we've gathered at one place in good health. Why don't you all smile a bit more, hey? Yuhahat. He nonchalantly laughed out loud, but not a single one of the people sitting with him smiled back. Around the circular table were members of the Grand Natural Society sitting down. They were all top superhuman rankers of the globe, but they were wearing grave expressions. Slightly embarrassed, the large druid scratched his cheeks before leaning back onto the backrest. Seriously, does it hurt to say a few positive words after coming together like this? You all look as if there'll be a war anytime soon. Congrats, gulp. After a mouthful of vodka, BM opened his mouth with a murmur. For having a son, now you're a father of 2 sons. You weren't there last time, right? Thanks, how's your dungeon raid going? Well, like always. Seriously, you're so stubborn. I can help you anytime if you want. You need to change nappies for your baby. BM vaguely dodged the question. It was when Myung Yongha was about to ask something after staring deeply at BM's face through the pair of sunglasses. Ah, this is annoying. The sword of the royal family of Japan's special forces, Minamoto AI, officially ranked 13th worldwide, irritatedly grumbled, the eyes of the surroundings turned towards her. Isn't it past the conference time? By 5 minutes already. And yet the president of the Grand Natural Society wasn't here yet. Ha ha ha, what can we do? It's not the first time he is like this. He's always coming late because we're not saying anything. Hey, at least he's never late by more than 30 minutes, right? What does that even mean? I have an appointment in the evening. Someone interjected their chit-chat. The agenda of this conference. An old lady seated in the corner opened her mouth with a creaking voice. Her low and soft voice had a unique tone to it that closed the mouths of the complainers. She was Lee HWA, formerly ranked 6th worldwide officially. Is about that young man, if I'm not wrong. With one sentence, the crowd became quiet once again. A myriad of emotions passed across their faces, ranging from confusion, puzzlement, uncomfort and displeasure to admiration and goodwill. AI, the royal family and the association haven't discovered it yet, right? NN, probably not yet. Hull. Lee Hwa's lips formed a deep wrinkle while Minamoto AI heaved out a deep sigh. We had to scale the size of the incident down for the report to hide that person's identity. So, the royal family doesn't even know that there had been a catastrophe there. At least not yet. There were several pieces of information that discouraged them from revealing it to the media, so Minamoto concealed information related to the militia masquerade. Even the association was only aware of Usul Khalifa's appearance. What a dilemma. It was a catastrophe rank this time. That's not something we can do anything about. Throwing a hot potato to the association now might even be late already, and yet. The ones that had despaired from the might of catastrophe-ranked demons at the battlefront during the Great War had now become the heads of the organization after 20 years. They would be in a seizure just from hearing the name Noah. What would happen if they were to reveal everything that happened inside Militia Masquerade? Noah appeared. But what? He died. Who killed him? With that procedure, information about that man would also inevitably have to be shared. One of the members asked, "What do you know about that man?" And Minamoto replied with a sigh. "All I know is that the man referred to himself as a demon hunter and that he had a disgustingly pretty assistant next to him. And he's strong," Minamoto clenched her teeth. During the war, demons that remained unkillable against 3 to 4 top rankers received the title Catastrophe. A catastrophe who had hidden himself after the war appeared once again after 20 years or so. This was more than enough to shock people. But then, an unidentified superhuman appeared and individually killed a catastrophe, let alone the fact that all his limbs were intact after killing it. The sword of the royal family conveyed that she felt like a herbivore that froze in front of a carnivore. The only ones that were aware of this were the 7 members of the society. No one from the group frankly revealed their thoughts, but the Grand Natural Society needed an insurance. They wanted to share information about this unclassified existence and lessen their burden. Wasn't there the International Hunter Association, the world's best insurance company? I'm against it. That was when BM shattered the tacit atmosphere with his voice. He, who was known to have the closest relationship with the man from the Grand Natural Society, argued that all records about the man had to remain hidden. He provided several evidence to back off his claim. We should never let the association know about him. He was sharing the same argument today as well when a member raised their hand. BM, please, don't we go through an interview even when we're finding a casual employee? Beneath the pair of sunglasses, BM gave a slight frown. The savior of Gallia, officially ranked 29th worldwide, Simon Abkarian. He was wearing a bored expression full of leisure while twitching his elegant mustache. From what BM thought, that hero of France was someone who wanted everything in the world to be under his control. Let me ask for a simple request. Please bring that person over here. Will something change if you see him in person? Who knows? At least it would be better than hearing the story of a distant country through a spokesperson. He was now being sarcastic about BM, calling him a spokesperson. BM therefore let out an empty laugh. I don't think that would work. You've been sitting on top of others for so long that it seems you can't differentiate top from bottom anymore. Casual employees, was it? Are you still the boss here? Simon's eyes twitched as a lecherous smile appeared on his lips. That's true too. Then please give him a word so that I can go find him. You're close enough to be a spokesperson, so that shouldn't be hard, right? Please do so. We'll get going then. Let's go, Jitae. In the morning, Keel and Jitae left the house while holding hands. The two of them were recently loving Lair Amusement Park. It was a small theme park located in the entertainment district, but apparently there was close to no one there during the holidays. Yoram, let's go. Jitae also took Yoram outside. She was growing at an exponential rate in the mere span of 10 days or so. Defeating an A-ranked named Monster as a cadet was an extremely praiseworthy task. Jitae thought it was about time to enter the next stage of training, so he was planning to start a slightly different training method from today. You, Yoram? Yeah, I'm coming. Yoram walked out from her room with large bags under her eyes and followed behind him. That was when Baum called him from the living room. Ajasi, can you come a bit earlier today? He gave a nod. Okay. The door closed with Jitae, Yoram, Keel, and Jitae having gone outside. Left alone, Baum sat down on the sofa of the living room. When everyone left the house to do their own thing, she would stay behind alone to read or watch dramas, like what Jitae would do when he was alone. She remembered that it was time to give food for the baby chicken. Baum filled the baby chicken's bowl up to the brim with chicken feed. Then, a baby chicken the size of a soccer ball dashed forward and buried its face into the bowl. The chicken was growing fast from its original fist-sized body. According to Jitae, it was normal for a spirit beast to grow like this, and its growth must have been restricted before. Even then, it appeared exactly like a baby chicken and thus resembled a large fairy floss. Chirp! After finishing its meal and drinking some water, the baby chicken threw several glances before dashing into Keel's room. Baum did not forget to remind it. You can't go outside and fight just because Keel's not here, okay? Chirp, chirp, don't just say that and ignore it. And just like that, silence covered Unit 301. Lying down on the sofa, Baum stared at the ceiling. Her grass-colored hair was scattered in disorder, and she deeply pondered about something. She blankly looked at the ceiling before stretching her hand forward and grabbing a notepad out from her alternate dimension storage. Ajasi observation diary then. She began writing something down. Ajasi, I have a request. It was at night after he returned from educating Yoram. What is it? I'm thinking of making some healthy food for Yoram. Healthy food? Yes, Yoram doesn't look very good these days. Jitae nodded his head. A dragon's mana could only cure the body and was powerless in front of overwhelming piles of exhaustion and mental stress. Actually, our green race has a unique health food. Unique health food of the green race? It's like a medicinal soup, but I don't think I can find the same ingredients on Earth. You want me to go look for the ingredients? Well, I gathered a few already with things that had similar mana properties and attributes. Baum showed a sieve full of ingredients. Bijiong, Old Crescent, Root of Adria, Full Moon Grass. Even Jitae knew some of these medicinal herbs. They were all good for mana regeneration and energy recovery. So, are you going to boil these? Yes, but since all the ingredients are different, I can't find the right ratio. So I'll try cooking with different ratios, and can you try tasting them, Ajasi? All right. She walked into the kitchen and began cutting the ingredients up, and after rustling around for 10 minutes or so, a bubbling soup was created. Here you go. The soup was full of green, and the smell of medicine crawled up in between. It was a sample dish for tasting, so there wasn't much in volume. Jitae calmly raised a spoonful to put into his mouth, and lost his language. How is it? Silently. He scooped it up once again with the spoon. He then tilted the spoon, and the thick mixture slowly dripped down. It was the same as before, but what he perceived from it was different from before. He thought the spoon might melt, but it somehow didn't. To be fair, the soup was meant to be a medicine and not a dish. She probably wasn't creating this kind of flavor to kill him. Closing his eyes, he felt the medicinal herbs reacting with one another inside his body. It wasn't that good. He could only feel the individual effects of the ingredients, while some of them in fact had their effect downgraded, which acted like a faint poison. Only after getting rid of the poison did he open his mouth. I think that one's a fail. Really? The ratio seems to be wrong. I don't know the details, but I think there's too much full moon grass. Placing a finger on her lips, Baum contemplated. Then, can you please help me a bit more? All right, as usual. He gave a nod and Bomb began boiling the soup again, but finding the perfect ratio of a soup that had dozens of ingredients wasn't an easy task. Hum, hum, hum. The food tasting session continued for a long time. It was night. We're back, ah. That was so fun, right, Jitae? And then, Keel and Jitae excitedly came back to the house from their entertainment. For the first time in a long time, Jitae reached her arms forward asking for a hug. Jitae pulled her in as the small pair of arms went around his neck. Her cheeks that had been flushed from the cold wintry wind touched his neck. It was cold. Jitae slowly gave a smile. You must have enjoyed yourself. How was it? She mumbled with her small mouth and explained what happened that day. A large ship, like this, went in circles. She used her hands and diligently explained, but he honestly couldn't understand what she was saying. Nonetheless, he calmly nodded back. After finishing her explanation, Jitae carefully gazed up at him. Next time, go together. She appeared expectant, so he gave a nod. Yeah, let's go together. Perhaps exhausted from playing around, she fell asleep quickly in Jitae's arms. Her gentle breathing sounds echoed in his ears. Every time he was hugging her like this, he would realize once again that her body was really small despite having reached the size of a 6-year-old. She had a small head, a thin neck, and a tiny body, shoulders, arms, and hands. It was his first time thinking like this, but it came to him that a dragon could be this small. Was this small girl happy today? Oh, little Jitae is asleep already. That was when the 17th soup had been finished. Jitae's sleeping posture was crooked. She would fall if Jitae didn't support her body with his hand, and she was effectively sleeping on his arm. Besides, his other hand had to support her drooping head, so even his other hand wasn't free. Should I move her for you? It's fine, she might wake up. Then let's go like this. Bomb naturally raised a spoonful and pushed it towards Jitae. Whenever Bomb tried to feed him something, he received it with his hand before eating it, but there was a problem with that today. Here. Jitae opened his mouth after stopping for a second as the soup came straight into his mouth. But then, Bomb didn't take the spoon out. She stayed at a very close proximity and stared deeply into Jitae's eyes. What is she doing? When he looked back into her eyes, the spoon slowly went back out. How is it? It still had a horrendous taste, but the herbs were harmonious this time. There wasn't any ingredient straying off from other herbs, and there was no waste, forming a subtle harmony. They spread past Jitae's body. I think it's good this time, it's not bad. Really? Yes, well done. NN, thank you. Bomb nodded with a gentle smile. Oh right, how did it taste? Well, just like normal herbs. Herbs? In response to his words, Bomb slowly sat on the dining table in front of him. Really? She then gave a mysterious smile. As if she was observing something, Bomb looked into Jitae's eyes deeply before opening her mouth. I have a question. Her lips twitched with a very soft voice. What is it? Why don't you ever say it tastes bad? He didn't know what to say in response. Did she know something? Why was she asking this? When he remained silent, Bomb asked yet again, why? Do you never refuse? I do when I have to. That's only when you think I'll be in danger. Why do you not refuse my request in a normal daily life? Bomb was asking that with her eyes. I want to know why. Chapter 94. A simple favor too. The reason was simple. It was because the dragons had to be happy. Since they don't forget, their memories remain forever, including painful memories. Therefore, Jitae had to act in a way that made them feel happy every single time. Radically speaking, if Bomb was a child that became happy for being rejected, Jitae could deny every single word of hers. But in reality, Bomb was not like that, so he did not refuse her requests. You always rejected me during the past year, and I have never asked for the same thing more than once. This is the first time I'm asking you like this. He could remember the green dragon of the 5th iteration. It was the only one that tried to communicate with Jitae among the 4 dragons and asked him for a favor. Can't you just do it once? If he didn't refuse her request, would the 5th iteration have ended differently? Even though I'm asking you like this, it probably wouldn't have been all that different, considering that he had gotten off on the wrong foot. However, the dragons of that iteration would have been slightly less unhappy at the very least. He refused, and thus the dragons became unhappy. Such memories of the 5th and the 6th iterations became stuck in his head like a road sign. Despite being a forgetful human, Those memories floated back up whenever he closed his eyes. Of course, he couldn't say that out loud. How could he say that it was because they were like sunfish that died from every single thing in the world? He therefore gave up on replying. NN, I want to know. You're not going to tell me? She was persistent for some reason today. He decided to move away from this place. While carrying Jitae, Jitae tried to carefully stand up but couldn't. After jumping down from the table, Bomb sat down on his lap. Where are you running? After smiling, hi. She moved around until she was comfortable with her seating posture. Jitae was still soundly sleeping, so Bomb's voice got softer after coming closer. Do you remember what my first request was? Ajasi, he didn't. It was on the day we first met when I was asking you to not kidnap me. I became fond of that place and was staying there for half a month, so please leave me be, is what I said, but Ajasi rejected my first request, and I was kidnapped. You said you weren't kidnapped, you came with your own feet. But that's the reality of it. An adult taking a child into custody, that's a kidnap no matter what you say. Oh, but you see, something strange happened. On the very next day, I asked the second request, to go shopping together, and Ajasi did not reject it. He vividly remembered that. It was when she suddenly said that she would cook a meal for him. It was strange being nice after doing a bad thing, but I didn't hate it. On the first day, I was trying to hide my fear, but my thoughts changed slightly after that. But then there was this doubt. Why did he kidnap me? How did he know who I was? I can't tell. You said you can't tell me that. But it wasn't just me. Even Yoram and Keel were curious several times. Jitae closed his mouth. After taking all of them in, he thought their life together was somehow going well. He thought it was because they were young kids that didn't know about the worldly affairs, but I persuaded them. I explained in your stead. Ajasi, why? In order to live, but you see, after living like that for some time, we all started thinking differently. Thinking differently? Yes, or should I say we got attached to it. You know how sometimes we slowly start to like things that we hated? Well, I did carry out some small revenges. A small revenge? He suddenly remembered something. The first meal you made for me, that was on purpose, huh? Her smile became a level deeper. Thinking that he had suffered a loss. Jitae gave an empty smile. That soup must be the same as well? Sorry, I think you should make that again. I get that it's a medicine, but it's not the best thing to eat. Even now, Jitae refrained from saying that it tasted bad. Realizing that, Bomb smiled. Ah, but by the way, I didn't make this for revenge. Then, is that how it always tastes? No, don't you know that? Ajasi, know what? Her eyes bent into crescents. You look cute when you're eating. Cough. Jitae unconsciously coughed out loud in reflex. For him, that was an extremely dumbfounding sentence to hear. Jitae wriggled her body from Jitae's cough. When he carefully patted her back, the child went back to sleep. She almost woke up. What are you trying to say? What do you mean? What I mean by cute? You look really awkward when you're eating something. You eat really slow and carefully. He suddenly thought that that might be possible because he had not eaten for over dozens of years. Your expression changes when it tastes bad, and I can tell them apart. Today, this was the cutest. Bomb raised a bijong fruit. It was a dark green fruit the size of a fingernail, that thing. He remembered that it tasted very bitter. That's a bad habit. Do you laugh while seeing others in pain or something? Sorry, but what? Because Ajasi never refuses it. I keep on giving you more. The regressor heaved out a small sigh and shook his head. Are you still not going to tell me why you don't refuse? Maybe you like me. Now what was this about? The regressor replied with an indifferent voice. No, going. Bomb brought her body even closer. Her body was almost touching Jitae as she raised her face and looked into his eyes. You really don't? I don't. It seemed that he had to draw a line. I don't know what you're expecting, but you and I are in the relationship of a guardian and a cadet and nothing else. She widened her eyes into circles. If you don't refuse and be nice, isn't that because you like me? Like I said. No, that's strange. What is? Every female dragon is pretty and males are handsome. We change it like that because we know that appearance is a very strong authority in human society. At the end of beauty, there is a power that transcends the limit of gender and age, so how can Ajasi not like me? His eyes reflexively turned to her face. When I'm this pretty. It sounded shameless that she was saying that herself, but there was not a single trace of embarrassment on her face. Like a child calling a dog cute, Bomb expressing herself as pretty sounded like her take on a natural fact. In that instant, Jitae felt something strange. His senses that were always faint due to being covered by something like a fog slowly became clearer. The scenery of the house became more vivid, and the sound of Jaehyal's sleeping breaths resonated clearly. The thing pressing down on his thighs felt slightly heavier. When that happened, the green eyes appeared slightly more burdensome. His scattered emotions always gathered at one place and became clearer whenever he was killing an enemy. It was an effect that happened because he felt the increasing distance away from the apocalypse. Quietly pondering about it, he realized that it might be because the happiness of the dragons was also an element pushing the apocalypse back like the deaths of the demons. It seemed that he would be feeling the distancing of the apocalypse whenever they became happy. There was also a difference. He would feel a sort of pleasure filling up his lower stomach whenever he killed demons. It was close to a dirty pleasure, but there was no such thing right now. In any case, the regressor decided to cut things off here. Bomb, NN, I get it, so just stop sitting on my legs. Why? Her eyes turned into circles. We're all living together, so you need to keep a moderate distance. Other kids are not like that, but you tend to cross the line sometimes. Sorry, I'm telling you to keep your delusions in check. Do you think everything in the world is yours because everyone calls you pretty? If you continue being like this, you could end up ruining the atmosphere of the house. You need to act like an adult. You're there, Unnie. It might be slightly too harsh, but this was as delicate as he could get. But suddenly, the smile disappeared from Bomb's face as her atmosphere overturned in an instant. I never wanted anything in the world. What about the world? I never wanted even the smallest thing, so Ajasi is the one having the delusion. Her words were profound yet mysterious. He didn't understand what she was trying to say. Soon, Bomb carefully caressed Jaehyal's head. Do you really think I'm the older sister of these kids? What? Bomb sorrowfully smiled. I'm not there, Unnie. He felt like something had smacked him on the back of his head. The tower of relationship that had been built up with difficulty felt like it was crumbling down from its foundations. Indeed, Bomb was right. They were all dragons of a different race, and Bomb wasn't an older sister of Jaehyal. That was just a framework made from the regulations and the customs of human society which Jitae was using to manage them with more ease. Do you see me now? Do you see me? The green dragon instead of the older sister that you had defined, that was what Bomb was asking. Suddenly, he thought that the distance between them was very perplexing. It was closer than necessary. No, wait. He knew what Bomb's current expression was entailing. Whenever she was trying to pull a prank at him, she would look at him with an overly serious expression. So around 3 seconds after his confusion, she would break out into a laughter and laugh out loud. He waited for that timing, but Bomb did not smile. Her eyes became thinner. I can see you, though. Reaching her 2 arms forward, she approached Jitae even more. Her face was now closer than Jaehyal's face, when his level of perplexity was about to break through the limit. Kyaa, Bomb began laughing. The risky atmosphere that had been built disappeared in an instant, in a fit of laughter. She couldn't even breathe properly as she dropped down from Jitae's legs and ended up on the floor. Due to that, Jaehyal woke up in a fluster and faced Bomb with unevenly opened eyes of sleepiness. The regressor, who had remained quiet on the outside, readjusted Jaehyal's posture and pressed on his temples with his freed hand. Oi, Bomb, sorry, she shouted while almost rolling on the floor. Without even knowing why, Jaehyal laughed hee-hee in suit. After rolling on the floor for some time, she collected her breath and wiped her tears as she gazed up at Jitae. Sorry, Ajasi, were you surprised? It was the first time he was seeing such a smile on her face. She seemed to be dying from excitement. She was being really cheeky, but he didn't feel like getting angry after seeing her enjoying it so much. Even after that, she laughed out loud for a long time to the point that it made him wonder whether she was the same Bomb he knew. Huck, NNNNN, my stomach hurts. When Jaehyal tilted her head at Bomb after coming down onto the floor, Bomb barely managed to control her smile and lifted her up while collecting her breath. What happened? It's nothing. Jaehyal, sorry your Unnie woke you up. She then naturally referred to herself as an Unnie. He checked the authenticity of her words with eyes of equilibrium, SS, and the result that came up was truth. Her words were true, and that meant it had indeed been a prank. He had suffered big time. When Jael smiled once again with sleepy eyes, Bomb caressed her hair. "Should we go back to sleep?" she said before handing her over to Jitae. "Ajasi, can I ask you for a favor? Please put Jael to sleep today," giving a random nod. Jitae hugged Jael up with powerless movements and headed to Bomb's room. After leaving the house, Bomb followed the road without an end. Thinking back on Jitae's troubled expression almost made her laugh once again. She tried to settle her breath but ended up laughing out loud. "Ah, I need to stop laughing." Even her diaphragmatic muscles hurt from laughing too much. No, wait, this wasn't the time for this. With a lively expression, Bomb took out a notebook from the alternate dimension. She then added a new clause. 25. Ajasi is really cute. Whenever she teased him, Ajasi was always perplexed, but he was good at hiding it and appeared indifferent. But today was definitely different. Didn't his expression change ever so vividly? His face of extreme fluster was so funny that her heart didn't settle back down whenever she thought of it. While deciding to think back on today whenever she was depressed, Bomb closed the notebook. Ajasi Observation Diary, Chapter 95. Restriction 1. There was a wetland continuing on without an end, waterlogged and humid. The land swallowed each step like a quagmire and made it difficult for people to travel through. A pair of male and female was standing in front of an unnamed dungeon. The dungeon was filled with water attribute mana and was S-ranked, which was quite rare to find. It didn't receive its S rank due to its size, and instead was because there were a small number of elite monsters inside. In order to find a place that suited the power level of the baby red dragon, the Regressor looked for this place. Yoram, who had been fighting against monsters just then, was dropping beads of sweat. "Huck, huck!" She sat down on top of a monster. During the fight that continued for around 2 hours, she was forced to squeeze her dragon heart dry several times. She had used a tremendous amount of mana, which seemed to have made her dizzy. Yoram buried her head inside her 2 hands. "Let's go." W. "Wait, we should move." "Just wait a second, I feel like throwing up." She was even drooling while collecting her breath. Her proficiency level wasn't high enough and the pulsation always shook unstably. Of course, it would be fine to leave it like that. She was a dragon and would gradually perfect her pulsation as time passed, even without taking all this toll on her body. However, a real fight was the best method to make someone stronger as soon as possible. Despite her body and her clothes being covered in dirt, Yoram did not use magic to clean it off. In fact, it didn't look like she even had the leisure to do so, but she obediently stood back up after collecting her breath. "Go, go." He took her and walked through the quagmire. As they went deeper in, the sticky wetland became deeper, so he relied on mana to walk on top. Yoram arduously followed behind. After walking for a long time, something was visible through the gaps of the dense forest. There was a fish that resembled a human, with a long fin traveling down the spine from the head to the tail. With pink gills on the neck and a large body, it carried a spear and swallowed a horrendous-looking fish. It was the elite soldier of the fishman race. Shakarjan, Jitae hid his body behind a tree trunk. Yoram followed suit with a slightly nervous look. He quietly opened his mouth. "Can you see them?" "Yeah, what do you think?" "They look fucking strong. How would you take them down?" Yoram clenched on her crimson lips. She then observed the area she and Jitae were standing in. "You brought me here on purpose, right? To ambush them." Since he remained silent, Yoram gave a frown and turned back to her enemy. The elite soldier was carrying a long spear, with 2 Shakarjan mages standing behind it. They would both use water attribute magic. Since the entire area was covered in water, she had trouble finding a method. "Do I scorch them with a breath?" There was an easy way out. "Are you serious?" "No, I was just joking." Looking back to the front, Yoram once again contemplated as Jitae quietly waited for the child to finish her line of thought. The reason Jitae gave such a trial to her was because she had been fighting until now without any plans. She had a physical body that could overwhelm current superhumans, let alone the cadets of Lair, an elemental resistance that broke through the charts, and a ridiculous control over mana. Due to having all those things from birth, she had never thought or pondered before regarding how to fight. First off, I'll smack the shit out of the warrior. And then, I'll take the spear and throw it. And then, when it's in a panic from losing the spear, I'll bash the mages up. And then just fight? All right. Yoram threw a glance towards him. Is that correct? Let's first try doing what you said. Their strategy meeting came to an end. She closed her eyes, with a thump. Her heart rate began slowing down. Then, she dashed forward like a bullet as the water splashed underneath her steps. The situation didn't go as she thought, just like her original plan. She succeeded in ambushing and smacking the shit out of the elite soldier, but the fishman's arm muscles hideously enlarged itself and held tightly onto the spear. She had gotten off on the wrong foot. After that, a chaotic battle continued. Due to the interruption of the mages, she couldn't deal with the elite soldier. Wounds stacked on top of another, and blood oozed out of her body. When Yoram was finally caught after being struck on her face with the spear shaft, Jitae stepped forward and smashed the back of their necks. Let go, let go. While being dragged out by Jitae, Yoram couldn't control herself and yelled at him to let go. Left with no other choice, he also struck the back of her neck. Knife hands strike D. He had to make the Shakarjin elite soldier, the two mages and Yoram faint for the situation to be wrapped up. When she woke back up after 2 hours or so, Yoram glared at Jitae. What was the problem? I don't know. Then, what do you think the problem was? She reluctantly asked a question. During the learning process, she began to acknowledge the fact that she was weak. Everything was the problem. Jitae gave his honest opinion as Yoram revealed annoyance and irritation with her face. What do you mean? Everything? The start itself was full of problems. You didn't make the most out of an ambush. Make the most out? Right. At least you did realize that the location and the direction were good for ambush. However, the method was wrong. You were in too much of a hurry and weren't stealthy enough. I don't really understand what you're saying. Wasn't I quite stealthy? I did smack the fish on the back of its head. I was pretty fast. He shook his head. That's where you're wrong. Why focus on speed? The merit of an ambush is in its stealth and precision. Then, is speed a secondary thing? Once again, he shook his head. To be frank, speed is unnecessary. Why? It's an ambush. Shouldn't I smack them as fast as possible? Look. Jitae extended his finger. It was fast yet slow. Startled, Yoram twisted her head trying to dodge it, but the finger seemed to have predicted where she would go as it changed its trajectory. Soon, it collided with her forehead. Huh, fuck, what? She touched her forehead with astonishment. It was slow and yet she had been hit by it. She thought she could dodge it with ease but couldn't. As long as you're accurate, the speed doesn't matter. Jitae continued with a hushed voice. An ambush must be stealthy and precise every time. Sometimes, you would be better off walking up and slitting their throat. Instead of chucking a knife at their back, slow might be better. Don't focus too much on general knowledge. This has to be this, that has to be that. Throw that away. Whenever you're faced with something, you need to think what you really need in that situation. Realizing something, she let out a faint gasp. You understand? Yeah. I think I do. Then let's think back to the start. Restructure the situation in your head. When you were trying to ambush them, where did you go wrong? And how could you change it to be more efficient? Yoram closed her eyes and revisited her unforgetting memories. She vividly remembered the situation. She remembered the path she took, the direction and speed. From there, she reflected on the direction the mages had been staring at and the move pattern of the elite soldier. Assuredness began appearing on her face as Jitae asked the previous question one more time. If you could do it over, how would you take them down? I think I could have taken down the two mages first if I had done it right. How? With a slightly excited look on her face, Yoram began explaining something. It was just a slight tweak to her knowledge, but after understanding the principle of an ambush, her horizon had been broadened. She racked her brain to think of a strategy. What do you think? She asked excitedly after finishing her explanation. Let's try doing it first. The result of the battle will be her answer. At a nearby place, there was another group of an elite soldier and two mages. At a similar yet different environment, Yoram went through with her strategy and accurately dealt with the two mages. After controlling the flow of the battlefield, she then defeated the elite soldier as well with relative ease. I did it, these fishy and stinky bastards. In high spirits, Yoram dashed back to Jitae while carrying the head of the elite soldier. She then asked with a bright expression, You want one? The chill in the air was starting to disappear, and cadets could be seen wearing one less garment. Yoram went around various dungeons with Jitae and fought every single day. For 2 weeks, She trained without resting. Her battle sense and Karlgulekwa stand-up martial art skills were growing rapidly. Even then, the morning inside the dormitory was the same as always. Yuaha it's falling. Kiel and Jael were sitting together playing Jenga while Bom was giving Yoram a soup. Uck, Yoram retched after drinking the soup. It seriously tastes like shit. You could scoop up some drain water and it would taste better than this. She didn't reject drinking the soup despite saying that. Bom gave a smile. Meanwhile, Jitae was looking at a world map, pondering about something. From the 2 weeks of dungeon explorations with Jitae, Yoram's dragon heart was slowly getting used to the basic pulsations. She needed to move on to the next stage of her training. Go to the training room by yourself for today. He needed to get the tools ready. Why? Is it for that new training method? Yeah, you need to put on some chains. Chains? She had succeeded in resonantly beating her heart with pulsations. Now, she had to make sure it stayed firm, and Jitae knew the method already. It was an extremely unsophisticated yet certain method, but it couldn't be done empty-handed, and he needed a tool. After listening to a short explanation, Yoram gave a nod, but when Jitae was about to leave, her voice halted his feet. You know. He looked back and found Yoram looking at him with expectant eyes. Didn't I, get a little bit stronger? Unbefitting of her usual self, her voice sounded careful. He pondered for a bit. Yoram did get stronger through the 2 weeks of training, but if he was asked whether she had fulfilled his expectations or not, that would be a no. Yoram was barely catching up. If she couldn't even do this, he would have taken her over to a volcano to push her into the lava. When Jitae's silence continued for a long time, expectation began disappearing from her face. Soon, she turned her body around in depression. But you did diligently. After realizing his mistake, the regressor said to her back, but it was already too late. She flicked her head towards him. Her pride must have been hurt, judging from her irritated and melancholic expression. It seemed like she could shout something at any time. But thinking that it would be meaningless, she turned around with a sigh. Yoram was put in a pretty bad mood. For no reason, she went up to Kiel and Jael and kicked the Jenga. Why? What are you doing, you devil? Is this your room? Do it on top of a table. Kiel rebelled against her and they quarreled. Tack. Inside a very deep dungeon, the S-ranked boss, Elder Lick, chattered its teeth. The Lick saw a human suddenly appear in the boss room before sitting down on its throne. Powerlessly, the skeleton magician shivered from fear in a posture that didn't suit its alias, the High Priest of Death. Tack. Exactly 10 minutes ago, this human who somehow appeared from somewhere threatened the Lick to stay quiet, without making a fuss. The Lick thought he was a crazy human and thought it would be fine to just kill him. However, the moment it looked into the eyes of the man, the Elder Lick realized the level this existence was in. This intellectual boss-ranked monster thought to itself that its 500 years of life could end today. Tack. Be quiet. Tack. The Lick grabbed its own chin. It then hid in a corner and stole glances at the man. Sitting down on the Lick's throne, Jitae closed his eyes and went through his body. Inside the regressor's heart, there were chains of hell, an artifact with a slightly childish name. Having no reflection at all, it was a chain that was way too black. In fact, it wasn't made of metal. This had been gained from a black dragon whom he didn't know the name of, and was created by stacking very thin string-like substances on top of another. It was a device that had been set to manage his killing intent, which had grown beyond his control over the countless regressions. He easily untangled it inside Noah's dream, but that couldn't be done in the real world because of the aftermath. That's why he had come to this place. Jitae quietly undid the chain. In that moment, a shockwave resonated across the world. Soon, coarse killing intent shot forth from his body like an ocean wave and covered the world. It traveled through the boss room, the underground graveyard, the forests, and the desert. Several hundreds of kilometers were destroyed inside the alternate dimension of the fissure. After putting the chains of hell back on, Jitae stood up from his spot. He looked at several tiny pieces of string fragments of chains of hell. This would be enough. Behind the strings, he could see the Lick's dungeon in tatters, but it failed to wring his heart. Thanks for your seat. When he stood back up, the naked skeleton whose old robe had turned into dust nodded its head while shivering. Stay here quietly. The human was looking into its eyes, lowering its head. The lick avoided eye contact. "You'll die if you crawl out." After saying that, the human vanished, left alone. The elder lick raised its body, which had been holed up in the corner. It then placed the crown, half-ruined from the killing intent, back on top of its head. Crack! The crown crumbled and fell in pieces. Tack! That day, the elder lick quietly gave up on its ambitious dream of conquering the human world. Chapter 96. Restriction 2. He opened the pocket watch and checked the time. It was 7:35 a.m. About time to leave. "Let's go." Yoram walked out with powerless steps. Although he quietly stared at her face, she didn't look back at him. She didn't seem to be in a good mood today. Regardless, Jitae left the house with her. There was close to no traffic in the residential area, in front of the dormitory buildings lining up. Yoram, who would always babble on about what she learned, was keeping her mouth shut with a pout, so the road felt quieter than usual. Why was she like this? The regressor carefully contemplated. What could have caused the baby dragon to be unhappy, when nothing much had happened both yesterday and today? He suddenly remembered something which had happened yesterday, about her question on whether she had gotten stronger or not. He wasn't able to reply easily because Yoram's achievement was lacking. Then should he have given her a false praise? Maybe she would have been in a better mood if that was the case. Before teaching Yoram, he had read 10 or so books about education, and some of those books told him to compliment the action itself rather than the result. Instead of praising a child for drawing a pretty picture, praise them for drawing instead. But did a false compliment like that have meaning? He didn't know. Could something so lacking in sincerity really be called a compliment? And if he praised every single time, wouldn't that dilute the actual meaning of the compliment when they do get it right? It was a soft and tender contemplation. He, who had always been pondering about the apocalypse and killing demons, wasn't used to such worries. In any case, a topic like this would result in a different take for everyone without an ideal answer, which the regressor wasn't fond of. He instead decided to do what he could. In the central training room of Lair, Jitae and Yoram entered an alternate dimension training room. He didn't set the environment, so a translucent wall and floor of white welcomed them. "From today, we will start training while using some restricting tools." Yoram didn't even give a nod. She didn't look eager. She was sitting down on the floor on her bum, so he walked up to her and crouched down to match the line of sight. "What's wrong? You don't want to do it? We can rest for today if you want." When he was about to raise his body after not getting any response, Yoram opened her mouth with a depressed voice. "You can scold if you want." He had a hard time understanding her words. "What do you mean? You can scold me if I can't match your standards. Why would I? Then I would get slightly better, right? It will be embarrassing, but I would at least be upset enough to try harder. Instead of saying well done when I succeed in something, why didn't you tell me that it wasn't time for me to be happy? You were doing a good job on your part." With a slightly angry look, she lifted her head. "Because you're saying that, I thought I was actually doing a good job. When I was jumping around thinking I did well, how laughable would that have been for you? I didn't even know that, and Yoram, it's just hurting my pride. Tell me if I'm doing bad, swear at me if I make a mistake, call me a retard. If I can't follow your standard, you can hit me to make me better. I put down most of my pride against you, so you can do whatever you want." In the middle of her speech, she bit her red lips. "My cheeks and my butt are okay. A bat or a cane? I think I'll be fine." "What? But you can't use a knife or a whip. I can't think straight if I see blood." He slowly began understanding her words. Her words, which made her appear to be on top despite the topic of punishment, somehow did fit the image of the red race. Jitae shook his head. She was being overly anxious for no reason. "You, Yoram, why? I'm not going to hit you. That's better than me being thought of as a retard. Let's just stop. We have to start today's training. You wanted to become stronger. Don't you find it wasteful to sit down like this and talk nonsense?" "No, but I'm not talking nonsense. Let's stop here. If you're going to repeat the same thing, just shut your mouth and get up." Her mouth closed to a pout. She stood up from the floor and dusted her butt. There was the look of discontent on her face, but that was probably at her own self. Suddenly, he felt slightly doubtful. The red race always seeked to become stronger, but it wasn't to this degree according to his knowledge. But how do we restrict the dragon heart? I have the tool so you don't have to worry about that. when Jitae took out 3 small strings. Yoram gave a doubtful look. Aang, you're going to restrict a dragon heart with this. She held onto the black strings and waved it around. Like a strand of hair. It powerlessly fluttered in the wind. I thought you were bringing an awesome device or something. What is this? You shouldn't look down on it. Who would be nervous after seeing this? It's just someone's pubic hair. Her depression vanished after a second and she laughed. Well, it would be good for her to not look down on it though. Jitae quietly placed the fragment on her hand before repeating the ignition keyword. Then, the fragments of the chains of hell entered through her fingers and restricted the dragon heart. I don't feel anything though. And, after exactly 5 minutes, her composure disappeared. GH, she grumbled, feeling a strange sensation for the first time in her life. Yoram widened her eyes and looked up at Jitae. How is it? Is it bearable? Tell me whenever if you can't endure it. It was natural for her to be flustered. A dragon having their mana, supernatural senses, resistances and blessings restricted wasn't commonplace. She asked while pressing her chest in confusion. How does this work? I thought it was just restricting the mana. It's more complicated than that. You can think of it as a device that crushes the body to the point it can't be moved. From now, your body will feel heavier and it will be harder to breathe. The mana that had been naturally following you will now rebel against you. Why? Why do we have to go that far? Fighting power tends to develop the more you break through the limit. A restricting device like this will push you to that limit. Of course, being pushed to the limit was extremely painful. Like how someone had said in the distant past, the chains of hell got its name because it made the restricted one feel like they were at hell. Yoram clutched the clothes around her chest and wriggled her body. Isn't that, limit of whatever, dangerous? It feels like my heart is burning up. It's normal, perhaps more than usual because you're a red dragon. It feels super stuffy, like really. Jitae looked into her eyes. Let me say it again. Yoram, you can give up whenever you want to. No, who would give up? I'm not giving up, I won't, but how long do I have to endure this for? Until you give up. What? When she was startled, the mana within her heart gently fluttered as pain flooded in. Alongside a groan, Yoram closed her eyes tightly. Soon, when most of the pain dispersed, she settled herself down with consecutive short breaths. She turned towards him and powerlessly smiled. Yeah, I'm not gonna die. Am I? She wasn't exaggerating it because that really was the first thought to come to mind when people used the chains for the first time. It was the same with Jitae. However, he shook his head. She would never ever die. Then, let's start the training. Yoram hurriedly refuted his words. Start what? I'm doing it right now though. Do you call it a training after just carrying a sandbag? Moving while in that situation is what training is. Huck, she gasped before murmuring to herself. That's fucked. For real, applying the chains was a training method that would induce her pulsations to reach a stable condition. It was a process that took somewhere around 24 to 30 months in the past iterations. Jitae was planning on perfecting that within just 1 month. I'm not exaggerating anything. I know. It's really hard to breathe. She wore a frown the whole time while beating her chest. From now on, Yoram had to force her body, which had reached its limit, back to its original state. She had to breathe, walk and move. The first training session was on breathing. Now you have to breathe properly. Closing her eyes. She began breathing in and out. Her fire attribute mana gathered near the dragon heart that had lost its mana affinity. Right now, she would properly feel like her heart was on fire. Due to that, her breaths were short and irregular. Every time the blazing pain soared up inside her, her chin and those lips could be seen faintly trembling. You have to breathe properly. Breathe properly. Yeah, I got it. Wearing a frown, she started slowly breathing out and her shivering breaths reached his ears. It was not at a regular pace at all. I can't breathe, I can't. Breathe, just shut up and focus on breathing. It will definitely return soon. Fuck, huck. Yoram once again closed her eyes and concentrated on breathing. She was so tensed up that her tendons were visible beneath her white cheeks. Is it way too difficult to breathe? Do you want me to help? No, it's fine, all good. There is an easier way to do it. The efficiency will decrease by a bit though. I'm fine. She tried to regulate her short breaths to the best of her ability and heaved deep breaths in and out, but her chest seemed to be filled up with the scorching heat whenever she did so. Then she would groan instead of breathing. Even if it's painful, the breath has to continue. Whether it's difficult or not, you must never stop breathing. Yi. Yeah, Huck, but even then, she didn't breathe properly, which meant that her sufferings were being discarded meaninglessly. Thus, Yujiri growled with a slightly louder voice. Breathe. Yeah, Uck. Don't stop, just breathe. I know. Yoram bit her lips and caused her red blood to leak out. But fortunately, her breath soon began returning to her. That was how the training went that day. Until the very end. Yoram did not ask Yujiri for help. Perhaps thanks to that, her breaths were a lot stabler than before by the time they returned home. However, it wasn't something to be happy about. It was just the beginning. After that day, Yujiri and Yoram continued the breath training for several more days. They did not stop even after returning home, let alone when they were at the training room. Cough, staying holed up in her own room. Yoram coughed like crazy. Even Keel worriedly opened her door and asked, Are you okay, Unnie? However, the sensitive Yoram bursted out in anger. Close the door. Mommy. Her shout resembled a sharp blade. Startled, Keel closed the door and looked at Yujiri, who gave a nod signaling that it was okay. Bomb tried to give her medicine time after time, but Yoram refused everything altogether. Due to that, Unit 301 had a delicate atmosphere like walking on eggshells. It was because Yoram appeared as if she could die any time. Is Yoramani okay? It's fine, don't worry about it. That's all he said to the other kids. On the fourth night after the breathing training began, Yujiri was in the living room when his watch rang. What appeared on the display screen was Yoram's number. It was his first time receiving a call from her. Yeah, it's me. You know I'm bleeding, this. Isn't anything weird, right? How are you bleeding? Just a nosebleed in some. Her capillaries were bleeding, which was normal when training with the chains. However, Yoram's voice contained a different tremble than before. She was anxious, so Yujiri decided to go inside her room. Within the darkness with no lights, her crimson eyes gently flickered. Yoram was crouching down in the corner of the bed, and there were tons of bloody tissues. With tissues placed inside her nose, she breathed heavily with her mouth. Are you all right? I don't know, W. Why else would I call you? She seemed to be extremely stressed out. Her eyes shivered unstably. Right, let's see. He slowly laid her down and looked inside her body. Fortunately, her dragon heart was normal, and there weren't any abnormalities in her body. I'm fine, right? Her anxious voice once again reached his ears. Probably because the blessing that subdued mental stresses was being restricted, she was made to confront her anxiety head-on. This baby dragon was trembling severely, and it seemed that it was necessary to slightly regulate the power of the chains. However, the moment his mana entered her body, Yoram noticed it. What are you doing? Don't do it. It's not much. You're trying to make it easier for me, right? I don't need it. It's better to go slightly easier than be anxious about it. There shouldn't be too much of a difference in terms of the result. I'm fine. So don't do it. Until the very end, she was trying to fight against it with her own power. Thinking that there was nothing he could do about it, he was about to leave the room when a hurried voice halted his feet. Where you going? What? W. Where are you going? He turned around. A voice that couldn't hide the trembling anxiety flowed out of her mouth. Stay here for today. Chapter 97, Restriction 3, he looked at the red-haired child. Her eyes couldn't hide the tremor within. With crooked eyebrows and a powerless gaze, her small body was curled up. The hair drenched in sweat reminded one of a puppy out in the rain. Her hunched shoulders and knees seemed to be shouting that she was hurt and anxious. Had she been unhappy today? Thus, he decided to stay with her tonight, sitting on a chair. The regressor stared at the dragon, who was unable to fall asleep even at night. Her delicate and unstable breaths that could cease at any moment trembled while her hands and feet squirmed around. After listening to her groan for a long time, he opened his mouth. How about you sleep comfortably at least? You look like you need a medic. For a long time, she didn't say anything in response, but soon, her head turned towards him beneath the blanket. Me dick? Penis? She then tried to laugh, but due to the severe pain, she couldn't even laugh properly as her eyes formed a crooked smile. Nothing but talk nonsense. The mouth has to be light. Then, It would float and save our life even when we're dumped in the water. If you say so. How does it feel? Can you handle it? Yoram looked back at him. Moonlight sneaked past the curtains and lit up her face. Her eyebrows slightly eased despite the irritation on her face. I'm fine. How many times do I have to say it? I'm okay? Although she was pronouncing every single word accurately, she couldn't hide the shivering of her lips. The moon was too bright. Stop asking me the same thing. Looking back, Yoram's amusement was different from others. The other dragons left for their amusements in order to enjoy their life, to forever etch those good memories into their heads. To prove that, they didn't show any particular habit or regular actions when they were shoved into the underground labyrinth in front of the fragment of paradise. It was because they had already found their happiness. However, the red dragon alone was different. It continued training endlessly without a stop. The regressor thought that it was because the dragon had a strong desire for improvement in its heart. From what he saw, it was fundamentally different from how the 30-man special forces were dying to exercise. Their training session was an inertial continuation of their habits, while the red dragon's training was a manifestation of her desire for improvement. In that case, why did the red dragon seek strength so badly? Was it simply because she was from the red race? It could be said that receiving the acknowledgement of the race was important, but the regressor still found it difficult to understand it completely. For him to just assume that to be the case, the tremor and shivering behind her face appeared overly precarious. However, the only thing he could do right now was to remain sitting there with her. The regressor watched over her. In the cold, pale light of dawn, she fell asleep amidst her unstable breaths. She had kicked the blanket away due to the fire in her heart, so he carefully placed it back on top. He then stared deeply at her face and those tissues stuffed into her nose, before standing up in order to leave the room. But then, Yoram woke up. Her half-opened eyes looked directly into his eyes. Thinking that she was becoming anxious again, he gave a light shake of his head. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going, relax and sleep. A response didn't come back. The only thing that came back was her gaze, with her head poking out above the blanket. He sat back down and started at her as the silence continued for several minutes. You know, that was when she opened her mouth with a very soft voice. Yeah, this restricting thing, you said it was in your body as well, right? It is. It doesn't hurt. He was about to reply no, but then hesitated, thinking back. He had read from an education-related book that he had to empathize with them and share the pain. Empathize. It was a foreign word prickling his tongue. How should he say this? In the past, it did for me as well. In the past? Yeah, it was painful when I put it on for the first time. Why did you wear it? To become stronger. It was in the 6th iteration, before he crossed the dimensional gap in order to conquer the demon world. Later, its purpose was changed to restricting his power, but he had worn it at the start in order to become stronger. My heart didn't beat properly. It was hard to speak, and hard to walk. I wanted to breathe, but my lungs didn't listen to me, and my heart ached like it was being torn apart. Did you cry and stuff? I didn't cry. I did vomit a lot though. Going like, you weak? Yeah, that's fucking funny going you weck with that face. Lol, she laughed under her unstable breaths. Why did you do that? What do you mean why? I vomited because I didn't feel good. No, not that, why D? Did you want to become stronger? It was an unexpected question. The regressor was about to reply instinctively, but stopped his tongue. He thought power would be able to solve everything back then, but it wasn't a good topic to discuss with Yoram. When he went silent, she opened her mouth. See that? Look at you going silent again. Silence is your forte. Whenever you talk a little bit about yourself, you just shut your mouth. Right my ass, F. Fuck. Her mana fluctuated alongside her unstable emotions. When the pain flared up inside her heart, Yoram stopped her complaint and groaned to resist the pain. The regressor, who wasn't good with words, merely watched on. After the pain dispersed and her breaths returned, she opened her mouth with a sigh. I'm the youngest daughter. I had unnies, 7. It was the first time he was hearing this. Red dragons always give birth to a lot of children. It's different from other dragons, who always keep their numbers between 1 to 3. They give birth as much as possible when they can and send everyone on their amusement. All the unis from 20 to 100 years old already had their first amusements. And you hadn't gone for yours yet? Yeah, I was born really, really late. Breaking out of the eggs that were laid at the same time is also a talent, and I wasn't talented. She blankly stared off into the distance, thinking about something. For some reason, I was really late compared to other unis. The other unis didn't really care about me who was still a baby, and I was bashed whenever we were eating. But then my youngest uni took care of me. So we became really close. If we go out together and play, we will bring a carriage full of good men. We talked about things like that every day. I was 3 years old back then, but it sounded really fun. I wanted to go out on my amusement ASAP. So when my youngest uni left for her amusement, I was really jealous and sad. She protected me whenever I was getting hit by other unis, so when she went off on herself, it was shit. After forcibly settling her breath, she heaved out a sigh before pulling the tissues out of her nose. Fuck, that's a bit better. Anyways, on the day that youngest uni came back from her amusement, she called me just by myself and suddenly threatened me. She extended her arm out and mimicked what happened back then. She then said this: if the adults ask if you want to go for the amusement, refuse and say you're too young and scared, so I got angry. Are you the only one going? I'll go as well. You know what happened? When I said that, she suddenly pointed a sword at me. She said, "Do you think a child like you could even dream of going for the amusement? Do you know how cruel the world is, and that she would kill me if I didn't listen to her words?" And, fuck, because her eyes were crazy scary. I felt betrayed and scared but still listened to her words. The adults really didn't like it, but I stood firm. At least it would be better than being killed by my youngest uni. Then, Yoram suddenly chuckled out loud. And after a few days, I discovered the truth. In a large mountain full of lava, all the dotards of our race gathered, and my family was all there as well. It was like 20 dragons in total. She then bit her lips. Suddenly, my oldest uni bit my youngest uni's neck. The regressor gave a frown. He instinctively understood what had happened. It was a possible story for the red race which worshipped the strong. I found out later on, the reason the red race lays a lot of eggs is to find one or two excellent children. It was obvious what would happen to the non-excellent ones. When they all finish their first amusements, our race forces the kids to fight against each other. One remaining dragon per generation will be monopolizing the blessings. We call this the selection ceremony. Her breaths quickened. There, all the other unis died. And the oldest uni was the only survivor. Yoram closed her eyes. Her unforgetting memories brought her back to the unforgettable scenery. The volcano erupted as rocks and dust scattered like clouds above the sky. Embers of fire danced. Large dragons of the race spread their wings far apart and bellowed towards the heavens. There, the blood-stained hatchling looked down on its youngest sister. Fuck, do you know what that bitch said to me? Yoram looked back at Jitae. Soon, she stood up from her bed and stumbled her way across to him. The regressor was sitting down, so Yoram gazed down at him from higher up. She grabbed him by the chin. Lucky, aren't you? Then, she imitated someone else's bewitching voice. That's what she said. Fucking seriously, that fucking slut. That disgusting bitch? Lucky. It was a sarcastic comment on how Yoram was born extremely late compared to the other unis of the generation. If she had been born slightly earlier, around the time her youngest uni had been born, Yoram wouldn't be standing here. But it was very scary back then. Yoram clutched her heart and held her breath in pain, which had surged back up from speaking too much. She struggled but collapsed, so the regressor hurriedly supported her. Her pained groans continued endlessly. When he laid her back down on the bed, she held tightly onto her chest and curled her body. She then shivered for a long time in pain, and it took a long time for her to settle back down. He didn't know what to do. The regressor carefully pulled several tissues out and wiped off the beads of sweat forming on her forehead and her face. She slowly opened her eyes from the flood of pain. What happens when you go back? She didn't reply, but her red eyes, reflecting the moonlight, blankly stared into Jitae's eyes. Through the repetitive regressions, he had encountered her countless times but had been unaware of the reason why the red dragon had to become strong. For the first time, I pushed my pride down against you. But now, he could understand the reason why she would always head to the training room. even when Kiel and Jael were playing around, and when Bomb was leisurely reading a book. The meaning behind the drops of sweat that fell on the floor of the underground labyrinth as she blank-mindedly trained in martial art. For her, this was not an amusement. Losing in a fight against someone would remind her of the impending death once more. The fact that she couldn't get stronger despite working hard would mean that it wasn't good enough despite her life being on the line. Everything he had seen so far, her expressions and her words, came to him with a different resonance. She gazed up at him and asked, "But I'm doing a good job, right?" Her voice overlapped with the question she asked several days ago. Despite being in so much pain, she didn't give up. She knew that relying on someone would make her comfortable, but didn't. As Yoram's guardian, he was now in the position of a teacher, although still imperfect. Her happiness rested on his shoulders. He was certain, and thus was able to give her a share of his certainty. Yes. Only then did Yoram give a nod in relief. Then, she slowly went back to sleep with her unstable breaths, until the break of dawn. The regressor remained by her side. Chapter 98, Lair Amusement Park, 1. But she didn't wake up even after the sun rose. Opening the pocket watch, he checked the time. It was 8:30 a.m., which was past the time for the morning training session. Why isn't she waking up? He looked into Yoram's body. She had been groaning throughout the night in an attempt to keep her breath steady, which seemed to have paid off. Now, she was breathing fairly stably in her sleep. But her dragon heart, which had been exhausted from that process, automatically entered a forced rest period. Oh, really? Then she probably wouldn't wake up for the next 3 days. Bomb said. Indeed, he could still remember how Bomb had been sleeping like a log for 3 days after transferring magic to Jael. Must have been tough for her. Bomb caressed her head in her sleep. During breakfast, Jael focused on her chopsticks. She was trying to eat some jello and got upset after it repeatedly escaped from her grip. Slip, the jello slid through the chopsticks. After failing multiple times, she became upset and stabbed the jello deep. Now, she just had to lift it up. She carefully raised the pair of chopsticks with her hand, but the jello broke into 2 pieces and fell off. Jael turned rigid. She seemed to gotten a brain freeze, her face was blank, and the chopstick stopped in midair after losing its purpose. That was when Jitae carefully called her. "Do you have time today?" Her dull eyes were refilled with liveliness with his voice. "NN, do you want to go to the amusement park?" She gave a wide smile. Episode 33, Lair Amusement Park, 1. Go and bring that guy. That was the command it received from its lord. "I shall listen to your command, my lord." Shadow of an Archduke SS, wearing the mask of Hashimoto, a female Japanese. She was living a busy life recently with not a single room for rest. After the militia masquerade came to an end, the sense of caution of the demons reached its max level with the deaths of Noah and Wei Yan. The Society of Demons was divided into several smaller portions, and the Undetectables split into multiple organizations. There was an increasing number of those questioning the strategy of swallowing Lair itself, and once the opposing group increased in size, Ma Namjoon, the deputy principal, killed a few of those demons and displayed their heads for all to see. However, his threat wasn't very effective because fear had already laid a deep root into the entire organization. Not a single demon survived the militia masquerade, so they knew close to nothing about what happened inside. From the fear of being targeted by the unknown, the demons scattered like cockroaches. The clone infiltrated the Undetectables within that reorganizing period, and endlessly watched the situation unfold under the deputy principal, Ma Namjoon. In summary, it was like the following. 1. An extreme number of demons were leaving Lair. 2. Demons will disperse and lay low in order to build their power and wouldn't act or dream big anytime soon. 3. Nothing related to the dragons would probably happen for the next 20 years just like that. The world was flowing as Jitae had planned. If there was one last thing that interrupted the perfect 7th iteration, it would be the hostility being sent by the existence on the other side of the horizon of Providence. Even the regressor was powerless before this, but fortunately, it was pretty quiet recently. That day, the clone traveled to the underground labyrinth through the shallows of the abyss S. She had come here twice already instead of Jitae. There were still large containers, mental soldiers, a small rabbit-like woman, and an insincere metal armor. "Oh, the pharmacist is here." "Pharmacist, welcome, Yuhahaha." The agents called Jitae a doctor and BM a nurse. For some reason, the clone was being called a pharmacist. Where is BM? Do you think I'll tell you easily? Q haha. Belbarion, drunk with the light of paradise, said that, and the agents laughed. Wahahahat, in response. The clone didn't. Let's do an arm wrestle. I'll tell you if you beat me. An arm wrestle? The soldiers refuted. Hahat, boss, aren't you being too shameless? Look at the difference in arm size. The pharmacist lady has an arm like my little son, while boss's arm is like an elephant's leg, and yet you're asking for an arm wrestle? You haha, Belle screamed. Shut up, you idiots, Miss Pharmacist. How is it? Do you want to or not? The clone indifferently looked at them before shaking her head. She decided to play along for just once. On top of the table, a thin and slender arm and an arm bigger than a person's waist confronted one another. Straight after an agent signaled the start of the fight. Quang, Belle's hand was flipped outward as it crushed the table in an instant. She screamed from the sudden pain. One round was enough to see the winner. It was the clone's victory. At once, a thunderous applause left the crowd. Yueh, pharmacist. Damn it, she's so cool, QHHH. Oh gosh, our boss was crushed along with her pride. We must give her IV therapy with vodka until tomorrow morning. Belbarion shouted. Damn it, who the fuck are you guys cheering for? Kayahahat? But they ran up to the clone and tossed her into the air without caring about Belle. Some of them went up to Belle and tried to tie her hair into 2 braids, saying it was the loss penalty, but were bashed up. While moving up and down in midair, the clone turned her head around. Within the crowd, she could see Ha Seatbeal with widened shoulders. For some reason, that child seemed to be getting bigger and bigger as time went. Oh, we have a guest. After a few minutes, BM returned from outside the labyrinth. Pushing his sunglasses up, BM chugged some vodka and welcomed the clone. What brings you here today, I wonder? I came here to bring the metal plate back. If you're talking about Armada, please do whatever suits you the best. I was thinking that he was getting better. He's gradually getting brighter these days, and I think it's a great time for him to leave. The protector becoming brighter meant that the mental contamination had been lifted, with the light of paradise having a greater effect on it. Ah, but by the way, BM carefully opened his mouth. He then talked about the thing that happened at the Grand Natural Society. You're saying Simon Abkarian wishes to see my lord? Well, yeah. Well, that's how things turned out. Simon Abkarian. He was the savior of Gallia, the hero of France, representative of the organization, Superhuman Without Border, ranked 29th officially worldwide. It was a name which the clone also knew of, as a being that shared a portion of the Regressor's memories. There were times when he had been a comrade in the past iterations, as well as an enemy. Looking back at this point, the only characteristic that stood out was that he was quite an obstinate guy. Seems to be doubting my lord. Unfortunately, my persuasion wasn't enough. That guy, he really doesn't listen. If you think it'll be bothersome, you can refuse it. I don't think he would worry about his image perceived by the Grand Natural Society. That was true. Jitae wouldn't really care how the Grand Natural Society thought about him. Whatever they tried to do, Jitae's daily life wouldn't be disturbed. The Regressor had a firm grip on a few of the association's weak points. Although the association was already aware of the existence of an unofficial rancor transcending the normal standards, they could never openly discuss the topic. As the proof, even the Grand Natural Society seemed to be clueless about how the association already knew about Jitae. But for some reason, Jitae of the 7th iteration appeared to be trying to stay close to the Grand Natural Society. Right in front of itself was the proof. Even the fact that BM still had his head attached was more than enough of an evidence. After some thought, the clone gave a nod. Do you want me to leave the address? 3 days later, at the office of the clone. The clone was still wearing the mask of a young female Japanese. She was randomly putting makeup on her face in preparation for the afternoon schedule. Knock, knock. Something knocked on the window of the office. When the clone turned her head, she found a crow spirit beast. Kraya. It seemed that it would continue screaming as long as the window was left closed. The clone opened the window as the large crow turned small before entering the office. Seeing a letter tied onto its leg, the clone was curious about the person that would use such an outdated method, but quietly opened it up. When she looked inside, a scoff naturally left her mouth. Little Red Door, 60 Rue Charlotte. 75,003 Paris, France. She had left the address for him to visit if he wanted to meet. And yet the other side had sent another address. How rude! She was dumbfounded. Was he trying to have a battle of ego? For some reason. Some humans became more and more egoistic about worthless things the more they aged. Using the lipstick which she was trying to put on her lips, the clone drew an X on the letter. Then, she tied it back onto the crow's leg before sending it back out. Lair Amusement Park. It was at the northmost place of the entertainment district. For Jitae, it was his first time visiting this fancy theme park, which was connected to both Lair and Hadeling. Kiel had left early in the morning to meet her friends. Today, it was just Jitae, Bom and Jaiel who arrived at the amusement park. There's quite a lot of people, Bom murmured. They thought it would be quiet considering that it was still the holidays, but the line waiting for their tickets was quite long. They were tourists from all around the globe. Once they set foot onto the amusement park, they found a fancy floating castle decorating the background off in the distance. People wearing costumes of a reliable cat, the symbolic mascot of Lair, waved their hands to welcome the visitors. After entering the amusement park, Jaiel flashed her eyes and wriggled around inside Jitae's arms. "You want to go down?" Nod. It was rare for her to request him to put her down. When he put her down, she began throwing cautious glances towards him. "Why?" A small hand slowly sneaked towards his. She carefully held onto Jitae's fingers and held Bom's hand with her other hand. Then, she walked forward as if saying that she would be the one in the lead today. "I got it, Jaiel. Let's go slowly." Jaiel, who was always laid back, was unusually excited, and thus Bom had to calm her down. The first ride they got on was a pirate ship. A large ship floated up with magic and began moving left and right. The regressor sat down without thinking much, but Bom and Jaiel screamed, "Kayaha," and enjoyed themselves. Their refreshing laughter reached his ears. Jaiel, who took the human form straight after her birth, especially enjoyed things like this that were fast. "Wow, that was fun. Was it fun for you as well?" Jaiel, nod. The next ride was called Your Robo's Coaster. At the gates, one of the staff members asked Jaiel, "Little lady, can I check your height?" Since she had already gotten on it a few times, Jaiel gave a big, confident nod. Her height was 110 cm. She barely made it in. Soon, Jitae and the kids rode on the back of a large spirit beast snake, Jormungandr. This spirit beast loved flying around. The animal keeper tapped the snake a few times with a whip which made it begin flying up. It felt like they were riding on a dragon's head. The snake flew inside the amusement park for a while and sneaked past to Hadeling, before flying off the floating island itself. Seeing the unfathomable height they were in, others let out screams of joy, while Jaiel followed suit without knowing why. The snake suddenly dropped down as the spirit beast keeper took a picture of the tourists. Once they got out of the ride, a picture of Jitae, Bom and Jaiel appeared on the hologram display. Bom was smiling brightly while Jaiel had a slight frown. Jitae, who didn't bother hiding his presence, was also seen in the corner with a depressed expression. "What is this? This is too funny." His expression, which remained extremely serious despite the hair fluttering in the wind, appeared like a strange painting. After having the picture sent to their own devices, Bom and Jaiel chuckled. After taking a few other rides, it was time for lunch. At the corner of the amusement park, there was a cafeteria displaying the scenery of the ground beneath. Jitae and the kids decided to have lunch there. They ordered some food at a ripoff, priced 20 times more expensive than their actual worth, and were blankly sitting there. Aren't you Bom?" That was when someone greeted Bom from behind. "Huh, Professor, hello." She gently smiled with a nod. It was a middle-aged man with a blank forehead, Professor Myung-jong. He was one of the renowned professors of Lair, the leader of White Horse Study Group, and a local ranker of Korea. He was also one of the magic studies professors that were infatuated with Bom during her admission. There were many offers from Myung-jong and other professors even after that, but Bom politely turned them down every single time. Now, the two of them appeared to have a good relationship as a professor and a cadet. "Ego, who knew I'd find you here?" "Ah, hello, I'm Myung-jong." "Hello, I'm the guardian, Jitae." "What brings you here?" "Professor, I came to play with my family, of course. How about we have a meal together if you're okay with that, sir?" There was no reason to reject his offer. When he agreed, Myung-jong called his family over with a bright expression. Jitae had seen Professor Myung-jong several times while accompanying Bomb with her studies, but he hadn't been interested in this timid professor so up until now. He didn't know the fact that Professor Myung-jong was from Korea's renowned magic household, the Myung household. He also didn't know that his son was the druid of regeneration. Myung-yongha, father, they're saying we can't take the spiciness out from the curry. A large voice of a big male was heard from a distance. It was Myung-yongha. He was Korea's strategic weapon, and because he was a world-famous celebrity, he had changed his appearance with a fake mask. However, the aura he gave off and his sheer size gave it away. Myung-yongha was pushing a pram, from which a small baby was peeking its head out. They can't take it out, but why? I hate spicy food. Yuhahat, then why don't you have something else? But why are you telling us to come here when we finally got ourselves a seat? And then, after finding Jitae, Myung-yongha's eyes widened. Who, you? Chapter 99, Lair Amusement Park 2, Jean-Luc Wenger, the secretary of Simon Abkarian, was a superhuman in his late 80s with a blanched hair. He heaved out a sigh as deep wrinkles appeared near his lips. So you directly sent them the address. This old superhuman was always worried about his master Simon, the representative of superhuman without border SWB. What could possibly happen? I heard that Demon Hunter was very strong, to an overwhelming level amongst the unofficial rankers. Apparently, yes, Simon Abkarian was an extremely ambitious man. Despite being in his 40s, he seeked strength like a young child and moved his tongue like an old politician. Such characteristics of his amplified even more as he rose to be the savior of France after a meritorious service during the war at a young age. Wouldn't the association be in my hands sometime soon? The words he spoke of during a drinking bout a few years ago was etched into Jean-Luc's brain. Didn't that BM say he was stronger than himself? There must be some circumstances if a person that strong had been hiding his identity. Circumstances as in, perhaps something that can't be shared, like a catastrophe-ranked demon that betrayed its comrades, or possibly another returnee. Oh no, you can't be saying that for real. Jean-Luc, Simon, BM is very transparent. He's a strong-willed person who shared the responsibility despite having no interest in the merits. I know that much as well. He's most likely not telling a lie. And yet, you gave them such a first impression, it will come back to bite us over and over again. He was referring to Simon's rudeness, but he merely shook his head. Who am I, Wenger? I am the representative of SWB, a VVIP of the association, the hero of Gallia. A sense of authority dripped from his voice. I requested for the address, and yet BM apparently gave me the address of another spokesperson. In that case, who's the one that started the bad first impression? Simon gave a crooked smile. Well, it doesn't really matter what the first impression is. BM said he was an individual. Right, he did. Let's say he really is awesome. He's still by himself, isn't he? Even if he can fly or whatever, can he do what he wants to after ignoring the Grand Natural Society, the SWB, and the association? In fact, I couldn't understand why BM and Lee HWA were acting like that. What's so great about a person whose name we don't even know that they're revering him so much? Well, I guess both of them are also a bunch of fools with nothing but strength. They don't know it's the end once they get pulled into the opponent's pace. He had been living for dozens of years in the battlefield after the new era, but the old man couldn't give a straightforward answer to this situation. An unprecedented existence had appeared, and there was no historical evidence that could be referred back on. However, the man still had his instincts. Perhaps that might not be the end, Demon Hunter. BM explained the power level of that person as unfathomable, and yet he didn't move for personal gains, nor did he belong to an organization. Power was given to those that strongly seeked it, and thus the strong always desired for something repeatedly. An existence like that person who deviated from the logic of power was the paradox itself. An alarm bell was going off in Jean-Luc's head. The old man felt ominous for some reason. Jean-Luc, you're wise but always worried. Ah, look, there's Crow finally coming back. The spirit beast fluttered its wings across. The letter was still on its ankle. A frown appeared on Simon's face as he opened the letter. On top of the address written down, there was a red cross casually scribbled across. Simon gave an exaggerated smile in a sarcastic admiration. He licked his lips with the tip of his tongue. Do you see this? How rude could they be? Rejection was one thing, but disregarding him like this was unacceptable. That was usually the case for all ambitious people. Emotionally, Simon infuriatingly wrote the next letter. The content was as follows. Last chance, Little Red Door. 60 Rue Charlotte, 75,003 Paris, France. I'll give you your last chance. Hurry. Now, Crow, off you go. Here is the set menu A that you've ordered. Along with curry. A roasted chicken and several noodles were placed on the table. Should we wash our hands? While Bam and Jael were wiping their hands with a wet tissue, Jitae sliced the chicken into small pieces and placed them on Jael's plate. She, who had been excited throughout the entire day, was now holding a chopstick in each hand while disintegrating the chicken. So, Bam, where did Yoram and Keel go? Ah, they both have something to do. That little friend is her name, Jael? Yes. Ho, I thought that might be the case. But seriously, the power of DNA is amazing. She's so pretty. Yuhahat? It was now clear why Mayang Yangha always laughed the way he did. Professor Mayang Zhang laughed heartily and blinked his eyes at Jael while saying, Yurarung, Orarung. She gave a slight frown at Mayang Zhang before turning back to the chicken. Hahat, father, you can't do it like that. Oh, okay. Watch me. Then, Mayang Yangha went D-dork, and clicked his tongue. But once again, Jael frowned without saying anything. You're being silly, honey. Sorry. You too, father, the baby's scared. I wasn't that bad. Only after hearing a mouthful from the wife did the father and son restrain themselves. Soon, Mayang Yangha sent a subtle gaze to Jitae. Do you recognize me? Of course. Hahat. I never even imagined I would meet you here. Mayang Yangha's party consisted of Professor Mayang Zhang, Mayang Yangha himself, his wife and his two sons. The lady wearing a straw hat appeared healthier than before, and unlike when they met at the Lake of Life, she didn't cough either. Looking back at the previous iterations, she would have died, but this time she was alive. The regressor had saved her. However, he only thought to himself, is that so? He didn't really feel anything apart from that. He turned his gaze over to the side. There was a child staring blankly at Jael. It was Mayang Yangha's son. Was his name Mayang Junil? The child wasn't focused on his meal, and his eyes remained stuck on Jael. And when Jael turned towards him, he hurriedly devoured his bread. He looked exactly like Jael when she was looking at himself. Congratulations on your second child. Ah, yes, his name's Junhyuk. Congratulations. After that, Mayang Yangha stayed quiet and focused on feeding the child. Aha, dude, this is spicy. Ahu. When Professor Mayang Zhang fanned his mouth with his hand, Jael showed interest. The Yu household was good at eating spicy food and didn't find it painful, so she was intrigued by Mayang Zhang's reaction. Wearing a bright smile, Jael fanned her own mouth with a small hand. Seeing that, a flower bloomed on Professor Mayang Zhang's face. Why are you copying me? Do you think it's spicy as well? Yuhahaha. For some reason, Mayang Yangha's son also carefully copied Jael and waved his hand. That was roughly how the meal continued. It was time to have ice cream as a dessert after the meal. Mayang Yangha called Jitae separately and asked if he could have a private chat together. Outside the cafeteria was a bench, and the two males stood near it. It's nothing serious, and I just wanted to say thank you very much. For what? Do you know who I am? Mr. Jitae, of course. Haha. You might be confused, but in fact. He began talking about the things that happened with a composed voice. He talked about his wife, who had been exposed to an ancient virus, and how her condition worsened as the due date of her pregnancy approached. That was when he came across Jitae, as well as some medicine given by BM. He said it was honestly hard to see which of the two had been effective, but something like that wasn't important. I'm extremely grateful. The strongest superhuman of Korea, one of the greatest magicians worldwide, Mayang Yangha, the druid of regeneration, gave a deep bow and thanked Jitae. It's fine. I'm sincerely grateful. You are my benefactor. Please raise your head. The kids might see it. Jitae's goodwill had been on a simple whim. He was certain that Mayang Yangha's wife would have no impact on the future and was giving compensation because he ate the mushroom that Mayang Yangha had grown with care. The pained expression of Mayang Yangha of the previous iterations flashed in front of his eyes, but he still didn't feel much about it. Thanks to you. We're thinking of having a third as well. Ha-hat? That's good news. He was just curious whether he would finally be able to have a daughter or not. By the way, Mayung Yangha's voice got softer. Do you, by any chance, have an alias that you're working under? No, I don't. Are you registered in the association? No, so I assume you don't have any official records either. That is the case. His gaze became more profound. Mr. Jitae. Ah, is that your real name? Yes. I am quite confident in my ability to discern other superhumans with my eyes. That brings me to the next point. Since his expression was overly serious, Jitae realized what his offer would be. From the world rankers, there are a few friends gathered in order to drive the demons away from this world. Well, nowadays the objective is slightly changed, and we spend half the time playing around, but he awkwardly smiled before returning to his serious tone. There are several famous superhumans as well. We sometimes host banquets to build friendship and exchange information. It's kind of a secret, so I can't really tell you their actual names, but, if you're okay, would you like to attend our banquet? Instead of talking about the organization itself, he was offering him to participate in the banquet. Unfortunately, this wasn't an innocent offer. If he did go there, the members of the Grand Natural Society would first try to check whether Jitae was evil or not. And after the verification, they would turn him into a member, like it had always been in the previous iterations. Thanks for your words, but I'm okay. Ah, there are lots of good superhumans there, I swear on my name. I'm not interested in a social meeting of superhumans. Is that so? He sounded regretful, but the light was still in his eyes. Mayung Yangha didn't give up. If my offer had been too sudden, you can slowly think about it. We don't know how the world's going to change, and we have to group together when we can. I have some circumstances that stop me. It's not something huge. You can just come and see it. Mr. Jitae is a good person as well, right? Why do you think that? Mayung Yangha was about to continue, but closed his mouth. The fact that Jitae was good-natured was proven by Bomb, the girl who carried Mother Nature itself. A guardian of a child like that meant that he couldn't be an evil person. At least that's what he strongly believed based on the circumstantial evidences. I wish you didn't pay too much attention to me. Mr. Jitae is... Before he could continue any further, Jitae cut him off. I don't have that much of a good opinion on the Grand Natural Society. Astonished, Mayung Yangha's eyes widened. He wasn't expecting the organization's name to come out from his mouth. However, the superhuman in front of him was unfathomably strong, and Mayung Yangha's brain worked fast. He instantaneously changed his line of thought. Then, does that mean Mr. Jitae is against the society? His voice was a level deeper. There was no longer a kind and amiable superhuman. Wearing a calm and prudent expression, he gave off the aura of a soldier, but the regressor replied indifferently. 100 people have 100 thoughts. The flag of an organization cannot substitute the thoughts of an individual. Even though they had gathered under the pretext of defending humanity, not all of them wanted to protect humanity. Is it because you don't find me reliable enough? Jitae shook his head. I can trust you. However, there were those that he couldn't. Simon's spirit beast, Crow, came flying but was unable to knock on the window as it always did. It did smack its head on the wall, but the sound it created was a thud and not a knock. Jean-Luc Wenger doubted his own eyes. Something red exploded and had wetted the window. Soon, the old man looked around in astonishment. The crow's neck had been snapped. A letter was inside its mouth. Chapter 100, Lair Amusement Park 3, it struggled to take a few steps forward. Every time it moved, blood flowed out of its half-crushed neck. The crow lost its balance after a few seconds and collapsed after crashing its head into a table. After stopping once, the spirit beast was unable to stand back up on its own feet. What did this mean? Jean-Luc Wenger raised his trembling hand to pull out a glasses case and took out his glasses artifact. Fortunately, no one was inside the office. Simon was out on a personal matter with his attendants, and Jean-Luc was the only one remaining inside the office as Simon's representative. He decided to think about it. 1. The other side is on the outskirts of Hadeling. Hadeling was currently floating above the Pacific Ocean, so it was on the other side of the globe. 2. The crow spirit beast had its neck half snapped, but relied on the intense survivability of a spirit beast to fly all the way here. In other words, The opponent had snapped the neck of the crow to a point right before its death, so that it would die the moment it arrived at this place. The reason they would do that was probably to warn them along with the return of the letter, telling them to know their own place. But what? Snap the neck of a spirit beast so that it would die at a given time? Does that even make sense? If someone told him that, Jean-Luc wouldn't have believed it. There was something fishy about it. The old man decided to stop there for the time being. 3. Little Red Door, 60 Rue Charlotte, 75,003 Paris, France. The office Simon and Jean-Luc were in was different from the address written on the letter. Little Red Door was a cafe where a different superhuman was currently positioned at. Simon would only leave for that place after that person contacted them. The reason was simple. It was because they wanted to hide the location of the office. When Crow was being educated, it was taught to head to the closest base whenever it was flying. So theoretically, Crow should have gone to the cafe, which was closer to Hadeling than here, before flying over to this place. And if the Crow had gone to the cafe, he should have been reported regarding it. However, there had been no reports, and Crow was here. He gazed outside. The old man felt a prickling sense on his fingers. A hypothesis of an outrageous situation appeared on his head. Immediately, he called someone with his watch. After some time, the other party picked up. Arthur? Yes. Arthur speaking. Sir Wenger, your order please. No, it's nothing, don't worry. Jean-Luc placed his glasses back into the container with shivering hands. He recomposed the situation. The conclusion was this: the opponent knew where Simon's office was from the very start. Crow flew to the office because its neck was snapped at a place that was closer to the office than the cafe. In other words, the opponent was nearby. Perhaps they were watching him right now somewhere beyond the window. This damned. The old man heaved out a profanity before pulling the curtains to a close. His wrinkled fingers moved and took out the letter, etched deeply into the crow's mouth. It was wetted with crow's blood. After opening the letter, the wrinkle on Jean-Luc's face became a level deeper. There were 3 circles, and the first one had a red cross on it. Who would be the remaining 2? The old soldier intuitively realized it. Every time they handed the letter back, a cross would be added. However, if Simon didn't see this letter, the unnecessary strife would vanish, and he definitely had to stop it from accelerating. But how? The old soldier closed his eyes. This was all because his senses had aged after the war ended. Back in the days, damn it, the old age was getting to him. Now was not the time for excuses. He felt like bashing his young master on his face today. What was fortunate was that Simon wasn't next to him right now. Persuasion would have been near impossible if he had seen the dead body of Crow. So he had to hide Crow, but Simon would be back in 20 minutes. What excuse should he give to explain the disappearance of a well-trained spirit beast? It was then. Thinking back, Crow tended to act selfishly once a year. When was his mating season last year again? The old soldier opened his eyes. Although he finally saw a path out of this, a myriad of emotions came flooding in at the same time. He sincerely apologized to the spirit beast that suffered for more than 10 years for them. He had flown back to his owner even at the last breath, but the owner would never find out about his death. This is all my fault for being virtueless. Jean-Luc chose to hide the body of the crow. I'm sorry. There was no way out except for this. I got it. After saying that, Mayang Yonghe quickly returned from his tense expression and smiled. Ha-hat. Sorry, I pretended to be serious for no reason. Jitae shook his head. The reaction he showed just then was in fact on the milder side as a soldier. That doesn't change the fact that you're my benefactor. I'll give you my business card. Please contact me if you need help for anything, whatever it may be. It was a white card with only the name and phone number written on it. Mayang Yonghe gave a wink. It's my number, not the manager's. Their private conversation came to an end. Once they returned to the table, they found Professor Mayang Zhang, Bom Jiao, Mayang Yonghe's big son and Mayang Yonghe's wife, Jung Haowen, chatting around. Mayang Yonghe carried 7 bowls of ice cream and placed one in front of each person. The flavors were vanilla, chocolate, and strawberry, and the one in front of Jiao was a strawberry-flavored one. Seeing that, Mayang Junil shook his head at his father. Why, my son? Seemingly at a shy age, Mayang Junil was unable to clearly state what he wanted and instead sent his father a gaze. Then, Mayang Yonghe gave a faint grin before changing the ice cream with his son. Mayang Junil was therefore able to eat strawberry-flavored ice cream. Didn't you not like strawberry? I like it now. Oh, really? Wahat. Mayang Yongha heartily laughed after glancing at Jael. Even after that, Mayang Junil vaguely nodded or shook his head, but Mayang Yongha seemed to know exactly what his son wanted every single time like a detective. The regressor found that to be intriguing. How did he know his son so well? Sitting on his seat, he looked back at Jael. She, who had been mindlessly digging into the sticky gelato ice cream, felt his gaze and faced him. "Why don't I know what you're thinking?" Jitae asked inwardly. Then, Jael widened her eyes into circles, hesitated for a bit, before scooping a spoonful of the strawberry ice cream and handing it over to Jitae. "I'm fine." Shake. Shake, she shook her head. "Why? I'm fine, you should eat it." Shake, shake. He still didn't really understand what the child wanted. Jael blankly stared at Mayang Yongha and his wife. The eyes they had when looking at one another was special. Was she seeing things? Jael tilted her head. No, she wasn't. While the wife was feeding ice cream to the older son, Mayang Yongha's eyes, as he looked back and forth between the wife and the son, appeared to be shooting something out. Jael wanted to know what that special gaze was about. Mayang Yongha hummed and smiled as he leaned his chin on his wife's shoulder. He then exclaimed, "What about me?" in a charming manner. His wife grumbled and said, what are you doing?" Her words were clearly that of a refusal, but the gaze she faced her husband with also seemed to emanate something. The wife's gaze was still the same when she looked at the son, as well as the little baby. For some reason, Jael thought it looked very good. She felt the little boy looking at her for some reason, but regardless, Jael was curious. So, she scooped up some strawberry ice cream with her small hand and looked back at Jitae. Then, she gently pushed her hand forward like what she had seen just then. "You want me to eat it?" "NN." She appeared expectant. When Jitae extended his hand and tried to grab the spoon, Jael stealthily dodged his hand and pushed it again once he lowered his hand. In other words, she was trying to feed him directly. He didn't know what meaning there could be behind feeding him, but Jael was staring at him with extremely expectant eyes, so Jitae had no choice but to swallow the strawberry ice cream from Jael's spoon. Then, she suddenly widened her eyes. Excited, Jael continued scooping up ice cream for Jitae to eat. He didn't know how much he had to eat for the child to be satisfied, so the regressor ate everything she was giving him. After repeating that for a long time, when the bowl of ice cream was about to be completely emptied out, he found Bomb laughing under her breath. "Why, NN, it's nothing." She continued laughing after that. It seemed that he had eaten too much. Jael's bowl was now empty. When she came to her senses and realized that the bowl was empty, Jael formed a depressed expression. She was so absorbed in giving the food away that she didn't even see the state her own bowl was in. After noticing her expression, Bomb whispered into Jitae's ears, "Please feed Jael ice cream as well, Ajasi." "What? Hurry, Jael will be happy." Bomb displayed a smile full of certainty. He didn't do it often, but it's not like this would be his first time feeding Jael something. Nonetheless, the regressor raised her up and placed her on top of his lap before giving her his chocolate ice cream. Even then, he was doubtful. He wasn't giving a great gift, nor were they staring at a beautiful scenery. It was nothing but feeding ice cream. Would something like this make you happy? While thinking that, the regressor brought his spoon to her mouth. Since he was staring at the back of her head, he couldn't look at her expression as she carefully closed her mouth over the spoon. Her head swayed back and forth. She chewed after wiping the spoon clean as her cheeks twitched up. Before long, she finished swallowing the ice cream and gazed back at Jitae. She was staring straight at his eyes, clearer than ever before. The regressor didn't avoid her eyes. A few seconds passed as they blankly stared at each other. Soon, Jael took in a deep breath and nodded her head. What was making her so satisfied? He didn't know, but there was a bright smile of satisfaction hanging on her mouth. That was when Bomb once again whispered into his ears. "How was it?" "She liked it." "Right, she did, thanks." "Then, whose turn is it now?" "What?" He turned to Bomb and saw her opening her mouth. Going, Jitae felt perplexed as Bomb bursted out in laughter and giggled. After parting ways with Mayang Yongha's family, he was going around the amusement park with Bomb and Jael. "How about we go to the haunted house?" "Haunted house? NN, I think it'll be fun." The regressor thought for a bit. Haunted house. Haunted house? It would be a different story for him and Bomb, but Jael might like it. On the way there, people wearing full costumes of lair mascots welcomed people and handed out candies. There were costumes of a cat, a dog, a zebra, a deer, a baby chicken, a tiger, and others. But from them, there was one extremely unique animal costume. With a blue face and a body resembling a reptile, it had a horn and beard on the head. It was the mythical creature. Dragon. Jitae, who was in Jitae's arms, flashed her eyes and gestured to go towards the dragon mascot. When he did go there, Jitae began touching the animal costume on the face. Perhaps because of her careful touches or because the child was pretty, the person wearing the costume did not turn away from Jitae's fingers. After touching the beard for a long time, Jitae looked back at Jitae. Then she began pointing at other animals. Cat. He gave a nod. Dog, he nodded. After saying a zebra, a deer, chirpy, a tiger, and others, Jitae finally pointed at the dragon costume and asked, "What's this?" The regressor gave an empty smile. He was slightly baffled. That was when a female voice was heard from inside the costume. "It's a dragon. Cute little friend." "Dragon?" Jitae looked back with a bright smile. She asked Jitae, "What is a dragon?" Chapter 101, Lair Amusement Park 4, Everyone gather up. In response to BM's words, the hulks lying down on the floor raised their bodies. Get up, you lazy pigs. Don't you hear Mr. Nurse calling us to gather up?" Belbarion shouted. Hearing their boss yell, they moved slightly faster and lined up in front of BM. With unfocused eyes, the large men and women gazed at the nurse and smiled. Behind the nurse stood a metal armor. Seemingly polished with a better oil than usual, the full-plate armor shone like a new one. A nurse? Are they playing hospital or something? BM had never participated in their jokes, but decided to play with them just for today. The metal armor. Armada is leaving hospital today. In an instant, a wave of fluster appeared in their giggling faces, and when the protector bowed from behind BM, the Special Force agents grabbed their heads and screamed, "WHAAT? HOOUI shit." Seriously, they were shocked. A precious friend who frequently exercised with them washed their drenched clothes, washed the dishes, and personally volunteered to do housework. It was time for him to leave. While they were dismayed, the protector took a step forward and gave yet another bow. "It was fun staying with you." A metal screeching voice flowed out. "I was able to practice my lacking housework skills. I realized the joy of washing dishes and understood the happiness of laundry. It's all thanks to you." The agents weren't able to speak. Joy and sorrow intertwined in their hearts. Amidst the silence, the protector opened its mouth. "Kaiman, you're a good person. Although you're an old man in your 50s and short, I know the type of person you are. You will definitely meet a good person." "Hey, you damned full-plated armor. There are lots of women coming after me, man." Kaiman, the agent, raised his middle finger with a laugh. The protector turned its head and stared at the other agents. "Santos, please ask the nurse for new underwear. It's worn out." "Damn, it's because my thing is too amazing." "Not from what I saw." Wahahat, they laughed and someone slapped Santos on his butt. "Judy, I can't believe your husband is still alive." "What? Why, fuck. Don't you do a guillotine choke in your sleep?" Wahahat, the large woman heartily laughed and exclaimed, "That's why we use different rooms." Other agents remembered that the protector would sometimes wake up in the morning creased and dented and laughed. Calling out the 30 agents one by their name, the protector gave them its opinion before calling the leader. "Belbarion? Bell, be a good leader. See you later, you damned metal." A faint degree of sorrow was slightly mixed into their happiness for the protector's departure. It was the same for everyone present. Bell extended her fist out and the protector awkwardly matched its own fist with hers. The last one remaining was Ha Seatbeal. "Seatbeal, I'm particularly more concerned about you. Thanks for your hard work, my hospital friend." "Thank you. You and I are beings that live to protect others. Once there is something you wish to protect it at all costs." "You too." Ha Seatbeal walked up and bumped her fist with the protector. "Wish you a happy life. I shall see you later." A dragon is an imaginary animal. Imagine. Ari, they fly around the air and shoot out fire. "Kuengt, do you want to come over? Should we go vuong and fly?" Nod, while the part-timer wearing the costume raised Jitae and flew her around the air. Jitae threw a glance at Bomb. It was because she tended to know things he didn't know. Bomb whispered, "I think she's confused about the word. Dragon? Confused? I told her a long time ago that we are dragons and not humans. but Jael has never seen her true body and hasn't seen us undo the polymorph either. In other words, she knew she was a dragon but thought that dragons were like humans. She's thinking if there's a different meaning to the word, dragon. In her head, a dragon looks like a human like me and Yoram, and yet a costume is suddenly calling itself a dragon. According to Baum, she only cancelled the polymorph once after she was born, and even that was only for a split second. Thinking back, Baum, Yoram and Keel went on their amusement after the age of 10, while Jael was still in her egg state. Were dragons the same as humans for her? Even if that was the case, there was probably no need to touch on her values on a day like today where they were out to play. I guess we should tell her when the time comes. Yes, you're right. Would Jael be very surprised when she finds out about it? Baum went and pondered. Her grass-colored eyes looking at Jael became profound. I think so. Yes, if she happens to cancel the polymorph one day, she would probably be very surprised after seeing her body. We have become very used to the human body after all, and that's how much we're absorbed in this amusement life as well. What do you mean that you're absorbed in the amusement? Just, it feels like this is where we are meant to be, not an amusement. In fact, even I become confused sometimes. Jitae had no time to think deeply about Baum's last words because Jael flapped her hands from the dragon mascot's grasp and reached her hands out at him. Perhaps having roughly understood the part-timer's words, Jael didn't ask anything on the way to the haunted house. She felt thrilled to be at high places and enjoyed getting on anything fast. She was interested in food and liked water, although she no longer played with it. In the past, she had liked dolls and plushies like kids of her age. Despite being able to fly, she usually walked and even now was resting in Jitae's arms. While pondering, a question appeared in his mind. If she thought of a dragon as another type of human race or some sort, what would she be thinking of him as? He decided to ask her. Jael, who am I? She tilted her head. What am I? Who am I? Jitae? No, not that. What kind of thing am I? Jitae's question was slightly weird, so she merely tilted her head with a wide smile, unable to process his words. Thus, Baum asked directly, Jael, is Ajasi a human or a dragon? Jael finally gave a big nod signaling that she understood the question. She closed her mouth and pondered slightly. Then, she replied with an uncertain voice and an awkward smile. A dragon? Although all sorts of thoughts went across his head, he decided to leave it be. Right now they were at the amusement park, and an exciting experience was more important for Jael. A spooky sign, walls with red blood traveling down, and an entrance resembling a large Dracula's mouth welcomed them. The first thing he realized as they set foot into the haunted house was that Jael unexpectedly was not scared of ghosts. Gyuo! Men dressed realistically like zombies walked into the safety bar with their hands in front. Whenever they approached, Jael hid behind Jitae's legs. Thinking that she was indeed a baby, the regressor consoled her saying that it was okay. He thought she was doing that because she was scared, but Jael was just hiding from an unfamiliar person rather than being scared of ghosts and zombies. Kyuuk, Kwek. So once she was used to ghosts and zombies, she just slightly glanced at them. Your heart, give me your heart. Kyuhyuhuk. One of the female ghosts sneaked under the safety bar and went onto the pathway to dash into Jitae's group. But Jitae, Baum and Jael did not move an inch. Feeling embarrassed, the ghost hurriedly turned around to leave, but that was when Jael reached her hand out and grabbed the female ghost by her wrist. What is it? She had to work since she was getting paid. So the ghost raised her motivation and acted. You'll give me your heart? The child wasn't even surprised. She, who had acted as a ghost for over 3 years, was surprised by the incomprehensible reaction and chose to scare the child even further by extending her arms that were drenched with blood. However, Jael then looked at the ghost with a pitying gaze. Did it hurt? Did what hurt? My hand? The baby held onto the ghost's hands with her tiny fingers. The actress was startled as a water attribute mana gently moved and covered the female ghost's hands. It was the magic. Cleanse be? Seeing her hands that immediately became clean, the actress became flustered. In the end, the haunted house was a massive fail. The Yu household got on several other rides and took more pictures. Click, Jael was holding a big fairy floss with her hands. Click, Baum was holding Jael in front of a carousel. It was nighttime when they realized, and it was time to go back. There was enough time to go to one more place. Which place would make her the most happy, although he asked her directly? She shook her head without saying anything. Thus, the regressor decided to send Keel a message with his watch. Me, Keel I heartsuit. Keel I heartsuit, ooh. Keel I heartsuit, oh. Ajasi you know how to use messenger. Me ye. Keel I heartsuit, oh wow lol lol lol. Keel I heartsuit. It feels a bit weird hee. Keel I heartsuit anyway. What happened? If one experience was enough to etch it forever into their memory, wouldn't that mean that there was no need to try the same thing more than once? That was a question which had popped up in his head when he saw Keel regularly ordering chicken. But in response to his question, Bomb shook her head back then. An experience changes every time, even if it's the same chicken. The weather is different and her mood would be different as well. The way she eats the chicken is also different, so it contains a new experience every single time. He therefore asked about Jitae to Keel. Keel I heartsuit, Jitae likes everything. Even he knew that. Keel I heartsuit, ah, right. Keel I heartsuit, there's a place she always goes to when we go there together. Me, where is it? Keel I heartsuit, the third back entrance. The third back entrance. Keel I heartsuit, Jitae always wanted to go there at the very end hee. She was sad if we didn't go there. It wasn't a ride nor an attraction but a back entrance. Though doubtful, he obediently listened to Keel's words and took them to the back entrance. The main front entrance looked like a normal amusement park filled with dreamy fantasies, while the third back entrance resembled a castle gate from a distance. There was nothing special about it, but Jitae soon understood what she meant. In that place, workers wearing costumes of metal armors from the Middle Ages were lowering their heads at the customers. A helmet and a full-plate armor covered them from head to toe. They looked like someone. Jitae blankly stared at the metal plates from Jitae's arms. According to Keel, Jitae had come here multiple times. She hated it so much when they were together, but it seemed that Jitae was missing the protector. On the way home, Jitae, who had been excited throughout the day at the amusement park, returned to her original calm expression. When the protector suddenly disappeared, she was only told that it was being treated somewhere else because it was sick. Do you want to see Mr. Cleaner? After giving a slow nod, she leaned her head on his chest and gazed into the distance with an unfocused gaze. She didn't even know what present was waiting for her at home. When they returned home, they found a large metal armor standing in the living room. Kuguk, a screeching sound of metal resonated. NN? Bomb let out a surprised remark while Jitae's eyes regained its focus. She, who had walked in on her own feet, blinked her eyes after seeing the protector. Then, she widened her eyes into circles and looked up at Jitae. Her expression appeared to be asking him how and when the protector had come back. My lady, it's been a long time. Mr. Cleaner, are you well now? I am indeed. I became very healthy. Bomb chatted with the protector with a bright expression. After giving a courteous bow to Jitae, the protector finally walked up to Jitae. Have you been well, my young lady? Imagining a hug from the happy reunion, the protector attempted to hug with open arms, but Jitae slightly walked back and dodged it. Thinking back, the protector had never been able to hug Jitae before. Somewhat disappointed, the protector retrieved its extended arms back, but still decided to show courtesy by kneeling and bowing to her. Then, something shocking happened. Jitae walked up with a smile and carefully patted the protector's helmet. Young lady, deeply touched. The protector went for another hug, but Jitae once again escaped. The protector was slightly disappointed.